Girl said it's very heartbreaking to see money moved out of Bloomfield and going into other districts. Pittsburgh Public Schools plan to close numerous school buildings next, and they need more input. According to one advocacy group, News Radio KDK's Rob Taylor has more.
Later today from 6 until 7:30, the organization 412 Justice will hold a community public listening session over Zoom. 412 Justice, an educational advocacy group, has been holding these sessions over the past month to give residents the ability to speak on any concerns they have about PPS's Future Ready Facilities Plan, which calls for schools like Manchester, Montessori, Fulton, Spring Hill, Morrow, and others to close. Today's session will focus on the fate of Manchester School, which is slated to close if PPS's plan goes through. 412 Justice plans to release a public report in May comprised of the findings from these community meetings. District's enrollment has been on the decline, now at just under 18,000 students. Rob Taylor, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up 33 points, the Nasdaq down 275, the S&P 500 down 42 points. KDK Sports, Pirates and Cardinals again tonight at PNC Park. First pitch at 6:40. KDK Radio News Time 2:03. Time to call One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the best affordable health insurance plans tailored to your needs. Right now, cloudy and 66 degrees in Pittsburgh. Your AccuWeather forecast is next.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Breezy the rest of this afternoon with clouds and breaks of sun. There might be a stray shower, high 73. Partly to mostly cloudy tonight, low 54. And then a cool day tomorrow with periods of rain. Could be some ponding on roadways with a high of 62. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Beat the spring cleaning rush with Zero Res this week. Get one room of carpet cleaned, get another room cleaned for free. Unlimited rooms and whole system duct cleaning, now just $5.99. But hurry, visit ZeroResPGH.com.
You've heard the news. Now talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, that happened quick. I was preparing for the show. I was looking at some notes. Then all of a sudden, it was like, time to talk. So here we go. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. NASCA Roofing, instant access to all our shows. Just a click away. Email us, instant access, kdkradio.com. We're undergoing some improvement. We sure are, with the video stuff. So Tom is working very hard, like behind the curtain at Oz, in parts of the building I'm not allowed to go to. We're just the very smart people who know about the web product and the video and all of that are allowed to be in. So Tom is back there apparently making the web product better, particularly for when guests call in and we have them on. That being said, you might run into a bit of a fumble or a kind of a speed bump with the web right now in terms of watching the show. So have no fear. It'll get rectified in short order if we're not on the video stream. But you can text and let us know, so then that way we'll know when it's back on, yada, 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 all that stuff. All right, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Happy Tuesday to you. I'm in a great mood. Margot's back. That's not why I'm in a great mood. It helps, but all of that. Trevin does a great job. Anyway, I didn't want to leave him out. Margot's back. Let's go. Jimmy Kimmel v. Trump. Yes.
At the Correspondents' Dinner, typically someone funny shows up and roasts the luminaries and the president and everyone, but our president is a delicate snowflake.
It started last Thursday when Jimmy Kimmel skewered the lack of a comedic MC at the upcoming White House Correspondents' Dinner by hosting a pretend roast of his own.
And of course, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
Okay, that was last Thursday. Pay attention to the timing. Excuse me. Last Thursday. But there's a little more to all of this.
Initially, Kimmel's comments didn't get much pickup. But after Saturday night's attempted attack at the real Correspondents' Dinner, the First Lady issued a rare rebuke of Kimmel, writing in part, "Enough is enough. It is time for ABC to take a stand." President Trump then chimed in too, writing, "This is something far beyond the pale. Jimmy Kimmel should be immediately fired by Disney and ABC." Last September, facing pressure from the Trump administration, ABC did suspend Kimmel for nearly a week.
We had some new lows over the weekend.
After the late-night host accused the, quote, MAGA gang of trying to score political points from the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
They give me only bad publicity, no press. I mean, they're getting a license. I would think maybe their license should be taken away.
Late last night, Kimmel responded to Trump's latest call for his firing.
It was a very light roast joke about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am. It was not, by any stretch of the definition, a call to assassination, and they know that.
I don't like Jimmy Kimmel at all. And I'm too old and get up too early to stay up that late to watch what he's got going on. I don't like him at all. But he shouldn't be fired. He didn't say this on Sunday morning or on late Saturday night. What Donald Trump's at odds with, he said before anything happened. There are a lot of people out there who are spewing real, honest to goodness hate speech. Like this, what's his name? Piker or whatever. The one that Summer Lee runs around with and campaigned with in Michigan. People like that. Right? Jimmy Kimmel is not of that ilk. What he said, it is what it is. Is it something that's in ill taste? Yeah, but he's a comedian. That's what he does. But I want to ask you at 866-391-1020, that's 866-391-1020, because it seems to be all the talk, all the rage, the conversation in the country today. Should Jimmy Kimmel be fired? Yes or no? I go for no. I work in this job, and the First Amendment, freedom of speech, all that stuff is very important to me. Now, firing him is much different than jailing him. ABC, Disney, whatever, they can get rid of him, kick him out the door, give him a pink slip, and the First Amendment really isn't applicable in all of this. I'm a champion of the First Amendment, though. Let him say what he wants to say. Can't jail him. But if it leads to his demise from a vocation standpoint, so be it. I'll say this, though. Every president in history has been lampooned and made fun of. Okay? If you're Trump, and I'm not advising Trump, if I were advising Trump, this is what I would advise. Let Kimmel keep going. Let him go. Let him keep roasting you. Let him step on the gas even more. You know why? If you play it right and you let this enemy form even stronger, what it does, the people on your side, they mobilize. The people on your side, they dig in even deeper, right? The people on your side, they want to have your back even more, and they stand against Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel should be fired because he sucks, because he's not funny, and his job is to be funny. Not because of this faux hate speech or speaking of someone getting killed. He didn't do that. He came out and what he said, and it made sense. I'm sorry that you and your president and everyone in that room on Saturday went through all of that. I really am. Just because no one got killed doesn't mean it wasn't traumatic and scary. And we should come together and be best. We really should. But if you want us to believe that a joke I made 3 days before this dinner had any effect on anything that happened, well, maybe you should look into this psychic lady too. And then he went into Caroline Leavitt and everything about shots fired from a week before. Look, if you do Jimmy Kimmel's job, and again, I don't think he's very good at it, But if you do Jimmy Kimmel's job, what's going to happen is he's going to fire on, pun intended, the president. That's what's going to happen. He's going to make fun of him. He's going to use him for fodder. He's going to be somebody who says things that are probably right up against the line, maybe even over the line. But the best play for Trump is let that guy be a Trump hater, right? At least I think so. Now, at 866-391-1020, that's 866-391-1020, I want to talk to the people who want Jimmy Kimmel to be fired. And I want to find out your true, honest-to-goodness rationale. This is all about a timeline. And the joke at the time wasn't even, well, out of line. It was 2 days before any such thing happened in Washington, D.C. So it feels like you just don't want anybody to say anything bad or ill or off-color about Donald Trump. Look, Donald Trump's a big boy, and this is the part I don't get. Donald Trump is a guy who stands against and speaks against and says incredible things about people all the time. If you're going to be that guy, and he is comfortable in that, or so I thought, if you're going to be that guy who fires on people, the strongest of strong darts, you got to be willing and ready to take it, especially when there's no correspondence between that and a shooting at the Washington Hilton. There just isn't. And Trump is smart enough to know that. When you're the person who talks the most mess, you got to be ready for somebody to talk that mess right back to you. That's why I don't understand Trump's tactic here. You're that person who stirs the pot, stirs the pot, stirs the pot. People are going to look for opportunities to throw it right back in your face. You know who likes you. You know who doesn't. It's very much established Jimmy Kimmel ain't on your team. Don't respond every time. Let him go. Have people mount up on your side. Fight the fight for you. Fly higher than that. This makes Trump look bad. It just does. There's no two ways about it. He doesn't need to, respond to every late night host who makes a joke about the president. You know why? Since the dawn of time, late night hosts have made jokes about presidents, no matter what side they were on. But I want to talk to you about this. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. I don't think Jimmy Kimmel's any good, but I don't think Jimmy Kimmel should be fired for this. Let's chat next. Again, 866-391-1020. Listen for that drive at 5. The story's driving the news every single day at 5. Brought to you by ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, with an exciting opportunity.
Normally, Larry, we offer $500 off any complete roofing and siding replacements. For our spring promotion, we're offering an additional $500 off.
Joe, that's $1,000.
That's right, Larry.
You better call today. The roofing experts, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 19th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day plus paid training. For more info and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I'm currently enveloped by nobody else in Pittsburgh is into this, but I'm currently enveloped by the war of words between Stephen A. Smith and every NASCAR driver out there, because Stephen A. Smith last week said NASCAR drivers are not athletes, and then they all push back about the G's they can pull and doing this and doing that and driving a car. And then Stephen A. Smith yesterday doubled down on it and got Denny Hamlin and Lewis Hamilton mixed up, which is hilarious if you're into this stuff. But I'm currently reading through all of it, and all the NASCAR drivers want to fight Stephen A. Smith, and Stephen A. Smith is just looking at all the NASCAR drivers going, I got you idiots right where I want you. You keep commenting on this, and I keep cashing in. Anyway, so that's my in-between segments reading. So there's that. Oh, and just a little bit. One of the most bizarre things happened to me today in the office, in office history. I was all by my lonesome. I was hoping Paul Alexander would bail me out. He was nowhere to be found, and so I had to deal with one of the most bizarre interactions in office history. But all's well that ends well, because everybody got fed. I'll explain in just a little bit. But back to this Kimmel stuff. Look, so Jimmy Kimmel responded after President Donald Trump demanded ABC fire Kimmel over jokes aimed at Melania. Now, Kimmel responded to both the president and the first lady, pretty much saying, yeah, I made a joke. Yeah, it was 2 days before the shooting. Yeah, it had nothing to do with the shooting. And you're a lunatic for thinking that one caused the other or one was about the other, and let's move on. Now, there is something to this, too. If I come on the air and I hammer and hammer and hammer and hammer the same person over and over and over again, or the same thing over and over and over and over again, peeing on the street downtown, it gets old. It just does. And people tune you out. Kimmel is right on the cusp of people tuning him out by virtue of his content. It's old. All he has left are the rah-rahs. People that go, rah, 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 we hate Trump too. That's why it's best for Trump to just disengage. Let this guy yell about me every single night. He's got no new material. The best play, again, like I said, for Trump is to just disengage. Dave's in Rankin. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
Not much. Dave, I gave a little bit more thought to your near miss after you hung up yesterday. That had to be a long car ride home.
Well, you know, it was to a point, but it was also vindication because I had a really crappy day bowling on Saturday. We bowled all 3 days. We were there Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, what else are you going to do in Cincinnati, you know?
It was actually a pretty cool place, and when we crossed over to
Northern
Indiana,
Kentucky
casino.
Oh,
it was pretty cool over there.
Oh, you went to Indiana or you went to Northern Kentucky?
Indiana. There's a place over there called it's the Hollywood Casino in
Rising Sun.
I can't. No, it was the Hollywood Casino.
No, in Rising Sun, Indiana.
No, I'm trying to think of it. Lawrenceburg.
Oh, Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Yes. Okay. Yes. Was it on a barge or was it a building?
No, it's a huge building. It was really a lot of fun. It was a beautiful place. But like I said, I vindicated myself by bowling what I bowled Sunday, so it worked out pretty well.
Gotcha. Anyway, I'm glad, though, that you got more positive than negative out of it. To bring people up to speed, Dave missed a 300 game, which would have been your what? What number 300?
40th.
It would have been his 40th, and it was in Cincinnati in a tournament, but he missed it by one strike. Yeah, he had to drive all the way home thinking about it. What about Jimmy Kimmel? Is he just I don't know. I might be off, but if I'm Trump, I let him go, and I let him continue to do this, and I just sail past it. But that's not how Trump is wired.
Exactly, and I'm with you. I just don't know how Kimmel and Colbert on the other network, I mean, it's all they talk about. And I just can't believe that people continue to pay to see these guys. I don't care what your political persuasion is, but like you said, when you beat the horse to death, I mean, on a nightly basis, I mean, how can people consistently be entertained by that?
That's the thing. And you're just, at some point, you're going to lose all the casuals. You're going to lose all the neutrals. You're certainly going to lose all the people on the other side. All you have left are the people who are rah, 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 rah on your side. And so when that happens, your ratings aren't going to stay where they are because you become oh so predictable, Dave. That's why if you're Trump, the only thing that Kimmel can win with is if he engages you and you go back and forth. That's kind of the only new material. So that's why, again, I would disengage, let him just yell into his silo, and then you come out on top.
Yeah, I just don't know when it happened where all these late night talk show hosts just chose to choose. Speak of politics nonstop, and they're all on one side. And it was never like that like 20, 30 years ago.
Well, and thank you for the call. I can understand if they want to get into the political game. And that has all changed. I get it. I understand it. Yeah, they're in the political game. You're right. But pick your spots, honestly. Maybe here, maybe there. Again, I don't watch it, but I do see a lot of the highlights on social media. And it feels like it's just disproportionately too much of the shows. It just is. I'll tell you what. I'm going to get into this in the 4 o'clock hour. Something I brought up yesterday on the show and put on social media absolutely took off overnight. I don't think I've had this many comments, this much feedback, this many people commenting, needing to comment, telling me what they would do about any topic in probably 6 months, 3-4 months at least. And I got to revisit it coming up at 4 o'clock. But there's so much more. Again, 866-391-1020. You know someone in your community who has done something extraordinary in the past year. Nominate them right now. KDKARadio.com to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event.
Is your roof ready for April rain? Call Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off all roofing materials with 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Plus, get free gutters with your new roof. Call now to schedule your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection from one of our experts. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-U-R-GENIUS. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water. Then stir it with a shovel.
Wow. You sound just like him.
Then he said.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, picture day, swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permission slips, dentist appointments, and the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. Sit tight, hon. I'll be right back. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Oh, wait. Since when are candles not on the baking aisle? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 66 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 2:30. I'm Paul Alexander. We're learning more about the murder-suicide overnight. Pennsylvania State Police say 25-year-old Madeline Spatafore was found shot multiple times inside a home in Seven Fields. The shooter, 26-year-old Ryan Hosso, was found dead from a single gunshot wound in a nearby wooded area. Northern Regional Police initially received a call from the suspect's parents after Hosso told them he had killed his wife and he was threatening to take his own. Union leaders and workers gathered at the United Steelworkers headquarters downtown this morning to mark Workers' Memorial Day. As Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has those details.
It's a day to remember workers killed or injured on the job. Labor Council President John Galuska says as the community grieves those lost to unsafe conditions, there's also a call to stand firm against threats to workplace health and safety.
We must defend hard one's safety and health protections and workers' rights from attacks. We must defend, demand increases in job safety and funding to write strong standards and for strong enforcement for all job safety laws. We must hold our elected officials accountable for any actions that weaken workers' rights to a safe job.
This year's message goes beyond remembrance. Organizers warn that potential cuts to federal safety agencies could increase the risk of injuries and deaths on the job. Tamara Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
Pittsburgh Public Schools' plan to close numerous school buildings needs more input. That's according to one advocacy group. This Radio KDKA's Rob Taylor has more.
Later today from 6 until 7:30, the organization 412 Justice will hold a community public listening session over Zoom. 412 Justice, an educational advocacy group, has been holding these sessions over the past month to give residents the ability to speak on any concerns they have about PPS's Future Ready Facilities Plan, which calls for schools like Manchester, Montessori, Fulton, Spring Hill, Morrow, and others to close. Today's session will focus on the fate of Manchester School, which is slated to close if PPS's plan goes through. 412 Justice plans to release a public report in May comprised of the findings from these community meetings. District's enrollment has been on the decline, now at just under 18,000 students. Rob Taylor, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is down 17 points, the NASDAQ down 251, the S&P 500 down 39. KDK Radio News Time is 2:32. Our next update is 3 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by University of Maryland Global Campus.
Do you feel the need to compete with your neighbor? You're not alone.
You know, they get a new pool. You want a new pool. They get a new car. You get a new car.
Financial planner Sherry Greco-Rikis says be yourself and be true to your values. It's not just good for your emotional well-being. Your wallet will thank you as well. The competition for stuff, she says, is a road to ruin.
You're going to end up increasing debt, especially credit card debt that you may never get out of.
I'm Rob Hart.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACK vacations.com.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life. Your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, Supervisor and Funeral Director. To keep the cost down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and delisandroltd.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds will try to break for some sunshine the rest of this afternoon. It will be a breezy afternoon with a shower in 1 or 2 spots, high 73. Partly to mostly cloudy tonight, low 54, and then some rain on the way tomorrow. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
888-663-911020. Hello to you. Margot's doing like training on the fly back there. They got something going on with the video. I believe they got it all figured out. But Margot, they're like 2 or 3 different people bursting in, bursting out of that place. Margot's sanctuary, which is the producer's studio. And she's like, just learned 5,000 different things in 12 minutes. And I believe she has it under control, as always. Also, as always, you can listen to us 100.1 FM AM 1020, KDKA, or on that Odyssey app, AUDACY. You can also watch us online. KDK's video stream. It's all presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com, click on Watch KDK Radio's live stream. YouTube page is how I like to consume our product, and you can check that out as well. I got a surprise before the hour's over. I got to check in with how something went last evening. You'll enjoy it too. So I was sitting at my desk, and I want your Kimmel v. Trump calls. I see all online people calling for Jimmy Kimmel's firing. Do you really feel that way? Really? Do you honestly feel that way? And what would merit him being fired? I don't like him. I don't watch his show. I don't really think he's all that entertaining. He must be talented if he keeps getting contracts. But I see all over social media, fire Jimmy Kimmel, fire Jimmy Kimmel. People backing the president and Melania. Okay, give me the meat to that. If you were his boss, you'd bring him in. Tell me exactly why he should be fired. Again, I don't like him. I don't think he should be canned. All right, sitting in my office, or not my office. I don't have an office. I have a desk. So I'm sitting at a desk not too long ago. I don't know, maybe 12:45 or so. And there's a person who works here, but they're like a corporate person, but they have an office here. So guy comes up to me, and I've never met him. I passed him in the hall a couple times. And he's kind of as white as a ghost. And I'm thinking, wow, is this guy going through a trauma? What's up? He looks at me, and he goes, "Hey, are you Bob?" And I go, "Nope. Sorry, I'm not Bob. Can I help you with anything, though?" And I'm the only one in the KDKA newsroom. And he says, I go, I haven't met you. I think he says, my name's Pete or Gary or something like that. That's how, I'm sorry, I don't remember it. But he says, there are pizzas that I have right here. And they were back on a ledge somewhere. And they're for Bob from KDKA. And I said, oh, maybe they got it wrong and they're for Bob Pompiani, who's working on the fan. Perhaps you want to pop your head into that office and see if Bob Pompiani ordered pizzas. I know sometimes him and Joe and Austin Bechtold, they all get pizzas maybe like once a week or some kind of takeout food, whatever. He looks dead at me and he goes, no, they're explicitly for KDKA. The person who gave them to me said. And I said, okay. And then he follows up with this. How do you meet this question, right? He looks right at me and he goes, are you sure you're not Bob? I said, yeah, I'm positive. And he said, then he followed up. He tripled down. Are you sure you didn't order pizza with the name Bob? And I go, man, I got to be honest with you. I'm not in this at all. I don't know. And I'm the only one in the newsroom. I'm looking around. I want Paul Alexander to save me. I want Andy Lindbergh to pop out of somewhere. I feel like I'm in a bit, like I'm at some skit, and I don't know how it's going to turn out. Are you sure you didn't order pizza with the name Bob? And I looked at the guy, and I said, look, man, I really wish I could help you. I don't know anything that's happening right now. I can't be helpful to you. And he, for the fourth time, he comes back and he goes, I don't know what I'm going to do. I have these 2 pizzas, and someone is obviously named Bob, or not, I guess it's not you. Like, he still thinks I'm yanking his chain. And he goes, I don't know what I'm going to do, but they're for Bob at KDK. And finally, I said to the guy, I go, hey, man, I know this, if I know anything about newsrooms. If you take those pizzas and you put them on this ledge right here, when people return and they make their way back to their desk from wherever they are, grabbing a drink of water, going to the restroom, running an errand, out on assignment, if you set that food down, people in this newsroom will vulture that food and eat it as soon as they get back. I just know my name's not Bob, and I have nothing to do with ordering any pizzas. So he put the pizzas down, and whoop, that's exactly what happened. Then we come to find out some guy named Bob, who calls Marty's show about granny cams or something, I think, had pizzas delivered here, and that's how it all played out. But, man, I felt I was in a warp for a second. I didn't know what was going on. I thought it felt like one of these HR tests in real life that you take on a computer. But here's a question for you at 866-391-1020. Do you have the willpower to walk past food that's really, really good, like Fiore's Pizza, and not eat it? Do you have that willpower? Because I did today. I'm proud of myself. A lot of times, and a lot of different people, they got to taste it just for the sake of tasting it. Not hungry, but, man, it's so good, you got to have it. I fought it, and I walked back. I can't make this up. I got 4 different cups of water and walked past that pizza 4 times. And I said, I don't need it, I don't need it, I don't need it. And I really pulled the upset today. I thought for sure, you know what, I'm going to give in. And it's not, I don't need to, I just didn't want to eat bad food today. I just didn't want to. But it's one of those things that if you put food out in an office, that's one of the most real things in this country, in this world probably, but certainly in this country. If you put food out in an office, it could be growing mold. It could be a month-and-a-half old cheese. It could be donuts from 6 days ago. Someone, if not multiple people, and this was none of that. This was fresh, great pizza. Someone will invariably pick it up and go, oh, who brought this in? And then you answer, I don't know, some guy that thought my name was Bob and then was mad it wasn't. You just answer that question, who brought this in? You say any name, make it up, they'll eat it. You could bring in, I mean, honestly, 15-day-old sandwiches. Lay them on a counter in an office in America. Every single office has at least one, if not multiple, employees who will stop by the food, even if they just ate lunch, look at the food and ask one question. Who brought this in? And then no matter what the answer is, they'll take at least one bite and maybe the whole thing. It's the only truism in every office in this country. 866-391-1020 is that number, 866-391-1020. Top of the hour. I noticed something on social media yesterday, and this person might be on to something about lack of communication. I'll explain in just a little bit. We'll hit news. Again, top of the hour. So much to get into. Right here, KDK.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey folks, it's Marty. Medicare can be confusing with all the rules, costs, and deadlines. Are you making the right choice for your future? Join MediConnect's free live webinars from the comfort of your home. No pressure, just clear, helpful information. Learn about Medicare, Parts A and B, how to avoid penalties, and if Medicare Advantage or Supplement is right for you. Get peace of mind. Register for the webinar by calling 888-818-6334. MediConnectInsurance.com. MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but we'll work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Are your glass shower doors past their prime, dated, tarnished, faded, or maybe just boring? Transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a customized glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online at boulevardglassandmetal.com. Simply pick a layout, answer a few questions, and send it. They'll get back to you with a price. Or call 412-621-1799.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
There's a new chief financial officer for PPG Industries. Jamie Beggs takes over for the retiring Vince Morales effective July 6th. Beggs was the CFO at material solutions provider Avient since August of 2020. Coca-Cola beat expectations for its latest quarter. Earnings per share came in at 86 cents with revenue of $12.47 billion. Now, volume in the North American segment for beverages was down 2.5% as consumers pushed back against higher prices. UPS beat in its latest results on the top and bottom line. Earnings per share came in at $1.07 with revenue of $21.2 billion, but domestic revenue was down 2.3% in the quarter, primarily connected to an unexpected decline in volume. And shares in Spotify are lowered today after mixed quarterly results. Revenue was better than expected, but total premium subscribers came in below estimates. I'm Dan Loney on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, and Margo, I got to talk to you in just a minute. I know you're busy in there, but I've got to talk to you in just a minute and find out some things. First, I want you to hear this real quick.
Dan, for 2 straight games now, your team's really been able to hunker down at the end of games and shut them down defensively. Just what can you say about your team's defensive work, especially in the third period these last 2 games?
Yeah, I think you saw it's, us giving up less there, in both the third periods, which, I think it's a credit to the group just being able to make sure in the tight games. I think it's important too, and I thought for the most part we did a good job too. You still want to make plays. Like, you don't want to just be throwing pucks away.
Hey, hunker down, chipping, mucking, grinding, all that. Hockey talk. That's Dan Muse, the Penguins coach. Now they go to a Game 6 in Philadelphia. But how about this? To my surprise last evening, so I make it home. I had to go to a meeting for something. Make it home. It's already the end of the first period or whatever. I check out social media, do a real quick zip around. I see Margot and her Instagram influencer friend at the game. Margot, you did not let people know beforehand you were going to the game. What happened here?
I sure did yesterday on the air. I said I'm going to the game.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Well, you weren't producing. That was the thing, though. Okay. You were doing news, so it was different. You weren't producing this show, so it wasn't the part that I heard. All right. Now, I then got a text from Ticket Nick, who was pretty upset with you because you got tickets from somebody else.
My friend bought the tickets from Ticketmaster. So.
Okay. Did you have a good time? It was your first playoff game, right?
Yeah, Penn's playoff game, or hockey playoff game, I will say. It was great. It was electric, and the fans were very excited. I love a high-stakes game.
Yes. What was the crowd like?
Very yinzer, very crazy, screaming their heads off. I loved it. That's the exact environment I want to be in.
It looked to be incredible on television. Real quick before you go back to people talking your ear off and doing all that stuff and training and stuff, because there's like all kinds of people in your studio. This Instagram influencer friend that you've been palling around with, I met her at home opener, and she was like, had so much energy. What's up with this girl? What's her story here?
She's a delight. She was my roommate in college. Well, one of my 6 roommates, but yeah, so we're college friends.
But she's getting a lot of traction on social media.
Yeah, she started posting about the Steelers, and now she gets a lot of traction, I guess, and views, and she's like, I'll buy your ticket if you record videos of me. So
what?
I'm going to do that.
Wait, what if they go to a Game 7? Is that deal still the same thing?
Well, I'll have to, I don't know.
Because it won't be cheap.
Yeah. Well, the tickets weren't bad. That's why she was like, I'll just get your ticket. Because we bought them in the middle of the game on Saturday.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you went. I'm glad you had a good time. Great stuff for you. Fantastic. 866-391-1020 is that number. Top of the hour. I saw something on social media, and it's something that I have to get into. Somebody is trying to make a cause and an effect. And that, to me, I don't know if it's a bridge too far or if it's something that absolutely fits like a glove. And I want to get into that in just a little bit. Again, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. How about this story?
You come out of college with $200,000 worth of debt, and your income doesn't go up any more than if you had not gone to those schools. That's not a good investment. So the fact that the market is finally starting to work and students and families are voting with their feet, that is good news.
Yep. To that point, colleges are closing.
If you're paying $40,000 or $50,000 a year into something, you come out of college with $200,000 worth of debt, and your income doesn't go up any more than if you had not gone to those schools. That's not a good investment.
Nope. Over 440 of the 1,700 private nonprofit four-year colleges are at risk of closure in the next decade. How about that? 440 of the 1,700 private nonprofit four-year colleges at risk of closing. And who you heard right there was Harvard economics professor Roland Fryer. He did that deep dive study, and he brought the numbers for you. There is no better time. Now, it's crazy because it's not always the same student pool, but it feels like there's no better time to go into the trades. But then again, people who are fighting to go to some of these private, nonprofit four-year colleges aren't generally the same people that you get from the same pool to go into the trades. Maybe they need to reevaluate some things, or maybe the whole college system needs to kind of have a gigantic referendum. College as we know it is ever evolving, or as we knew it. But the real thing to keep an eye on for me is where it's going to be in 15 years. How classes are going to be, how many colleges there are going to be, how many state institutions versus private institutions there are, what the curriculum's going to be, all of that. Because we've already seen a monumental shift, but where it goes from here is going to be super, super interesting. All right, top of the hour. I saw something on social media, and somebody tried to outline both cause and effect. I don't know if they're right or not, but I'm sure as heck going to talk about it. We'll take your calls as well. We'll hit news top of the hour, KDK.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps, or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Take advantage of our Mother's Day sale, which starts now. It's our best deal of the year. Save up to 60% off. Visit legacybox.com/radio, and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/radio for 60% off. Legacybox.com/radio.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 66 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 3 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. TrustPJ.com. We're learning more about the murder-suicide overnight. Pennsylvania State Police say 25-year-old Madeline Spatafor was shot multiple times inside a home in Seven Fields. The shooter, 26-year-old Ryan Hosso, was found dead from a single gunshot wound in a nearby wooded area. Northern Regional Police initially received a call from the suspect's parents after Hosso told them he had killed his wife and was threatening to take his own. The Allegheny County Homicide Unit is investigating the discovery of a body inside a home in Clairton. Clairton police say the body of an adult male was found inside a residence in the 400 block of 5th Street. Preliminary findings showed no obvious signs of foul play. It's unclear what circumstances led to the body being found. Anyone with information is asked to contact county police. Local bar owners are joining forces after a deadly shooting, announcing a unified effort to improve safety across their establishments. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has the details.
Following the April 18th shooting outside Club Elegance in Braddock that left one woman dead and 2 others critically injured, bar owners say they're taking action. Effective immediately, they formed a unified coalition, meeting monthly to coordinate safety strategies and keep their businesses operating responsibly. 15 bars are already participating, with more expected to join. Under the agreement, anyone who causes a disturbance or engages in violent or disruptive behavior at one location will be banned across all participating bars. Owners say the goal is to protect their community while supporting each other, calling the effort One Band, One Sound, and inviting others to join as they work to prevent future violence. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Today in Pittsburgh, workers and union leaders marked Workers' Memorial Day, urging stronger protections for those on the job. Bo Waddle of USW Local 1557 shared a personal account recalling being at the Clairton Coke Works during the deadly 2025 accident.
Just seeing everything put together, it hits home a lot for me. Being there that day and losing 2 of my brothers. Timothy Quinn, Steve Menifee. I want you to remember those names, along with my other brothers and sisters that might have been falling. There was somebody's son, somebody's father, my brother.
The ceremony honors workers lost over the past year, with the reading of names underscoring the risks many still face while on the job. City Council has given final approval to a resolution to shift money away from improvements in Bloomfield's Recreation Center. News Radio KDK's David Ballarado has more.
Councilmember Deb Gross was the one no vote, since money will be leaving her district and going to others for the remediation of condemned buildings. She said she understands the $400,000 needs to be spent soon.
These are federal funds, the Community Development Block Grant funds, that have a ticking timer on them that is coming to an end.
But with the Bloomfield pool, one of the most highly used in the city, Gross says at the neighborhood's heat, she plans to revisit the issue to find other sources in the budget to restore the $400,000. In other action, Council gave final approval to the necessary resolutions to accept the millions in donations from Pitt, the Pirates, and the Laborers Council to improve parks, ball fields, and public safety. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is down 32 points, the NASDAQ down 222, the S&P 500 down 36 points. KDK Sports, Pirates and Cardinals again tonight at PNC Park. First pitch at 6:40. KDK Radio News Time, 3:03. Right now, mostly cloudy and 66 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Starting a home improvement project? Before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, remember to call 811. Professionals from underground utilities like Peoples will mark your lines with flags so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 before you dig is free for homeowners. And it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an essential utilities company.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
Here we are, PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. I hope you have enough time to do traffic, considering you got all that stuff going on back there, Margot.
I'll make time. Looking at the major roadways, seeing your normal rush hour delays, especially on the Fort Duquesne Bridge as you make your way towards the Fort Pitt Bridge. The Parkway West outbound also looking at a few brake lights there through that bathtub region, and the Parkway East outbound is bumper to bumper starting from the Oakland on-ramp. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Breezy the rest of this afternoon with clouds and breaks of sun. There might be a stray shower, high 73. Partly to mostly cloudy tonight, low 54. And then a cool day tomorrow with periods of rain. Could be some ponding on roadways with a high of 62. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Here we go. Hello to you. It's getting dark out all of a sudden. Guess we're due for rain? I don't know. King Charles is arriving for his address to Congress. I couldn't be less interested. I'm sorry. It's neat that he's walking in, I guess. I don't know. What? You know what's a good question on top of this topic we're about to do? Why does any American have any fascination with the Royals? 866-391-1020. Why does any American care at all? I mean that. I don't. Maybe it's me and it's naivety. I don't understand. I don't get it. But whenever Prince Harry, this King Charles, back to Princess Diana, R.I.P., all that, whenever they come on TV, immediately off. Channel changed. I'd rather watch two drunk guys fish than watch anything about the Royals. So what's the fascination with them? I get it. Maybe if you're born there and you've emigrated here. But what is the fascination? Why do we care at all? Anyhow, I'd love for somebody to answer that and give me a clear. It doesn't even need to be concise. You can ramble if you like. But give me a clear answer as to why you have an interest. Even disproportionate to other world leaders, and they're ceremonial pretty much only. So why is that? That's always been strange to me. Anyhow, I do want to get into this, too, at 866-391-1020. So I saw a meme, and memes aren't always good for talk show fodder, but I thought in this case it actually was. There was a meme, and it was, here we go. Why do they care about the Kardashians? You tell me. I can't figure it out. It's kind of the same thing. Pretty good parallel. Anyway, there was a meme, and it wasn't even a meme. It was just a picture. It was a kid. He was about 9 or 10 years old, and he was at a fast food place, okay? And there were two people standing at the fast food place, and they were workers. They were behind the counter. And the 9 or 10-year-old kid was standing right by the counter, and he was punching in his order to a screen, okay? And what it was illustrating was this. You have two humans right there, but the way we go about it now, or the way he chose to, or both, is to punch the order into a screen as opposed to verbally walking up and saying, hey, I'd like a Big Mac and fries and an orange drink. But he punched it into a screen as they're both kind of staring at each other. And someone commented, it was a mom, somebody that I know. She said, and we wonder why kids have no confidence, can't carry on conversation, and struggle to talk to adults. That was her comment under the picture. Okay? We wonder why kids have, because I wrote it down as soon as I saw it. And we wonder why kids have no confidence, can't carry on conversations, and struggle to talk to adults. I want to talk to you about this at 866-391-1020. Are we our own worst enemy with technology? Is that an adequate thought that she had? Or is that one that you don't believe? Do we sacrifice personal communication and growth all because technology can make things faster, better, more streamlined? I looked at that picture then again, and I thought about this, and I thought about sort of forming this into a talk show topic. And I don't really I'll go to Sheetz or whatever every once in a while. My kids want that. There's no option to order and talk to somebody. But they have made the world something to where, you don't interact with humans as much. And it's not something that is that you want to do. It's just protocol. It's how it is. So we talk all the time about kids, and they kind of bury their face into their devices, or they don't know how to talk, or they don't know how to react, or they don't know how to carry on a conversation. And so often we blame kids, right? Oh, they got their face in their device. Oh, they don't know how to carry on a conversation. Oh, adults are aloof to them, and I don't get it. Well, they've grown up in a world where everything is a screen. So when you look at it, in our effort to make things easier, to introduce technology, to make it faster, quicker, have less humans involved in every process, seemingly. When you go to a restaurant, when you go to the airport, when you're at school, is it just that they're not interacting with as many humans and they're more comfortable doing this? And so while we go and we blame them as adults, and we do it all the time, they don't know how to talk to people. They don't have confidence, as this mom put it. They don't know how to interact with others. Well, they didn't create the world either, right? We've created this world that we've tried to make more streamlined, that we've tried to make quicker, that we tried to make more expeditious. And then this is just the offshoot of that. It really made me stop and think when I saw this picture on social media yesterday. I went, that's an interesting way to look at it. Because now we're at the point where these kids are 10, 12 years old. They've never known a world without screens, with personal communication being the number one interaction tool. It's been, I communicate with a device. Rich is in New Kent. Hi, Rich.
Totally agree. My grandkids and everybody else's grandkids now, my kids. But I'm just saying, totally agree that when you come up to order something at a restaurant, like at a drive-through, it's like you order it, and I'm trying to encourage them to order it. No. And it's not their fault. It isn't. You're right. They've grown up in this world. They can't go more than like a few blocks from the house, if that. So they don't have the interaction skills. You get on an elevator, nobody talks anymore. You go anywhere else, nobody talks. Nobody talks to the servers. You give them the order. That's it. There's no dialogue usually. And if they do, people nowadays, when you do start dialogue with a younger person, they look at you like you're the strange person. My grandkids and my kids, but why'd you talk to that person? Why'd you say hi to that person? And the interaction skills are gone. You're right.
Right. They are gone. And everybody can agree to that. And that's a great point. And we all the time blame the youngsters, which might not be far off, but we are the adults that created a world that made them, in some ways, utilize all these screens. That's the part that's interesting to me, Rich.
And like I said, you try to encourage them to, and they don't even know where to start to have a conversation with people,
Yes. It made me stop. Very few times when I'm on social media and I look through it and I check my email or go to check my accounts or whatever, do I stop and think deeper about a meme, about a post, about something like that? Normally, and that's how it's made to be. It's supposed to be. You're supposed to check it out, move on, bang to the next thing. I really pondered that last night as I was looking at it. I went, wow, you know what? That's a really good point. They're just a product of this environment. The adults are the ones who made it, and then they wonder why kids can't interact. I'll take your calls next. Stay on hold. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Margot, we've got some traffic, I believe. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Alrighty, thanks, Colin. Looking at the major roadways, not seeing many changes besides your normal rush hour delays. On the inbound side of the Parkway West, it slows you down around the bottom of Green Tree Hill. The Parkway East outbound is bumper to bumper starting from the Oakland on-ramp, and both sides through the Liberty Tunnel will slow you down as well. Put AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The day you retire, everything changes. Risk feels different. Income matters more. Mistakes cost more, and recovery time gets shorter. Secure Money Advisors works with families preparing for retirement by focusing on income, taxes, health care, and legacy planning in one comprehensive strategy. Claim your complimentary copy today at righttrackbook.com. That's righttrackbook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Why deal with crowded hotels and packed pools when you can have the whole place to yourself? At SWAC Vacation Rentals, some homes come with private lazy rivers, indoor pools, massive game rooms, and outdoor kitchens built for the whole crew. These aren't hotel rooms, they're private vacation playgrounds, managed by us, cared for by us, and ready when you arrive. And when you book direct, you keep more of your vacation budget where it belongs, with you. Find your unforgettable stay at SWAC. SWACK Vacations.com. That's SWACVacations.com.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. It's time. Let Zero Res help refresh your home with clean carpets, fresh floors, and improved air quality. Check out all the raving reviews online. 4.9 Google rating. This week, get one room of carpet cleaned, get another room cleaned free. Unlimited rooms. Call 412-701-1188 or go online at ZeroResPGH.com. Make sure you ask for the KDKA special.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Amazon Business. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
King Charles delivers address to Congress. I mean this. I'm not being facetious. Why do I care what this guy has to say? Is he going to say anything enlightening? I don't. Congress don't they have more important things to do than listen to King Charles? Maybe I'm out of line, and if so, tell me. But what does this old wonk, what has he got to tell us that makes any sense at all? Really. I have no idea some of America's fascination with the Royals or the former Royals or anybody involved. I have much more interest in the Kansas City Royals than I ever would with any of these Royals. All right, back to this topic. 866-391-1020, kids and screens. It was a fascinating post that I saw on social media last night where a lady wrote, and it was a kid ordering at a fast food restaurant on a screen when there were humans right there, because that was the way he was supposed to order. In so much, I think the mom was saying, hey, it's not all our fault as parents. It's the world they live in. And we wonder why kids, this is what she said, have no confidence, can't carry on conversations, and struggle to talk to adults. So often we blame upbringing, we blame parents who throw screens at them, we blame parents who don't make them go out and play, and those are all fair points to a point. But I think she was illustrating something that it's not just at home. They live in a world where technology has 100% taken over, and how do you avoid that? Natalie's in North Hills. Hi, Natalie.
Hey, how you doing today?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
I can't really say that I agree with her. I feel like it's an exposure thing. I know I've exposed my kids to talking for themselves. A lot of parents talk for their children rather than giving them the opportunity to talk. My son, he rides his bike. He gets on it and he goes. He has to have a location on his phone. But when I was a kid, you knew when the lights went on the street, you better get home, right? So I feel like it's an exposure thing. Ordering at that kiosk, what's the big deal? That's the way it is. They might get your order more accurate if you do it yourself, because sometimes kids don't hear that work there. I don't know. That's just my thoughts, Colin.
No, thank you for the call. I do think there's a disconnect with talking to adults, with solving problems in particular, in that it's why people can't disagree as much anymore, and they resort to violence so quickly. They don't have the social skills that we did, and they can't agree to disagree. It goes from 0 miles an hour to 9,000 miles an hour without figuring it out. I do think there's something true there with their lack of interpersonal communication. Carl's in Glenshaw. Hi, Carl.
Yeah, to call in a first-time caller. And I just was same thing, I think, with texting. People don't call with the phones anymore. Everybody texts us.
I was thinking about, it's funny you say this, Carl. I was thinking about something when I was really little at my grandparents' house. Not only did they have a phone with a cord on it, they had those benches. They had a bench that was like a half bench, and then the phone sat on it. A designated place kind of in the hallway where you went and sat and talked on the phone, which is crazy. My kids would not even know what in the world was happening if I showed them that. I mean, seriously, you remember it had like a little bench, and then it had places for phone books underneath the little sort of the place that you sat, and then you sat the phone on top.
Yeah. Hey, did you mention a trip to Arizona coming in the fall?
Paul did. Check it out on our website. Yes.
Okay. Well, I spend my winters in Arizona, in Scottsdale.
Oh? Let me ask you something. I was just out there not too long ago. And we started from there. I did the whole Grand Canyon. I went rim to rim with some buddies in a day. Have you been in the driverless taxis in Scottsdale?
Yes.
I think they're pretty cool, don't you?
Oh, yeah. I was wondering if they'll ever come here.
Well, they're testing them right now.
Yeah, I know. It's a lot different because of all the hills and turns here compared to, it's mostly flat down there. So, yeah, they're all over the place.
I agree. Yeah. The spot in Scottsdale's Dominic's. That's my spot.
Yeah, and this last year, for the first time other than the Grand Canyon in Sedona, we went to Antelope Canyon.
Yeah, what happens there?
Oh, it's fantastic. It's unbelievable. Google it. It is amazing. It's up near the Utah border, near the town called Page. And that's where the Colorado River makes that horseshoe bend right near in the same area. And it's really, really something to see.
Oh, see, when I was up there, I'm trying to think of the town. We were there right before the fire, okay? And so it was like we just barely made it. But we were up by, what is that? Is there like not Fredonia. Fredonia. We were by like Fredonia and Colorado City. You know where that is? Yeah, that's where we were. But you know what astounded me, Carl? When you go up from Scottsdale towards that north rim of the Grand Canyon, those pull-offs, and they're for trucks to put their chains on in the winter. That's how much snow they get up there.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. This was a bad winter. They didn't get much snow. We had 80-degree temperatures in January, and that's unusual.
Geez, seems like it. Well, enjoy your travels. Man, I don't know how we got there, but Carl, first-time caller, appreciate it, as always. 866-391-1020. I saw something on television last night, it is accepted that you do this, expected even that you do this. And the whole world has sort of made this pact. This is how you're supposed to behave. It's the same way I would behave. Same thing I would do. But do you have to act like this? Again, I would choose to go along with the whole world. But they chose to vilify one person because he didn't go along with it. He didn't break any laws. He didn't break any rules. He didn't break any protocol of the place he was in. It's just one of those unwritten rules. How much should this person be vilified? I'll explain the situation in just a moment. But many of us have probably been in this situation or been right in the middle of it and seen it. And I want to run it past you in just a moment. 866-391-1020 is that number. Listen for The Drive at 5. The story's driving the news every single day at 5. It's all brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. News, bottom of the hour, KDKA.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Dreaming of your next getaway? AAA Travel makes it easy with a wide variety of vacation options, from exciting cruises and guided tours to relaxing, all-inclusive resorts. Want to skip the airport? Ask about their no-fly cruises. Just hop on a comfortable motor coach from the Pittsburgh area to nearby ports like New York or New Jersey. Then set sail stress-free. No flying, no driving, just vacation. Visit your local AAA office or call 1-800-354-8761 to start planning today.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Are your bad feet making you grumpy all day like Dan was?
I was born with a sunny disposition, but I had so much knee pain and foot pain. I wasn't that way anymore. I didn't know what to do. But then I'm driving down the street one day and my knee's hurting, and I see a Good Feet store. I thought, what do I have to lose?
Good Feet arch supports aren't just a cushion or a flimsy shoe insert. We have a system of arch supports designed to create better alignment for all 4 of your foot's arches. And the only place to get the Good Feet system is at the Good Feet store.
Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, I just went back to being my happy self again. My wife noticed it, my friends noticed it, even my dog noticed it. I just wish that I'd found Good Feet 20 or 30 years ago. I've got my Sunny back.
Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 66 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 3:30. I'm Paul Alexander. City Council today gave final approval to a number of measures, including agreeing to move $400,000 that had been meant for recreational facility improvements in Bloomfield to removing condemned buildings across the city. The reallocation came because a federal grant would otherwise expire. But Councilmember Deb Gross, who cast the 1-no vote, says she plans to revisit the issue.
But it's our goal as a neighborhood to find and restore the $400,000 from other parts of the city budget. So I will be talking more about this with the administration and my colleagues here at council.
Gross said it's very heartbreaking to see money moved out of Bloomfield and going into other districts. Health officials are warning about a growing concern involving common stomach infection that's becoming tougher to treat. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush has the details.
The CDC says antibiotic resistance is driving that concern. A new report finds extensively drug-resistant Shigella made up about 9% of infections in 2023, up from 0 in 2011. While most cases still clear without medication, more severe infections can lead to hospitalization and may require IV antibiotics when standard drugs fail. Health experts say the trend reflects a broader rise in antibiotic resistance that could limit treatment options across a range of illnesses. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
3 Smoky Bones locations have closed as of Tuesday. Locations in Tarentum, Cranberry Township, and Greensburg were all closed. According to multiple posts on social media, the locations closed abruptly and employees were given very little, if any, notice. The Robinson Township Smoky Bones location closed down back in January. The owner of the chain Twin Hospitality Group also owns Twin Peaks. It's located close to the Robinson Smoky Bones. We have reached out for comment, have not heard back. The Smoky Bones in Erie also closed today. A new movie is juicing music sales. CBS's Deborah Rodriguez explains.
It's not just box office.
You know what I'm after? You want to be the biggest star in the world.
Days after the new Michael Jackson movie debuted, Luminate reports a 95% jump in MJ music streams compared to the week before. Despite negative reviews, the film, starring Jackson's nephew Jafar, racked up $97 million in its opening weekend in the U.S. and Canada. That's a record for a biopic. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
On Wall Street, the Dow is down 38 points, the NASDAQ down 204, the S&P 500 down 33 points. KDK Radio News Time, 3:32. Our next update is 4 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble?
Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay, calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry, I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SCHEV.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
There we go. Margot's got a traffic update for you. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margot.
All righty. Thanks, Colin. Taking a look at the major roadways. Seeing some congestion on the Parkway East outbound. That starts your brake lights right around the bend at Bates as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Also, the outbound side of the Parkway West is giving you some problems through that bathtub region, and both sides of the Liberty Tunnel will back you up as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds will try to break for some sunshine the rest of this afternoon. It will be a breezy afternoon with a shower in 1 or 2 spots, high 73. Partly to mostly cloudy tonight, low 54, and then some rain on the way tomorrow. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hello to you, 3:36 on your Tuesday afternoon. Ever growing clouds out there. It's King Charles, Chaz. He's still talking. What's he saying? I don't know. And they're carrying it live on NBC. People are clapping. They're excited. Maybe it is prophetic. I don't know. Only because the Royals don't speak at Capitol Hill all that much. Like, what's it been, 35 years or something? I don't know. I'm lost. Maybe I'm naive. Maybe I'm dumb. Don't discount that. But I just don't get it. Somebody fill me in, please. Preferably an expat. Maybe somebody who was, born in England. Let me know why I'm supposed to be in tune to this and why it's important. I'd love to know that because I'm all about learning. Every day I live, I want to learn something more and more and more. So let me know that. All right. Here's something I do know about a little bit. And this is not really a sports thing. It's more of a social quandary. I love social quandary talk at 866-391-1020. So, baseball game last night. Viral video. All of this. Guy is there. He's, 30s. He's getting a bunch of heat because there was a home run. And it was Cleveland and Tampa were playing. It was in Cleveland. Ball is hit. Home run. He's a Cleveland fan. There's Tampa. They're the away team. There's a young girl. 7 years old. She goes to go get the ball. He goes to go get the ball. He grabs the home run ball. He keeps it. Grabs it as they're both sort of jockeying for it. No physical contacts made. He just scoops it up. Now, the camera catches this moment. People are furious. Okay? Because the unwritten rule at a ballpark is you're supposed to give the ball to a youngster. Now, I wouldn't be in that position. Unless the ball is hit directly to me, I'm not moving for it. It's a $2 baseball. I'm not going and getting it. Now, if it's one of those ones that's going to head it for Cooperstown or something that you can cash in on, maybe I'm giving a little bit more of an effort. Anyway, this guy is booed to high heavens. Everybody's out against him on the internet. Immediately on social media, he is vilified. Now, I wouldn't take it that far. If I'm going to make that effort, it is what it is. I'd probably if it lands in my lap and I'm with my kids, I'm giving it to my kids. If I'm not, I'm giving it to probably a kid nearby. Okay? Now, his claim is innings later, he did give it to her after he realized the whole world was out against him, and they also made his identity known on social media, which is crazy. That being said, here's the flip side of it at 866-391-1020. It's an unwritten rule that he's supposed to. What if he collects baseballs? Again, I'm not saying he's right, but I'm thinking about this. People pay good money for seats. Not at all would be my behavior. Not at all would be what I do. We have now evolved into... Now, it's one thing if he pushes a kid out of the way. If he jumps in front of a kid. If he elbows a kid. Then I'm all for, street justice. If it's simply a person, I don't care what age they are. Look, I think you're weird if you go run for a baseball, but weird it shouldn't get you doxxed. If you're running for a baseball and there's another kid who's running for a baseball and you get there before that kid does, that makes you a weirdo. It just does. But nobody knows your story. You might be somebody who has 99 foul balls and you're trying to get your 100th, and it would mean something for you. You might be somebody who has a kid at home and they're not there, and you want to get that ball to give to that kid. You might be somebody who has a connection to the person who hit that home run, and you want to grab it so you can give it to them after the game. Or they might just be your favorite player, and you might try to send it in to them and have them sign it and say, hey, I got the ball that you hit against the Tampa Bay Rays on the 27th day of April, 2026, and it was the one game that I went to because I live in Bogota. Who knows, right? But we've gone so far as to vilifying somebody that we see. Look, again, it's not the way I would behave. And even more so, all bets are off if you push a kid out of the way or if you jump in front of a kid as a ball is coming down, or if you're one of these weirdos that collects 9 million balls at batting practice. They don't even let you in for batting practice anymore. But I did find it a bit off-putting. I did. And then you had the announcer, or excuse me, you had the guy who is the on-field announcer or on-field commentator, whatever, the third person on the broadcast from Tampa. Get a couple balls from the dugout, go all the way into the outfield, give them to this girl before the guy passed the ball over to her. Give them to this girl, make a story out of it, and she went from crying to smiling, and then they had a nice vignette for their Tampa Bay broadcast. But it is strange to me that the onus is on the adult. And again, I would hand it over. But the onus is on them straight away to, if you catch a foul ball at a game and you're by yourself, or if it's bouncing around up the steps and a kid's running for it, you have to immediately hand them the ball. It's not just an unwritten rule anymore. It's one of those, there are cameras everywhere, it's expected that you do it, and if you don't, you're a total scumbag. We've gone too far, I think, to telling other people what they have to do just because we would do it. And so that guy yesterday, in a matter of 15 minutes, they put his name out there, they put where he worked out there, they put his picture out there, and they forced him into doing something maybe he wanted to do, maybe he didn't. But he didn't break any rules or laws. And then the girl ends up leaving with 3 baseballs. 2 compassionate baseballs from the Tampa Bay Rays that the broadcaster brought out, and 1 that she ended up getting the ball anyway that she was running for because everybody smashed the dude on social media, and he closed all his social media accounts because he was tired of people coming at him. It's a weird world. The things that we pick and choose are super important, and the people who we pick and choose to vilify. Anyway, it's all over all the social medias today. And it's an interesting story. And on the surface, everybody thinks the guy's the worst guy in the world. It's not the behaviors I would have been involved in. But I think you kind of got to see if there's more to it. Or you just shrug your shoulders and go, he wants to be like that. Let him be like that. All right, top of the hour. I have to revisit something from yesterday. There was, I'm telling you, I got more feedback overnight than anything that I've talked about for at least 3 or 4 months or so. And we will get back into Trump v. Jimmy Kimmel. We'll talk about that. Traffic time now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. It looks like there's an accident on the turnpike. That's right around mile marker 53, and that's when you're heading eastbound. So it is causing some pile up on the turnpike. Looking at the other major roadways, 28 outbound starting to see a bit of congestion as you make your way towards the 31st Street Bridge. The Parkway East outbound is bumper to bumper starting from the Oakland on-ramp. And the Parkway West outbound is continuing to give you some problems backing you up from 2nd Avenue. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspinwall was amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, and superior craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO and appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Kid Rock, a celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour, the road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th at the Pavilion at Star Lake. The American Badass, Kid Rock, with John Party.
Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown tonight.
Get tickets now at livenation.com. The ultimate American party, Kid Rock.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. it finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, top of the hour. I talked about something yesterday, and then I often sort of cross-pollinate. So I'll talk about something, then I'll put it on social media. When I put it on social media, it got feedback that I never anticipated. It got so much. I woke up today, I checked it out, and then it's continuing even right now. It blew me away. It also kind of called me out. And I think I need to explain. That's coming up at 4 o'clock just in a little bit. 5 o'clock, Jeff Hathorn. We like to check in with our sports director here and there, and we'll do that coming up just past 5 o'clock because, well, the Penguins are in a really interesting spot. And also, there is Aaron Rodgers news. There sure is. And we'll get back into Kimmel v. Trump as there's an evolution in the story that I see just breaking right now. How about this? We'll talk about this in the 4 o'clock hour. This is crazy. The FCC plans an early review of Disney's broadcast licenses for the ABC stations it owns. The review is part of the investigation initiated by FCC Chairman Brendan Carr into Disney's diversity, equity, and inclusion practices. And the move comes after President Trump demanded ABC fire Jimmy Kimmel. So there is that. We'll dive into that full bore in the 4 o'clock hour. A little later in the 4 o'clock hour, but we talked to Jeff in Cranberry right now. Hi, Jeff.
Good afternoon, Colin. I think it's ironic how the family and the president said that Bob Reiner, it's good he's dead, comments about all this stuff. I mean, it was a joke, number one, but it's ironic. I mean, I just don't get it, how anyone could see it any differently. I mean, what this guy's comment about other dead people, and when someone else says something not so bad as he did, he wants to fire them?
Well, here's the difference. And look, I think Trump should let Jimmy Kimmel be, and Jimmy Kimmel's not going to change, and Jimmy Kimmel goes to the same well every time, and he gets old. Like, I don't think Jimmy Kimmel should be fired. I don't think Jimmy Kimmel's any good either. So there's that. The difference that Trump will try to spin to you, and he's not inaccurate here, is this. Those other people died. People are actively trying to murder him.
I don't disagree with that, but he did the same thing over Charlie Kirk stuff when anyone said anything negative. The Republicans did the same thing. I mean,
again,
I'm embarrassed to be a Republican anymore.
Again, let me stop you. I'm not saying this is my argument. I'm saying it's Donald Trump's, and he's not inaccurate. Those other people you cite died. The people you cite, i.e., what happened at the Washington Hilton, what happened to Charlie Kirk, people actively or satisfactorily are trying to or did murder them. Those are two different things.
I don't think so. I just think we all.
Well, no, that can't be argued. Some people got murdered and some people just died of different causes. And I think
agree with that, but it's still not a good reason for the President of the United States to act like an idiot.
I agree with you there. But his point is a flimsy one, albeit his point has merit in that if he would come out and say harmful rhetoric, hateful rhetoric to where it is inflammatory, feels like it empowers people to shoot guns at people like me and Charlie Kirk, I think he might be okay. But he doesn't do that because he doesn't know how to frame his words right.
And it has no merit because it happened before. Kimball did it before this happened. We got to focus on that.
Oh, no, I understand that. It happened on... Did you listen to the first hour of the show?
Oh, yes, I did.
Right. I said that about 13 times.
I know you did.
Right.
I mean, that changes everything. The whole argument changes over that. To me.
100%. Jimmy Kimmel isn't some soothsayer. He didn't look into a crystal ball, and what he said on Thursday didn't come to fruition on Saturday. And it'd be a whole different conversation if Jimmy Kimmel would have said this on Sunday morning or last night. So that's why there's no way in the world he should even be reprimanded. He shouldn't be called on the carpet. He shouldn't he definitely shouldn't be fired. I'll get into it a little bit deeper later in the 4 o'clock hour. Trump just doesn't I'll tell you Trump's tactic, and we'll get back into it again. Trump should just let Jimmy Kimmel talk, instead of keep giving him material. Like, Jimmy Kimmel's kind of crazy like a fox here. He knows if he keeps poking him, he keeps saying things, he keeps bringing up his name, Trump doesn't have it in him to ignore him. So what he's going to do is engage. And you know who ends up winning? Jimmy Kimmel. Because it gives eyes on his show, it gets people to tune in, all that. If he would just keep yelling into a silo about Donald Trump and Trump wouldn't engage, then Jimmy Kimmel becomes a one-trick pony that nobody really pays attention to. That's the play if you're Trump. Let him be. All right, top of the hour. I was blown away at the amount of feedback I got on one topic yesterday, particularly as it rolled into social media overnight. I'll explain. News first. KDK.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Is your roof ready for April rain? Call Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off all roofing materials with 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Plus, get free gutters with your new roof. Call now to schedule your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection from one of our experts. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-U-R-GENIUS. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mirafiber gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mirafiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
30, time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on May 5th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 66 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by the elder law attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Safeguard your assets and ensure your wishes are honored. We're learning more about the murder-suicide overnight. Pennsylvania State Police say 25-year-old Madeline Spatafor was found shot multiple times inside a home in Seven Fields. The shooter, 26-year-old Ryan Hasso, was found dead from a single gunshot wound in a nearby wooded area. Northern Regional Police initially received a call from the suspect's parents after Hasso told them he had killed his wife and was threatening to take his own. The Allegheny County Homicide Unit is investigating the discovery of a body inside a home in Clairton. Clairton police say the body of an adult male was found inside a residence on the 400 block of 5th Street. Preliminary findings showed no obvious signs of foul play. It's unclear what circumstances led to the body being found. Anyone with information is asked to contact county police. A vigil was held Monday evening for a 9-year-old boy who died after being struck by a vehicle on Friday. Thurman Wallace Jr., a third grader at Rochester Area Elementary School in Beaver County. A truck, police say, was driven by 53-year-old Thomas Cole, struck Wallace at Pennsylvania Avenue at Laycock Street Friday afternoon. Cole is being charged with homicide by vehicle while driving under the influence. Local bar owners are joining forces after a deadly shooting, announcing a unified effort to improve safety across their establishments. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has the details.
Following the April 18th shooting outside Club Elegance in Braddock that left one woman dead and 2 others critically injured, bar owners say they're taking action. Effective immediately, they formed a unified coalition meeting monthly to coordinate safety strategies and keep their businesses operating responsibly. 15 bars are already participating, with more expected to join. Under the agreement, anyone who causes a disturbance or engages in violent or disruptive behavior at one location will be banned across all participating bars. Owners say the goal is to protect their community while supporting each other, calling the effort One Band, One Sound, and inviting others to join as they work to prevent future violence. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Pittsburgh Public Schools plan to close numerous school buildings, needs more input, according to one advocacy group. News Radio KDKA's Rob Taylor has more.
Later today from 6 until 7:30, the organization 412 Justice will hold a community public listening session over Zoom. 412 Justice, an educational advocacy group, has been holding these sessions over the past month to give residents the ability to speak on any concerns they have about PPS's Future Ready Facilities Plan, which calls for schools like Manchester, Montessori, Fulton, Spring Hill, Morrow, and others to close. Today's session will focus on the fate of Manchester School, which is slated to close if PPS's plan goes through. 412 Justice plans to release a public report in May comprised of the findings from these community meetings. District's enrollment has been on the decline, now at just under 18,000 students. Rob Taylor, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 44 points, and Nasdaq down 210. The S&P 500 down 34 points. KDK Sports, Pirates host the Cardinals again tonight at PNC Park. First pitch at 6:40. KDK Radio News Time, 4:03. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the right health insurance plan that can save you thousands. Right now, it's mostly cloudy and 66 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA traffic and AccuWeather together next.
So, the best food in this area is in Oakmont right now. The Lot at Edgewater, the Pub at 333, Hofstadt's, Michael A's, Vinny's Tavern, and the place that started it all, Carnivores. I'm telling you, folks, I've eaten at all of them. And my man J.K., the Oakmont Restaurant King, delivers nothing but the best. Oakmont, the best food, the best community. Check it out.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margot.
All righty. Thanks, Colin. taking a look at the major roadways, seeing some congestion on the Parkway East and West outbound as you make your way towards those tunnels. Also looking at a few accidents. So we're looking at an accident on the 1200 block of Chartiers Avenue in McKees Rocks. Also on Frankstown Road and Robinson Boulevard in Penn Hills. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be a bit of a breeze through the rest of this afternoon with clouds and breaks of sun. There might be a stray shower, high 73. Partly to mostly cloudy tonight, low 54, and then cooler tomorrow with periods of rain, high 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You've heard the news. Now talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, we'll get into Trump v. Jimmy Kimmel a little later on. Jeff Hathorn, an hour from now. I just got this from the Department of Justice, U.S. Attorney. I can't read. I got to open in this new tab because my eyes are terrible. So, a Honduras citizen illegally residing in Wilkinsburg has been indicted by a federal grand jury on a charge of illegal reentry of a removed alien. So follow me on that so far. He was already sent out of this country and he came back illegally. But wait, there's more. It's a fella named Ever Antonio Serrato Orlano, and he's 41. So, get this. According to the indictment, June 29, 2025, this fellow was found in the United States after having been previously deported and removed on 5 separate occasions between 2010 and 2016. They encountered this guy following the defendant's arrest by the Wilkinsburg police when they charged him with 5 counts of luring a child into a motor vehicle or structure and 1 count of impersonating a public servant. He attempted to lure a group of children into a Wilkinsburg residence. When the children tried to ride away on their bikes, he chased them, claiming he was a police officer. Okay? He's been in the country illegally 6 times. Let me remind you of something. The Wilkinsburg mayor was among the first in our country to say he wasn't going to cooperate with ICE. Not in the greater Pittsburgh area, not in Allegheny County, not in the Commonwealth, not on the East Coast or in this part of the country. In the country, in totality, the Wilkinsburg mayor was among the first to publicly exclaim he wasn't going to cooperate with ICE. Where'd that get you, pal? Where'd it get you? You want to go answer the people who were in charge of the kids that almost got lured into a structure by somebody who was illegally here 6 times? Or are you just going to take your L and act like it didn't happen? But ICE is the bad guy, right? Again, another case of ICE being the terrible people. Go to your rally, call one hood, stand up there on Grant Street at the top of the steps and yell and scream a bunch of nonsense while I live in the real world. Goofballs. Anyway, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. I want to get into this because this is really interesting to me. So yesterday I talked about this, albeit very briefly, but I talked about this. So here we go. And I posted about it online after I talked about it. So I went to my daughter's high school musical on Friday night. There was a mom, there was a 13-year-old girl in front of me. There was a clear announcement. No cell phones. Put them away. Okay? The whole time, this about 13-year-old girl had her phone. Not only had it, it was like I shot high, the row in front of me. Forward and to the left, not back and to the left. Forward and to the left of me. But it was in between, so I could just see it, right? She had it like shoulder height, and the screen was bright white. So it offered this glare, making it tough for me to see. And her mom was sitting right next to her. Okay? Now, it was the whole time. She was on Snapchat. She was texting. She was on Instagram. How do I know this? It was the row in front of me, and it was bright white, and she was scrolling and texting and doing all this. She was hunched down in her seat, but like holding her phone up at like eye height. Well, her mom said 0 to her. I didn't either, even though it totally impeded me watching the show. But it was bothersome, it was rude, and it was against the rules. And I posted on social media, should I have said something? I'm kind of mad I didn't, but I'm also just wondering if I should have said something. I got a bunch of feedback. And most of it, well, some of it, I expected. Yes, you should have said something. I would have said something. You know what I didn't expect? And this was about 25% of the feedback. You're such a wuss. You're a pansy. Take the skirt off. Why are you such a simp? You were in a position to be a man and you couldn't be one. That was some of the, and honestly, it was probably, and I'm not making this up, about 1/4 of the feedback. You failed yourself. You talk tough, but you were in a position to be tough, and you weren't. And I'm looking at this feedback going, situationally, the dynamic's interesting. There's 2 women. One's 13-year-old girl, one's a woman. If I entangle myself in that situation, who knows what happens and how I'm twisted into the bad guy. Here comes Johnny Tough Guy saying something to 2 women. And this is where society is, though, now. Because we can't govern ourselves, you're put in these kind of spots. And I thought about all this stuff when I was thinking about saying something to this mom or this girl. There's a guy that is going to potentially not even get in a confrontation, but just say something to 2 women. You don't win then. If they want to cry foul, you lose. If they want to say you're a bully, you lose. That was my first thought. The second is this. I'm not Taylor Swift. I'm not Sidney Crosby. I'm not some big famous guy. I do get recognized every day. Somebody will say, hey, I like your show. Or, hey, your kid's funny on social media when he does those reviews. That's the reality of it. It's not mobbed like the Beatles at Dodger Stadium or whatever. But every single day, somebody will say something. So there's a recognizability quotient. And by virtue and extension of that, if I say something even like, hey, you think you can put your phone away? You know what happens? And it spreads like wildfire on the internet? That guy on the radio's a jerk. You know what he said to me at the High School Musical? He said, put your radio or put your phone down and shove it up your... And I would have said nothing like that. But I don't have the energy to counter that. So that's why I chose to kind of say, man, I got to pick my battle here. And I've also found out in this exercise how many people talk and say things, and that it would be interesting to see what would happen if they were actually in that position. But it gets back to this. The common denominator is this. We've lost the ability to govern ourselves, and we don't care. So many people just don't care to inconvenience others. That's how they are. 100%. They fly how they want to fly, and they don't care that they bore through other people. Straight through them. And that's weird. But I do want to ask you, because I got so much feedback, what would you have done? And I mean it, not just say it. What would you have done? 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Still looking at an accident on Frankstown Road and Robinson Boulevard in Penn Hills. Also, an accident on the 1200 block of Chartiers Avenue in McKees Rocks. And crews are at the scene of an accident on the 100 block of Clareton Boulevard in Pleasant Hillsboro. Taking a look at the other major roadways closer to the city, the Parkway East outbound is bumper to bumper from the bend at Bates. The Parkway West outbound is starting to back up from the county jail, and also still looking at an accident on the PA Turnpike around mile marker 53. That's traveling eastbound. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. 24 months, no payments or interest. $500 off. Restrictions do apply, but call 412-543-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
More amazing specials for the month of April at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, choice flat iron steaks are $8.99 a pound. In the produce department, large Dole mangoes are 4 for $5. In the deli, Coons 8-piece fried chicken is $6.99 each. An additional savings this week, selected varieties of wishbone salad dressing, 15-ounce bottles, 2 for $5.
It's all happening now at Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I went to Staples for a custom printed graduation banner and invites and saw that Party City is now at Staples.
Wait, what?
Party City is now at Staples.
So now Staples has balloons?
Yep.
Decorations?
Yes.
Streamers, cups, table covers?
Yep, Staples has everything for a party. And now buy 2 get 1 free on select foil balloons.
Holy confetti! So the best party started at Staples.
That was easy.
In 613 select stores, exclusions apply. In-store or buy online. Pick up in-store only.
April's the perfect time to refresh your home with beautiful custom window treatments from Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. Lachina makes custom products in their own Pittsburgh factory. 60 years of quality craftsmanship, draperies, blinds, shades, shutters, and upholstery. Low factory direct prices. Go to lachinadrapery.com, shop Lachina's free shop at home service. Visit their showrooms or call 412-665-4900. Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. Quality you deserve, prices you'll appreciate.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Rising crude oil futures weighing on sentiment on Wall Street today as investors eye the UAE pulling out of OPEC effective Friday. General Motors raising its full-year profit forecast and citing continued success of pickups and SUVs, but also says the war in Iran is fueling higher than expected costs. A warning from a partner at Goldman Sachs, John Flood, says U.S. investors should brace for a near-term pullback as positioning becomes stretched and key institutional buyers, including pension funds, sell tens of billions of dollars in equities. And can Meta see your WhatsApp messages? Sources say a Commerce Department investigator's preliminary findings said the answer to that question is yes, after looking into the issue and making recommendations based on the findings. But now sources say the investigation has been closed, leaving some wondering why. Meta denies the allegations. It says it's impossible for the company to access conversations due to WhatsApp's end-to-end encryption. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back into Kimmel v. Trump in a little while. Jeff Hathorn joins at the top of the hour, 5 o'clock, to talk about the Penguins, Rogers, all kinds of stuff. This situation got a ton of play on social media, and I'll dive into it. about that girl on the phone at the High School Musical the other day. I didn't say anything, but all that stuff did go through my mind that I explained just before the break. But there's also this situation in Wilkinsburg. That's where Marcos is. Hi, Marco.
Yeah, so I actually live right off of Penn Avenue in Wilkinsburg, and I can tell you that the situation with the people that are living illegally and causing problems, this happens all the time. I mean, the Mayor Coleman's, he's very known in the community as being anti-police. When you look at who serves on the council, they're all DEI, anti-police, equity. I mean, public safety is not their top priority. So this happens all the time. I'm surprised that it was actually reported and that it's out there, because the whole city has just been taken over by crime, and this is the latest example of it.
Right, and it says here, the law provides for a maximum total sentence of up to 10 years in prison, a fine of up to $250,000 or both. Under the federal sentencing guidelines, the actual sentence imposed would be based upon the seriousness of this offense. This guy's going to spend a little time here, and then he'll get deported again. Then he'll probably come back. What you say, though, falls in line with what many have said and what people in law enforcement have said to me, that if you get no cooperation from the top, and vociferously they've come out, the mayor of Wilkinsburg has come out and said, you're going to get no cooperation from us, then what happens is this, Marcos, is federal authorities have to go in there and be in there for a longer period of time and make people's lives tougher because they don't get the cooperation. Whereas if you just cooperate from the beginning, hey, let's get in, get this done, have our operation, be in, be out, and we're out of your hair.
Yeah, but see, that's part of the whole plan. So they want ICE to be in the communities so that they can, red alarm, red alert, ICE is here. They're here to round up all the innocent people. This is all by design. I mean, they want them here so that they can demonize them, and they don't tell the truth. We'll never get the truth about how bad of a problem this is, and in fact, how much worse it's going to get in all of Pittsburgh because of all of the recent legislation prohibiting any communication or agreement with ICE. So this is only going to get worse. But you know what? This is what happens when you vote for people who think like this and have these types of values. So part of it is on the voters. You vote for these people, and this is what you get.
You're right. And it feels as if, to some degree, one of their goals is to create chaos, which is, for me, so hard to comprehend. I can't wrap my head around it. I can't understand it. I have no idea how, at the end of the day, that comes off as something that's beneficial. Jack in Mount Lebanon. Jack, what are you up to today?
Hi, Colin. How's the family? I'm drinking beer.
Well, yeah, family's great. You're drinking beer. Everything's squared away. Margot's back today. I'm sure you talked to her and had a drink for her, right?
I did, and I opened a can for her, and, she told me, I can't believe it, how much beers were at the hockey game.
How much were they, $14 or something?
30.
Yeah, $30?
Something like that.
They're 25-ounce beers, so essentially they're two.
I don't care how big they are. Keg of beer. I mean, we used to get kegs for under $30.
Well, I mean, you drank with Abe Lincoln at one point.
Well, that's beside the point.
Yeah, but, I mean, stuff is elevated now. I mean, there's inflation.
That's weird.
That is a lot of money. I'll give, that is a lot of money, but it is two beers. I think they're 25-ounce beers.
That's beside the point.
Well, no, I mean, if you get more product.
Yeah, but it all goes to the same place.
Well, it does. Somebody said to me, that's a big beer. It gets warm. I said, drink faster, right?
Right.
Yeah. What's the biggest beer you ever drink? Like, what kind? You ever drink 40s?
Now, here, a yard of beer. When we're in the service, That pour this glass. It looked like, I don't know what it looked like.
Yeah, they have them at Mario's.
All right. They'd fill it up. Then once you picked it off the rack, you couldn't put it down.
Oh, you had to be down the hatch.
Yeah, I mean, it was right at the bottom.
Yeah.
And the rack held the glass.
Right, I know what it looks like. It's like an umbrella holder almost.
Yeah.
Could you drink it in one fell swoop?
No. I'm not that bad.
Fair. My man, Jack. All right. Demand the yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. Storms, they are coming. Whoa, look at it. Honestly, I mean it right now. There are clouds outside that look pretty rough. Let's say they cause damage to your house. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh responds immediately, 24/7, 365. Handle all that storm damage. Restoration, they got that for you. Every minute matters. Make the right call. 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. Demand the yellow van. Something can start as a small leak. It's not going to stay a small leak. It's only going to grow. Demand that yellow van. Again, Service Master Greater Pittsburgh, 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. Traffic time. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Looking at an accident on the 1200 block of Chartiers Avenue in McKees Roxborough. Also, still looking at that accident on the Turnpike, which is causing some bumper-to-bumper traffic there. The Parkway East and West outbound also looking to be a problem this rush hour with some bumper-to-bumper traffic backing you up as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill and Fort Pitt tunnels. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early, bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 71 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. We're learning more about the murder-suicide overnight. Pennsylvania State Police say 25-year-old Madeline Spataford was found shot multiple times inside a home in 7 fields. The shooter, 26-year-old Ryan Hasso, was found dead from a single gunshot wound in a nearby wooded area. Northern Regional Police initially received a call from the suspect's parents after Hasso told them he had killed his wife and was threatening to take his own. Union leaders and workers gathered at the United States Steelworkers headquarters downtown this morning to mark Workers' Memorial Day. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has the details.
It's a day to remember workers killed or injured on the job. Labor Council President John Galuska says as the community grieves those lost to unsafe conditions, there's also a call to stand firm against threats to workplace health and safety.
We must defend hard one's safety and health protections and workers' rights from attacks. We must defend, demand increases in job safety and funding to write strong standards and for strong enforcement for all job safety laws. We must hold our elected officials accountable for any actions that weaken workers' rights to a safe job.
This year's message goes beyond remembrance. Organizers warn that potential cuts to federal safety agencies could increase the risk of injuries and deaths on the job. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
Pittsburgh Public Schools' plan to close numerous school buildings needs more input. That's according to one advocacy group. News Radio KDKA's Rob Taylor has more.
Later today from 6 until 7:30, the organization 412 Justice will hold a community public listening session over Zoom. 412 Justice, an educational advocacy group, has been holding these sessions over the past month to give residents the ability to speak on any concerns they have about PPS's Future Ready Facilities Plan, which calls for schools like Manchester, Montessori, Fulton, Spring Hill, Morrow, and others to close. Today's session will focus on the fate of Manchester School, which is slated to close if PPS's plan goes through. 412 Justice plans to release a public report in May comprised of the findings from these community meetings. District's enrollment has been on the decline, now at just under 18,000 students. Rob Taylor, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 25 points, the NASDAQ down 223, the S&P 500 down 35 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates and Cardinals again tonight, second of 4. First pitch tonight scheduled for 6:40. KDK Radio News Time, 4:32. Time to call American Back Centers for your free evaluation. At American Back Centers in Wexford, you have nothing to lose but the pain. Our next update is at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life. Your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
There we go. Let's go, Margo. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Alrighty, thanks, Colin. Taking a look at some bumper-to-bumper traffic traveling eastbound on the Turnpike. That's because of an accident right around the Oakmont Plum Service Plaza. So look out for that if you are traveling on the Turnpike. Looking at the other major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is bumper-to-bumper starting from Technology Drive, and the Parkway West outbound slows you down starting from the County Jail. Also, both sides of the Liberty Tunnel are stacked as well. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Breezy the rest of this afternoon with clouds and breaks of sun. There might be a stray shower, high 73. Partly to mostly cloudy tonight, low 54. And then a cool day tomorrow with periods of rain. Could be some ponding on roadways with a high of 62. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Here we go. Hello to you. Man, I'm feeling good on this Tuesday. We're flying, roaring through it. Show's going fast. I like that. I don't want to jinx it. It's like saying you have a no-hitter through 7 or so. So here we are. Went fast yesterday. Margot's back today. She's doing great. I could tell Margot was up late last night. I could tell she was up late. Although that game was done pretty early. Did you go out afterwards, Margot, or did you go straight home? Like Paul Alexander always says, straight home, kids.
I went straight home.
Did you really?
Yes, I did.
Proud of you. Way to do it. But we got to get you Game 7 tickets if they force a Game 7. That's our goal. Are you willing to go to Game 7 if they have one?
I am.
Okay. We're going to try to get you tickets, and we're going to try to get you free tickets. How about that? No payola or anything, but we're just going to try to get you in the door for free. What do you think about that, Margot?
Yeah, that'd be great.
You and your Instagram-y friend. What's her name?
Megan. 412.meg on Instagram, Facebook,
412.meg, Instagram, and Facebook. I'll tell you what.
Shouting her out.
What's that?
I'm trying to shout her out.
I just did shout her out. 412.meg. She is, dare I say, addictive. You linked to her page yesterday, then I clicked on it, and before I knew it, I watched like 25 reels, old reels of the stuff she has. She's pretty, she's
savvy.
No, she is. She's inventive. Like, she's engaging, you know? If you watch one of her reels, she makes you want to watch more. I'll say that. Is that a fair way to put it?
I agree.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to send her this segment.
Well, good. No, she is. When I met her at the Pirate game, she was, like, exceedingly nice and polite, and just, she has this magnetic quality to her. So, good on her.
She does.
But I'm trying to get you guys in the building for a Game 7 for free somehow. How about that?
Yes, please.
Okay, there you go. Because you're a true fan. You love it. And you did have a nice jersey on, too.
Yeah, that was my boyfriend's jersey.
There you go. All right, so listen to this. 866-391-1020. Are they barking up the wrong tree and maybe too much barking? Listen to this story.
What he's saying is that if Disney were to have engaged in discrimination because of their DEI initiatives, that there is an argument to be made that they should not have these licenses, these broadcast licenses.
Okay, what coincidence, right? Little more.
What he's saying is that if Disney were to have...
I played the same exact one, except I was supposed to play this.
This is a really... pulling forward that review by nearly 2 years, likely. This is something that doesn't happen. So this is pretty historic in the fact that there would be an early review. But it's going to take a really long time.
All right. Now, this is all sort of silly. So the FCC plans an early review of Disney's broadcast licenses from the ABC stations it owns. And this move comes after President Trump demanded ABC fire Jimmy Kimmel for a joke he made. You can go ahead and connect those dots because that's just kind of what it is. It's connecting the dots. Trump trying to pull some strings, get Jimmy Kimmel fired, and it's a little bit silly. It just is. Here's, backgrounder, what happened.
Initially, Kimmel's comments didn't get much pickup. But after Saturday night's attempted attack at the real Correspondents' Dinner, the First Lady issued a rare rebuke of Kimmel, writing in part, "Enough is enough. It is time for ABC to take a stand." President Trump then chimed in too, writing, "This is something far beyond the pale. Jimmy Kimmel should be immediately fired by Disney and ABC." Last September, facing pressure from the Trump administration, ABC did suspend Kimmel for nearly a week.
We had some new lows over the weekend.
After the late-night host accused the, quote, MAGA gang of trying to score political points from the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
They give me only bad publicity for press. I mean, they're getting a license. I would think maybe their license should be taken away.
Late last night, Kimmel responded to Trump's latest call for his firing.
It was a very light roast joke about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am. It was not, by any stretch of the definition, a call to assassination, and they know that.
Right. And now Trump tipped it off about talking about his license, and now here we go. Now they're going to review, a few years early, potentially ABC's license. Now, should Jimmy Kimmel be fired? That's the sort of, pillar question here at 866-391-1020. No, he shouldn't be fired. I'll answer my own question. I'll allow you to answer it as well if you want to chime in. First Amendment this, First Amendment that, whatever. ABC can fire him. It protects him from not going to jail. But think about it from Trump's standpoint. Trump would be silly to get Jimmy Kimmel fired. He just would. It makes no sense. What he should do is allow Jimmy Kimmel to keep making the jokes and ignore the heck out of them because it alienates him even more. Dig in. Every president in history has been lampooned, has been made fun of, has had people, whether it's late night host, people in the newspapers, town criers, whatever. Every president in history has had people make fun of him. So form your faction that's anti-Jimmy Kimmel and just let those people do the talking for you. Jimmy Kimmel's turned into pretty close to a one-trick pony, or at least he has one big hit in his arsenal, which is making fun of Donald Trump. Do I think he should be fired? No. Do I think he's not very good? Yes. Let him keep playing that one hit. Let your people fight. You know why? When you're Donald Trump and you engage Jimmy Kimmel, you give Jimmy Kimmel exactly what he wants. Eyeballs on him. Talk about him. I'd never be talking about Jimmy Kimmel unless you return serve. And you did. And now here we are. Also, he's not a soothsayer. He's not somebody who looks into a crystal ball. He's not, somebody wearing one of those funny hats that can tell the future. On Thursday night, Jimmy Kimmel didn't make a joke knowing there was going to be some shooting on Saturday night. That's the stretch of all stretches. It actually is totally ridiculous to even think that. There's no way Donald Trump thinks that. He's trying to draw two things together that aren't together. So if you do what I do, you have to be a champion of the First Amendment. And I am a champion of the First Amendment. Now, that doesn't save Jimmy Kimmel from being fired. He can be fired for it. He just can't be jailed for it, like I said. If I come on here, think about this, and hammer the same topic over and over and over and over again, do you know what people who don't like me should do? Let me keep doing it. Because it's the easiest way to get your show canceled. If you have no variety, if you have no substance, if you don't evolve at all, you're going to dig your own grave. Let Jimmy Kimmel just keep making the same 5 jokes. And then that way, he goes away faster. But Donald Trump giving him an audience, engaging with him, gives Kimmel exactly what he wants. At least that's the way that I see it. What real case is there? And I want to talk to you about this. 866-391-1020. What real case is there to fire Jimmy Kimmel? Or is this just Donald Trump being Donald Trump and he can't help himself from making kind of an insane comment here? Again, 866-391-1020. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All righty, thanks, Colin. Still monitoring an accident on the PA Turnpike moving eastbound. That is right at the Oakmont Plum Service Plaza. The right shoulder is closed, so expect delays if you are traveling on that route. Looking at the other major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is bumper to bumper. Starting from Technology Drive, both sides of the Liberty Tunnel also bumper to bumper as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
bean burrito for lunch.
you have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else.
One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble? Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay. Calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry. I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead what's happening. Paul Alexander. Hello, Paul.
Colin, hello there. Some of the restaurants didn't do nearly as well as they expected during the draft. However, that turned out to be a real benefit for others. Details coming up. Top of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here we go. Jeff Hathorn, top of the hour. We talked to him. We'll talk about a lot of different things. You got the Penguins. You got Aaron Rodgers. There's movement in that today. Got the Steelers draft. We talked to our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, in just a few minutes. So there is that. We talked to Mark in Greentree right now. Mark, I can't make heads or tails of this Jimmy Kimmel thing because I don't know what Donald Trump gains by engaging.
Oh no, I agree with you. I think at times Trump is his own worst enemy. He just sometimes doesn't know when to shut up. But here's the way that I look at it. This wasn't a joke about Trump. It was a joke about his wife. And I think that's where Trump took exception. I think when he said, "There's Melania, you look very nice for a widow." So I think the minute that he introduced Mrs. Trump into the equation is when it bristled, his hair, as if it could be any more bristled. And I think that's probably why he stood out. And
I'll stop you right there, and then we'll continue. I don't disagree. Okay. Family should be off limits in terms of the target of jokes, but for Donald Trump, he fires on whoever he wants all the time. Your point is very well taken.
Absolutely.
But Donald Trump, here's the thing, though. Instead of calling for his firing, see, this is why I should be a writer for Donald Trump. What he should have said as a retort was, Jimmy Kimmel can't get a woman as beautiful as my wife, so he has to go there with it. Something like that.
I don't think. Like I said, I'm more of a Trump supporter than not. But I do think that I think that there's times that I just shake my head and say, please just be quiet. But I think the fact that if you saw the thing that Kimmel did, it was not only Mrs. Trump, it was his son Barron. It was in the picture too. So I really think that, I think that's what kind of stoked the fire. I do agree with you, but he shouldn't have called for his firing and just let the chips fall where they may. But could you imagine what would have happened if a few years ago someone had said, "Well, look, there's Michelle Obama looking splendor. You look very nice for a widow to be." What in the world would have happened in this country? It would have been.
But here's the thing. Well, look, as much as I think families should be off limits, all of that kind of stuff, Kimmel explained contextually the joke that Trump's. What do you mean? He explained contextually. Barack Obama, and I'm not. Barack Obama, when he was holding office, wasn't nearly the age that President Trump is.
Oh, I don't disagree.
But that's the joke.
That's kind of like, it's like getting caught stealing something and then kind of make a lame-ass excuse as to why you did it.
Well,
I think Kimmel, and I think he is just a blight on television. I've never watched him.
But then why? Well, let me ask you this then. This is the same thing with Trump then. It's like, then why do you care so much? People do this to me all the time. Your show sucks. Your show sucks. You're terrible. You're awful. Then they'll cite 12 things that I said, and I'll be like, well, if I'm so terrible, how do you know what I said Tuesday at 4:12 p.m.?
Well, I only know about it because I saw it on all the recaps. I haven't watched Jimmy Kimmel in 10 years, so I wouldn't even know. Like, I didn't even know he said it till you saw it on the news, and it's on all the tweets and everything.
Right.
So otherwise, I'd have never known.
No, good call, Mark. And I think that this now laps over from Donald Trump to people like Mark. The best plan of attack is a no-sell. Ignore the guy. Then he doesn't get the oxygen in order to continue to maintain that flame. But Jimmy Kimmel, in this whole vortex now, wins again. He has plausible deniability with the joke that he made, which is it was about his age, not about assassination attempts. And then he reels Trump in and all these other Trump supporters who go, I hate Jimmy Kimmel, I hate Jimmy Kimmel. And some of them will turn him on just to see if he says anything else. Whereas if you just roll past him and go, I got no time for that guy, and you really adhere to that, then he doesn't get any of your energy. He's crazy like a fox. I think he's terrible. I think he stinks. I don't think he's funny at all. Nothing he's ever said has made me laugh. So I talk about him for sake of this show. I would never be an audience to him, nor stay up and watch it or anything else. I just roll past it. And if all Trump supporters would do that, and especially Donald Trump, you'd stand a chance of winning this battle. But now it's a tie at best. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All righty. Thanks, Colin. Looking at an accident on the PA Turnpike, that's right around the Oakmont Plum Service Plaza as you're traveling eastbound. So look out for that as it is causing some delays as you're heading on that route. Taking a look at the other major roadways, some bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Parkway East outbound as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. And the Parkway West outbound is slow-moving starting from 2nd Avenue. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs. When a storm created substantial roof damage, she called NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company and installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO. When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-642-3615. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-642-3615 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-642-3615 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-642-3615.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early, bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
SchultzFord.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 71 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. More about the murder-suicide from overnight. Pennsylvania State Police say 25-year-old Madeline Spatafor was found shot multiple times inside a home in Seven Fields. The shooter, 26-year-old Ryan Hosso, was found dead from a single gunshot wound in a nearby wooded area. Northern Regional Police initially received a call from the suspect's parents after Hosso told them he had killed his wife and he was threatening to take his own. City Council has given final approval to a resolution to shift money away from improvements to Bloomfield's Recreation Center. News Radio KDK's David Ballarado has more.
Councilmember Deb Gross was the one no vote, since money will be leaving her district and going to others for the remediation of condemned buildings. She said she understands the $400,000 needs to be spent soon.
These are federal funds, the Community Development Block Grant funds, that have a ticking timer on them that is coming to an end.
But with the Bloomfield pool, one of the most highly used in the city, Gross says at the neighborhood's heat, she plans to revisit the issue to find other sources in the budget to restore the $400,000. In other action, Council gave final approval to the necessary resolutions to accept the millions in donations from Pitt, the Pirates, and the Laborers Council to improve parks, ball fields, and public safety. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
One of the sidebars from the NFL draft was the success of the 412 Food Rescue, a nonprofit that rescues the overabundance of food in the region and redistributes it to the less fortunate. CEO Alyssa Cholodowski says despite the draft's record attendance, many local businesses had a surplus of food, which gave the nonprofit a great opportunity.
We have also been gearing up for a couple months, knowing that there would be a lot of food surplus left from the various events and gatherings, as well as the restaurants. And so far, we've rescued over 30,000 pounds of food to date.
And she says all of that food goes right back into the community. If you're looking to volunteer or donate food, just visit their website at 412foodrescue.org, all one word. 3 Smoky Bones locations have closed as of today. Locations in Turenna, Cranberry Township, and Greensburg were all closed. According to multiple posts on social media, the locations are closed abruptly and employees were given very little, if any, notice. The Robinson Township Smoky Bones location closed back in January. The owner of the chain Twin Hospitality Group also owns Twin Peaks, located close to the Robinson Smoky Bones. We have reached out for comment, have not heard back. The Smoky Bones and area also closed today. When it comes to amazing stories, one unfolded here over the last couple of days. Eli Heidenreich and Alex Teska are on one heck of a ride. They ran the table at Mount Lebanon High School, winning WPIAL and state football championships. They starred together at the Naval Academy. Then on Saturday, Eli was drafted in the 7th round by the Steelers, and Alex was signed to his hometown team as an undrafted free agent. Naval Academy head coach Brian Newberry told KDK's Colin Dunlap, both of these young men are very worthy and deserving.
You couldn't write a better script or a better story, and those two guys are more than deserving of that opportunity. And just two great young men that have done everything the right way here and stayed the course and developed over the years that they've been here, and excited for both of them and the opportunity.
We will keep an eye on this story throughout Steelers training camp, which will open in July. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 25 points, the NASDAQ down 223, the S&P 500 down 35 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates and Cardinals again tonight. That's at 6:40 at PNC Park. It's the second of a 4-game series. The Bucks fell last night 4-2. KDK Radio News Time 5:03. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. Right now, partly sunny and 71 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Kid Rock, a celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour, The Road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th at the Pavilion at Star Lake. The American Badass, Kid Rock, with John Party. Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown tonight. Get tickets now at livenation.com. The ultimate American party, Kid Rock.
Traffic time. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Alrighty, thanks, Colin. Getting a report for an accident on the Parkway East inbound. That's right around exit 73A towards Glenwood. This is causing a lane restriction and some bumper-to-bumper traffic on that roadway. Also, still looking at some traffic on the Parkway East outbound or west outbound as you approach 2nd Avenue, and the Turnpike is still looking at an accident that is causing some heavy delays right around the Oakmont Plum Service Plaza. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be some clouds around for tonight, perhaps some patches of fog late, a low of 54. Then tomorrow, cooler with periods of rain, a high of 62. Back to some sunshine Thursday, but cool, a high only 53. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Spring storms can cause havoc. When water gets in, ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh, they get to work. 412-RECOVER, the best call to make in the worst situation.
Man, the yellow van, call ServiceMaster. The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Jeff Hathorn, he joins at the ballpark, I believe. We'll talk to Jeff because he's all over the place, and we will be all over the place with this. Hi, Jeff. How are you?
I'm just in the backyard. Got the speakers going. It's a nice day.
Yeah.
Or I'm at PNC Park. Either one.
Hear the birds chirping, all of that. The music up real
exactly.
high. We'll get to the Pirates, perhaps. There's a little Steeler news, too. But first, the Penguins. Are they firmly back in this series right now?
Yes. In fact, you could see it in Rick Tocchet a little bit post-game. The bad bounce goal from Letang. I mean, you can imagine from the Philadelphia angle, it seemed like that bugged them. That, they had fought back to tie it, and then to have it go through that. And then what is you get a lead in Philadelphia, like you did in Game 4. You just play your game. Try to avoid all that energy that's going to be coming against you. If you can channel that the right way and you get it back to Pittsburgh for 7, it's the thing about this series, Colin, is if they were down 3-0 to Carolina, no chance they come back. But they're the better team than Philadelphia. It's just that Philadelphia was the hotter team. Well, what if the Flyers have cooled off and the Penguins are starting to get to their game? Absolutely, I think they could still win this series.
Before we get to the Steeler news and the quarterback news, unfortunately I have to pass along sad news that you'll be able to comment on. The legendary Ray Goss has passed away at 89 years old. You've covered bazillion Duquesne games. I used to cover that team in the Atlantic 10 basketball-wise. He's a wonderful gentleman. He was 89 years old, but Jeff, he did Duquesne University basketball games for like 58 or 59 years. You've been in the company or were in the company of Mr. Goss many a times. What a gentleman.
You said that very well. I really admire Ray for his persistence, his perseverance, his dedication, and he just loved the game. It wasn't about him. He just loved doing what he was doing. And I was so happy for all of Duquesne, but for him to get, after early in his career, he got a chance at the NCAA tournament to get another run at it. Was so cool for Ray to have that opportunity. And, man, I will say this for Ray. Until the end, he got to do what he loved, and Duquesne was lucky for it.
Yeah, certainly. Drove every game, every time that he'd come into town from his home in Indiana County and made that trip even after the charter flight would land. And gosh, he was dedicated to the Dukes. There are very few people who know a Duquesne voice that isn't Ray Goss, if you really think about it in that context, Jeff.
Yeah, it's kind of like Pitt with Bill, with Mr. Hillgrove. I mean, you associate a voice with a place, and Ray Goss's voice will always be Duquesne's voice. And it's sad news, but like I said, I'm glad he got to do it, you know, for till the end, to be blunt, and that he got that one last run at and got to see the program in a lot better place than it had been for decades.
Yep, wonderful way to put it. The games do move on, and we do talk to our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, here. He's at the ballpark, and there was a bit of Steeler news today. Explain, if you would, if people are trying to wrap their hands around the sort of contractual or extension of any sort of agreement that the Steelers have placed maybe loosely in front of Aaron Rodgers.
It's so little used that, you know, I had to do some studying on this. Basically, is that they have an insurance policy that if Aaron wanted to sign somewhere else, either the Steelers get draft compensation for that, or if once training camp starts, the Steelers would have to sign him and then trade him to whatever team that would want him. So they're getting compensation back if Aaron decides that he wants to still play but not play with the Steelers. So it doesn't mean he could sign tomorrow. I think there was some confusion initially that he couldn't sign until training camp. That's not true. He could sign tomorrow. It's just that they would have the right to match any offer from another team. And if that team would offer more, they would owe the Steelers compensation.
Okay, then in reading what I'm trying to read through this then, does it yank at least a bit of control back to the team side, or is that at least what they're attempting to do with this?
I would say this, and I still think he's going to sign, but if you think everything is going as smooth as being projected, it's not, or you don't do this.
Pretty good way to look at it. Do the events of this weekend, and now having two younger quarterbacks around, does that play into what happened today?
I don't think, and everything they were saying is, you know, they want them to learn from Aaron. The guy who's kind of hanging in limbo right now is Mason Rudolph, because if Aaron comes back, Mason's gone. And if he doesn't, then Mason's got a chance maybe even to be a starting quarterback. So it's a weird position for Mason. The other thing we know about Aaron that wasn't something we had to learn, it's been his whole career, even if it's just superficially, he's got to be in control of this. It can't be him coming to somebody else's decision. And I think that's some of the nuance that the Steelers are trying to work through, and the fact that, you know, at 42, he feels like he doesn't have to go through voluntary stuff anymore.
Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, he's at the ballpark getting set to cover Pirates and St. Louis Cardinals. Jeff, you've been around a lot of firsts. You've been around a lot of special moments. Not that they get diluted, but they each kind of stand on their own in terms of importance or memories or whatever. Pretty interesting moment. J.J. Weatherholt hits a home run against his hometown team. He's a very young kid. He's almost been sort of rushed through the minors to some degree, even though he was a college hitter. It is a great moment, even though it's the other side, because it's a great kid. Could you speak to that moment a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, listen, this guy, as you mentioned, from Mars, coached by David Bednar's dad. At West Virginia, this guy, and Dan Zangrilli could tell you about this too, he hit line drives. Like everything he hit was a hard hit line drive, and you thought he would have an opportunity in the majors, but as quickly as he's risen up through the Cardinals organization and to have this chance, it's awesome. And it's great look at a couple of the local guys that are succeeding in Major League Baseball. Weatherholt's come out and played well. Bednar's been an all-star. Mason Miller's the best closer in the game. I think it's awesome for the sport that Whitfield and other kids in this area can look at these guys and say, I could do this. Even though I live in the North, all those disadvantages, I could do this.
If Willie Bednar makes it up, Mars could have 3 players active in the major leagues.
Right? Isn't that insane?
It's crazy. And Mason Miller may be the best pitcher, not just the best closer in Major League Baseball.
They may have to change their name to like the Mars Glade or something Miami-ish because of all the Major League players they've got.
No, it's incredible.
Coral Mars.
Last thing for you. Will we get a Game 7? Do you honestly, in your heart of hearts, think so?
I do. Now, winning 4 in a row is really hard, but getting to a Game 7, I could absolutely see Penn's getting the lead, it breaking down, taking advantage with the power play. Yes, I could see that. If Philly is cooled off, the Pens have an opportunity. And when you have Sidney Crosby, as Dan Muse said today, never forget that you have Sidney Crosby and how special he is and how he can do things even at his age that many in the history of the game just can't do.
Fair point. And if we get that Game 7, I'll talk to you again. That's for sure. Our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, enjoyed the ball game. We'll talk again soon.
Thanks, Colin.
Thank you, Jeff. There's Jeff. He's at the ballpark. You can hear the music in the background. More talk coming your way. 866-391-1020. We'll get back into Kimmel v. Trump. And I'll tell you what, something's afoot in Minnesota. I'll explain. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Alrighty, thanks, Colin. Looking at the major roadways, crews are still trying to clean up an accident on the Parkway East outbound. That is actually, it's the inbound side right around the exit towards Glenwood, causing a bit of brake lights in that area. Also still monitoring that accident on the PA Turnpike. That's right around the Oakmont Plum Service Plaza. Heading eastbound, causing some heavy delays in that area. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
It's time to spring into deals at Lowe's. Freshen up your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch. 5 bags for $10. Then get what you need to keep clothes, food, and dishes fresh with up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on select laundry pairs. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Look ahead what's happening 5:30. Hi, Paul.
Colin, good evening. Something happened before a joint session of Congress today that hasn't happened since 1991. I'll tell you what that was. Bottom of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Google today reaching an agreement with the Pentagon to allow its AI systems to be used for classified military operations. This comes despite protests from its own workers about using AI for good, not for war. Meantime, technology stocks took a beating today on renewed concerns about overspending on AI. ChatGPT maker OpenAI missed several sales and user targets for last year, sending shares of partners and investors, including Oracle and CoreWeave, lower. At the close, the Dow was down just 26 points, but the tech-heavy Nasdaq lost 223, a nearly 1% drop. The S&P lost 35, and oil hit $100 a barrel today. Consumer confidence unexpectedly rising in April, mostly as Americans seem more hopeful about the nation's labor market. And with the blockbuster success of Michael, the Michael Jackson biopic, streaming downloads of his songs jumped 95% higher in the U.S. since this past weekend, according to Luminate. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here we go. 866-391-1020 is that number. I take you up until 5 minutes until 6. We'll just call it 6 as a round number. Man, lots going on today. I'm thinking about tomorrow. Well, we got Pirates on Thursday, I guess. Tomorrow, full show. I'm already thinking about some topics for tomorrow. Anyway, Susan is in South Hills. Kimmel v. Trump, Susan. What do you got?
This is the problem I have with it. Certainly, he has the right to say whatever he wants. But what I think people find so offensive is that many on the left truly want Trump dead. And I don't buy Kimmel's explanation of the joke. I think they want him dead, and if he was assassinated, they would celebrate it. More so than they even did Charlie Kirk.
I think you're right. I think that I think people on the way far left want him dead. I think that Jimmy Kimmel, while nobody can crawl into his mind and try to explain the crux of his joke, nor the thrust of it, or contextually what it is, he does have plausible deniability in what he said. Whether we believe it or not, or anybody believes it or not, is one thing. And here's the other part. I just don't understand where people who are so mad or don't like him. Like, I think he's terrible. I don't stay up late either, but even if I did, why they can't find the solution of just turning him off?
Well, I don't watch him either. But I'm just saying that he's part of the problem with this political talk, though. They want him dead, and they would celebrate it. And that's the problem. He's part of the problem.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Does his rhetoric rise to the level of like Hassan Piker, people like that? I don't necessarily think it does. Again, because he has plausible deniability. Hey, I made a joke about his age, not assassination attempts. Whereas there are other targets, so to speak, no pun intended, who make direct comments about violence. I don't think that Kimmel has made direct comments about violence.
Maybe not, but we know what I personally don't have any doubt about what he was referring to. He can say that that's not what it was, but I don't believe it.
Well, you don't have to believe it.
I know I don't, but I'm just saying I think that's what many people find offensive, and that's why it's not acceptable. We should not be wishing for the president to be assassinated. That's not okay.
But here's the thing. I don't like Jimmy Kimmel. I think he stinks. I think there's a good case to be made that he wasn't wishing for the president to be assassinated. He made a joke about an old man who has a much younger bride.
Well, that's his explanation, but many people don't believe it. I don't buy that.
Right. Okay, which is, I guess my point in totality. Move on to the surefire ones. Move on to the people who are spreading hate speech, so to speak, that can't be argued. And
well, they should all be addressed too.
Right, well, yeah, but I'm saying that's where the full focus, all the energy, every single bit of it should be directed. as opposed to fiddling around with Jimmy Kimmel. Let Jimmy Kimmel rot away late at night. Don't give him any oxygen, and the guy, his show will get canceled.
Yeah, we can only hope.
Right. That's the part. See, that's the part I don't get. And I get this in, again, I'll say it in what I do. You stink, you suck, you're awful, you're terrible. Okay, I might be. I don't know. I just get a check every 2 weeks, and I leave at 5:55. And I say what I think is true for a couple hours in the microphone. That's the extent of it for me. But whenever people say, you suck, you stink, you're awful, I think you're the worst person who's ever been on the radio, then they go on to cite 10 things that I've said over the past week. I know I got them right where I want them because they didn't just turn it off. When you turn it all the way off is when the person who's talking into the microphone or delivering the monologue or on that television, that's when they really lose. Anyway, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Traffic time. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Still looking at heavy delays on the Turnpike moving eastbound because of an accident around the Oakmont Plum Service Plaza. The other major roadways are looking congested all over, with an accident also on the Parkway East inbound right after the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, and the Parkway East outbound. The lanes are stacked as you head towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Also seeing some brake lights on the inbound side of the Parkway West right around the 79 interchange. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. Listen here, gonna be warm before you know it. Get that ride for summertime. How about that convertible, that Mustang? Yep. Or you may be going on a trip. You need that Expedition. You need that Explorer. You need that room. You sure do. So, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Get there. Get that ride for your summer vacation. It'll be here before you know it. Or go to SchultzFord.com.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
More
great specials for the month of April at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, choice boneless chuck shoulder steaks or roasts are $5.99 a pound. In the produce department, fresh red ripe strawberries, 1 pound packages, 2 for $5. In the deli, Smith's Smokehouse Reserve ham is $7.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, Turkey Hill drinks or iced tea, 1 gallon jugs, 2 for $5.
It's all happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 72 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For all your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. King Charles has addressed a joint session of Congress marking America's 250th anniversary. CBS's Linda Kenyon has the story.
The king traveled from a red carpet ceremony at the White House to the halls of Congress, where he acknowledged what he described as a time of great uncertainty, but also solidarity.
We stand united in our commitment to uphold democracy.
While praising the enduring friendship between the U.S. and the U.K., the king drew applause over his comments about Ukraine.
That same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people.
The king and queen will cap off their trip to Washington with an official state dinner at the White House tonight. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Today in Pittsburgh, workers and union leaders marked Workers' Memorial Day, urging stronger protections for those on the job. Bob Waddle of USW Local 1557 shared a personal account, recalling being at the Clairton Coke Works during the deadly 2025 accident.
Just seeing everything put together, it hits home a lot for me. Being there that day and losing 2 of my brothers. Timothy Quinn, Steve Menifee. I want you to remember those names, along with my other brothers and sisters that might have been fallen. There was somebody's son, somebody's father, my brother.
The ceremony honors workers lost over the past year, with the reading of names underscoring the risk many face on the job. Health officials are warning about a growing concern involving a common stomach infection that's becoming tougher to treat. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
The CDC says antibiotic resistance is driving that concern. A new report finds extensively drug-resistant Shigella made up about 9% of infections in 2023, up from 0 in 2011. While most cases still clear without medication, more severe infections can lead to hospitalization and may require IV antibiotics when standard drugs fail. Health experts say the trend reflects a broader rise in antibiotic resistance that could limit treatment options across a range of illnesses. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
The legendary voice of the Duquesne Dukes has died. Ray Goss passed while he was still recovering from a car accident he was in on April 2nd. He started his career at WDAD in Indiana in the 1950s. He had been the voice of the Dukes for the last 58 years. Goss was inducted into the Pennsylvania Association of Broadcasters Hall of Fame in 2023. Ray Goss was 89. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 25 points, the Nasdaq down 223 points, the S&P 500 down 35 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates and Cardinals again tonight at PNC Park. First pitch at 6:40. KDK Radio News Time 5:32. Our next update is 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. They win for you. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for all your spring needs. Great prices on vegetable and flower flats. The fresh produce comes in weekly. 380 Auction has name brand furniture, tools, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132. Or log on to shop380.com and save.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble? Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay, calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry, I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SCHEV.
PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Alrighty, thanks, Colin. Looking at the major roadways. Been looking at delays on the PA Turnpike the whole afternoon. It looks like they are in the final stages of cleaning up the accident right around the Oakmont Plum Service Plaza. However, moving eastbound is still going to be a little bit slow as you make your way towards that accident. Also getting a report for an accident on the 3100 block of Bigelow Boulevard right in the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a partly to mostly cloudy sky, tonight will drop down to 54 for an overnight low. Could be some fog around late and then some rain at times throughout tomorrow, high 62. Some sun returns Thursday, but a high only 53. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Oh, Trump v. Jimmy Kimmel. I can't believe that we're here. Tell the tape, all this, that, the other stuff. Just incredible. We'll dive into that in a second. There's a bunch of calls on the line. I do need to mention again, I did within that interview with Jeff Hathorn from the ballpark, R.I.P. Ray Goss. That news coming down just about 40 minutes or so ago. Ray Goss, the legendary Duquesne radio play-by-play man. He was 89 years old. He was in a car wreck not too long ago, and I think he had been hospitalized since. Again, 89 years old. And he did Duquesne basketball games for like almost 60 years. The term legend rarely fits, and it does with Mr. Goss. It did with Mr. Goss. He's a great, great guy. It just was. If you ever had time with him. He would drive from, he lived like way up in Indiana, PA, up in there in Indiana County. He would drive down every game. But he was super synonymous with Duquesne basketball. He saw a lot of games. He saw a lot of miles, and was just a super, super great guy, 89 years old. And a legend in this field, that's for sure. 866-391-1020 is that number here. That's 866-391-1020. This whole Trump stuff. Now, some make a good point, and it's this, that he's the president of the United States. The other guy's a comedian. They should be held to a different standard. Other people are saying, well, that comedian shouldn't go after family. Apparently, there are people outside the Kimmel taping today.
They would be very smart to get this guy off the air.
If he gets fired, I think, that's going to take away freedom of speech for a lot of comedians.
And they're split. How about that? G's in the car. Hi, G.
Hey, I almost said Jimmy. Hey, Colin. Very sad to hear about Ray Goss. He was a great dude. But getting to the point, I actually watched, and let me preface this. I'm not a Kimmel fan. I think he used to be funny, but he's kind of gone over the edge as it was. But I actually watched his monologue last night because I figured he was going to talk about it. And he said the bit was originally, it was a roast. And, this is where that joke came up, and it was done on, I think, Tuesday or Thursday of last week.
Yeah, Thursday, right.
Have these people ever actually watched a roast or actually watched the White House Correspondents' Dinner? They're offensive jokes for a reason, okay? The thing I remember is after September 11th, Gilbert Gottfried making a joke about catching his flight at the World Trade Center. And he couldn't get away with a joke like that now because people get too upset and look for a reason to get offended. And again, I'm not a Kimmel fan, but you got to be able to laugh at things. And I was thinking, like, SNL's got a show this weekend. Are they going to be allowed to poke fun at this, and are they going to get punished?
Well, here's the other part. How about a healthy middle ground? Even if you have to learn to laugh at things, let's say you can't do that, but you don't have to agree with it. How about you say nothing? That's an option that we always have in America that too many times we don't use. It's okay for Donald Trump to just march past it and ignore it and say nothing. That's where I am with it. Ignore him. Don't give him the oxygen. Harry's in the rocks. Hi, Harry.
Hey, Colin, this is a second-time caller. And the only reason I called is I really agree with 90% of what you say, and I think you're the best host in the last 10 years for KDKA. But I like your opinion, personal opinion. Why do you suppose people actually have built a hatred for Donald Trump?
Why do I suppose people have built a hatred for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Man, that's a good question. Hold on, let me answer it. I think we have entered a time in which partisan politics are so crazy. Okay, all right, let me explain a couple things. In typical partisan politics, and you need to pick a team America, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the shooting there, has turned into, for some people, this. Why do I need to care about this more than school shootings with dead kids? When in effect, you can care about both. And I'm somebody who does. I care about an assassination attempt, or would-be one, against any president of the United States, and I very much care about school shootings. I don't need to pick a side. Why so many people can't stand Donald Trump is we've entered into a world, in a country, where you are told to be on your team only, and you're not allowed to say anything even remotely positive about the other team, and even more so, you need to speak negative about everything they say, do, or even think.
And you know what I say, Colin, if you don't mind me saying it? I think the people that go in line and start following, I feel sorry for them because they're weak-minded individuals.
That's both sides.
I'm not saying one side or the other. I'm just anybody. If you can't think for yourself as a grown individual, a responsible person, to make the decision on your own, then I feel sorry for you. I think it's shameful. But I know somebody personally was with Donald Trump in person 3 different times. Said he was one of the sweetest people we ever met in person off the camera.
Yeah, maybe. Right. I think to get to the heart of your question, I think it's about partisan politics and this need. Okay, case in point. The shooting at the dinner the other night, people had reactions, rightly so. It was a historic event in a terrible way. For people on both sides, whether it was, let's get that ballroom built, or, see, it's a hoax. It's a hoax. Both of those reactions are the marks of lunatics. If your immediate reaction was anything but, oh man, I really hope everyone's okay. If your immediate reaction, again, was anything but that, you're demented, you're blinded by partisan politics, and you're a total idiot who encapsulates everything wrong with this country. Period. End of story on both sides. We've lost our compassion. We've lost our ability to disagree and do it without violence or ridiculous words. And this is another example. Trump, what he should have said was, one, nothing. But if Jimmy Kimmel makes a joke what Trump doesn't like, you don't try to yank somebody's license. You look like a fool. You don't even try to go back at him. You really want to get to him? Well, first of all, you don't say anything. But if you feel the need because you're Donald Trump and you can't help yourself to say something, he should say, great, he's commenting on my wife. Well, a wonderfully looking woman like my wife wouldn't give him the time of day. And just move it along. Stick a knife in him like that. Do that and keep it moving. But unfortunately, Trump, in a sense, he's the president of the country. Couldn't resist punching down. And now here we are. And it's what holds him back for many, many people. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic.
Odyssey, iHeartRadio.
Whoa. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Still looking at an accident on the Parkway East inbound. That is right around the exit towards Glenwood, causing some bumper-to-bumper traffic a little bit after the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Also, still looking at delays on the Parkway West outbound. That is from 2nd Avenue as you make your way towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. And delays on the PA Turnpike are starting to die down as they have cleaned up the accident right around the Oakmont Plum Service Plaza. Just a few more brake lights right after you hop on after 28. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm with Joe Potachnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
Head to PNC Park on Sunday, May 3rd for the first family fun day of the season when the Bucks take on the Cincinnati Reds at 1:35 p.m. Arrive at PNC Park early to enjoy the Family Fun Zone on Federal Street, presented by C&M Play Studio, with fun for the entire family. Plus, all kids 14 and under take home a Pirates-themed comic book in honor of Superhero Day. And be sure to stay after the game for Kids Run the Bases, presented by Chicken of the Sea. Get more info at pirates.com/familyfundays.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
PGT Trucking celebrates 45 years of flatbed excellence. Established in 1981 in Beaver County, PGT continues to lead the trucking industry by providing safe and trusted transportation solutions. For their flatbed truck drivers, PGT has been named a 2026 Best Fleece to Drive For company, receiving the award 4 years in a row because of their top driver pay and home time options. Learn more about PGT Trucking at pgttrucking.com.
Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Look ahead what's happening. Paul Alexander has you covered at 6. Hi, Paul.
Colin, good evening. A meeting of local bar owners to try to fix some things that are pretty well broken. Details coming up, top of the hour. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I heard in that break right there was like a Pirates commercial. And they had something sponsored by Chicken of the Sea. I'm a big tuna guy. Love tuna. I had one of their new flavors the other day. Chicken of the Sea with, I think it was Frank's Red Hot. It was a smidge too hot for me. Just a smidge too hot. So sometimes I like to make tuna, like a tuna melt, and I'll put a little Red Hot in it. And I like to season to taste for me. But the one that's already prepackaged, here's a fair warning. If you see that, the Chicken of the Sea with the already hot sauce in it, I think it's Frank's Red Hot, or it's Tabasco, one of the two. I believe it's Frank's Red Hot, though. Be prepared. It's pretty hot. If you like really hot stuff, it's your speed. But if you like just a little bit hot, it might be too hot on the, Scoville scale or whatever that thing's called. But anyway, man, I'll get to your calls in a minute before we get out of here. I could have every single day for lunch the rest of my life. And if somebody said to you, or me, you have to have the same lunch every single day the rest of your life. You only get one order, one menu item. What is it? And not from a restaurant like you have to make it or whatever at home. I would have a tuna melt and a cup of coffee. Rest of my life. Tuna melt, cup of coffee. It's my favorite lunch. As crazy as that sounds, you think I'm a lunatic, and I kind of am. A good tuna melt cannot be beaten. It just can't. Anyway, what a transition. Jimmy Kimmel, Trump now. Dave in the car. Hi, Dave.
Hi, first-time caller. Hey, I just want to say I don't think Kimmel didn't wish him dead. He didn't ask anybody else to harm the president. Unlike our president, who has already reposted that the only good Democrat is a dead Democrat, and also took out full-page ads for the Central Park 5 saying that they should be executed. And then when they were found exonerated, it didn't even offer an apology.
No, he didn't say they should be executed.
He wanted that.
No. Let's back up a minute. He said that they should be made to, if found guilty, made to serve the punishment that goes along with that crime.
He took out a full-page ad. He basically said they were guilty.
But here's the thing.
Well,
we're not talking about basically. We're not talking about basically, and of course you hung up. We're talking about what was said. Just as the same thing, if you want to use that, we're saying what Jimmy Kimmel actually said. Because people on the other side can say he basically is saying that Trump's going to be assassinated. No, he's not. What Jimmy Kimmel's saying, and he has plausible deniability here, is that, well, he's getting up in years and his wife is much younger. This is the problem with America. It's a problem with society. It's a problem with too many people. You infer what you want into words, and you speak it into the air, you click your heels together, and you think it's true. It's not. It just isn't. Basically or implied, that ain't truth. It's not. What was actually said, and look, I have a hard time defending Jimmy Kimmel. I think he's terrible. But what Jimmy Kimmel said, and then what his contextual, his contextual explanation was, it fits. So who am I, who is someone else, to say that's not what he meant? Jason's in Ambridge. Hi, Jason. Oh, what a surprise. Jason went away, too. All right. This has been a pretty good show, dare I say. Now I'm kind of fired up because I wanted that last call. Here was the thing. I hesitated to take that last call because there's one joker in Ambridge who always calls and wants to get in some philosophic debate. I'm going to be real honest with you here. There's a joker from Ambridge who calls and wants to get in a philosophic debate. I have a pretty good memory about callers. I remembered for sure that he was from Ambridge. What I don't remember is if his name was Jason. So that's why I was like, should I take this, especially to end the show, or not? And so I kind of waited longer than I generally would have. And now I'm wondering, I don't think his name was Jason. And so now I gave short shrift to somebody who was probably, maybe, could have been, an honest-to-goodness caller from Ambridge who just wanted to talk about this topic, and I had him already pegged as somebody who was a joker. Speaking of jokers, we haven't heard from Lou in Aspinwall. After his latest stunt, I think he might be done for a while. And maybe that a while will be tomorrow. Perhaps we'll hear from him then. That's when you'll hear from me next. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Alrighty, thanks, Colin. Crews are continuing to clean up an accident on the Parkway East inbound, right around the Glenwood exit. This is causing a lane restriction, so bumper-to-bumper traffic will follow you from the Squirrel Hill Tunnel into the city. Also, looking at a few brake lights on the Parkway West outbound in the bathtub region of the city, heading towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge, and continuing to see some outbound traffic on the Parkway East as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Join KDKA Radio Saturday at noon for Minority Health Matters, a monthly look at health disparities in the African American community. It's brought to you by Central Outreach Wellness Center, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but we'll work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Went outside, looked around, we needed a window, a bay window. Guess what? Universal Windows Direct, right now. Buy two, get two free, no payments, no interest, 24 months. Come on. And $500 off of your project. 412-545-6003. This deal is amazing. Their sales, their service, their installation, the best there is. And now's the time, folks. Universal Windows Direct. Do it.
Time to bring some fresh colors to your home. Call Serta Pro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Indoors, outdoors, get the quality job you want at a price you'll appreciate with a detailed estimate. And each Serta Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. So schedule your pre-estimate online at CertaPro.com, that's Serta with a C, and take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. That's Serta Pro Painters.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
When Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 71 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. And by your local Western Pennsylvania AAA travel office. Travel with someone you trust. We have more information about the murder-suicide that happened overnight. Pennsylvania State Police say 25-year-old Madeline Spatafor was found shot multiple times inside a home in Seven Fields. The shooter, 26-year-old Ryan Hosso, was found dead from a single gunshot wound in a nearby wooded area. Northern Regional Police initially received a call from the suspect's parents after Hosso told them he killed his wife and was threatening to take his own. The Allegheny County Homicide Unit is investigating the discovery of a body inside a home in Clairton. Clairton police say the body of an adult male was found inside a residence in the 400 block of 5th Street. Preliminary findings showed no obvious signs of foul play. It's unclear what circumstances led to the body being found. Anyone with information is asked to contact county police. Local bar owners are joining forces after a deadly shooting, announcing a unified effort to improve safety. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush has the details.
Following the April 18th shooting outside Club Elegance in Braddock that left one woman dead and 2 others critically injured, bar owners say they're taking action. Effective immediately, they formed a unified coalition, meeting monthly to coordinate safety strategies and keep their businesses operating responsibly. 15 bars are already participating, with more expected to join. Under the agreement, anyone who causes a disturbance or engages in violent or disruptive behavior at one location will be banned across all participating bars. Owners say the goal is to protect their community while supporting each other, calling the effort One Band, One Sound, and inviting others to join as they work to prevent future violence. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
City Council has given final approval to a resolution to shift money away from improvements to Bloomfield's Recreation Center. News Radio KDK's David Bolorado has details.
Councilmember Deb Gross was the one no vote, since money will be leaving her district and going to others for the remediation of condemned buildings. She said she understands the $400,000 needs to be spent soon.
These are federal funds, the Community Development Block Grant funds, that have a ticking timer on them that is coming to an end.
But with the Bloomfield pool, one of the most highly used in the city, Gross says at the neighborhood's heat, she plans to revisit the issue to find other sources in the budget to restore the $400,000. In other action, Council gave final approval to the necessary resolutions to accept the millions in donations from Pitt, the Pirates, and the Laborers Council to improve parks, ball fields, and public safety. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
3 Smoky Bones locations have closed as of today. Locations in Tarentum, Cranberry Township, and Greensburg were all closed. According to multiple posts on social media, the locations closed abruptly and employees were given very little, if any, notice. The Robinson Township Smoky Bones location closed back in January. The owner of the chain, Twin Hospitality Group, also owns Twin Peaks. That's located close to the Robinson Smoky Bones. We have reached out for comment, have not heard anything back. The Smoky Bones in area also closed today. The legendary voice of the Duquesne Dukes has died. Ray Goss passed while he was still recovering from a car accident he was in on April the 2nd. He started his career at WDAD in Indiana in the 1950s. He had been the voice of the Duquesne Dukes for the last 58 seasons. Goss was inducted into the Pennsylvania Association of Broadcasters Hall of Fame in 2023. Ray Goss was 89. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 25 points, the Nasdaq down 223 points, the S&P 500 down 35 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates and Cardinals again tonight at PNC Park. Game 2 of their 4-game set. First pitch at 6:40. KDK Radio News Time, 6:03. Right now, mostly cloudy and 71 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Independence Health System has joined the Center for Organ Recovery, CORE, in celebrating National Donate Life Month and is encouraging people to register to become organ and tissue donors. A single donor could save 8 lives and positively impact hundreds more. Nationally, more than 100,000 people are waiting for an organ transplant, including 7,000 in Pennsylvania and over 500 in West Virginia. This April will help Independence Health System and CORE save lives. Sign up to become an organ, tissue, and cornea donor at core.org/register.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
All right, here we go. It's a terrific Tuesday with your Pratt Pack at KDKA. And from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot.
All right, thanks, Rob. Getting a report of an accident on 51 southbound right at Edgebrook Avenue. So this is causing a lane restriction and some bumper-to-bumper traffic to back you up in that area. Also, crews are continuing to clean up an accident on the Parkway East inbound, right around the Glenwood exit, causing a lane restriction and delays there as well. Looking at the other major roadways, just seeing some brake lights on the Parkway West outbound around the county jail as you make your way towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge and both sides of the Liberty Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be some clouds around for tonight, perhaps some patches of fog late, a low of 54. Then tomorrow, cooler with periods of rain, a high of 62. Back to some sunshine Thursday, but cool, a high only 53. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Big news out of the nation's capital. King Charles III, his address to Congress. Quote, I pray with all my heart that our alliance will continue to defend our shared values with our partners in Europe and the Commonwealth and across the world, King Charles III said in his address to Congress today as he urged the UK and the US to ignore the clarion calls to become ever more inward-looking. America's words carry weight and meaning as they have since independence. The action of this great nation matter even more, the king said. Let our two countries rededicate ourselves to each other in selfless service of our peoples and of all the peoples of the world. You know, King Charles in the shadow of his mother, Queen Elizabeth, forever. And rightfully so. She was an incredible human being, going back to a child addressing the nation, meaning the UK, during World War II on the BBC. King Charles had a chance to really lead by example, the example of his mother. Look, all families have issues, and he has had his share for sure. His children's mother passing away, Lady Di, and of course Prince Andrew and that scandal. But what I admire the most about this man is his, as they say in Europe, stiff upper lip, how he continues to move forward. And he is not just a good individual to promote goodwill, but he's also a person that knows how to, well, be a diplomat. He knows when to lean in, he knows when to step in, and he also knows when to simply step out and step away. But he knows, like the rest of the world, the UK needs the United States, and make no mistake about it, the United States needs the UK. And there's been a lot of things going on because of recent actions with NATO, what has been going on in Iran. But what has really hurt Great Britain more than anything, and why they need us now more than ever, is the war in Ukraine. You see, they get over 80% of their agriculture from farming in the Ukraine. So much so that the UK has been struggling to get fresh produce and vegetables. And that's a scary thought. So now he knows more than ever diplomacy is needed. We have some of the greatest farmers on the planet. And soybeans matter. It's still the number one commodity when it comes to the bulls and bears on Wall Street. So let's just hope that we can move forward as two great nations who got through so much, including two of the greatest leaders the world has ever known in Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Winston Churchill. They worked together and did giant things together and also continued to protect the free world. So now more than ever, King Charles III, his words matter. And I think what he did today is more than historic. It's a grand gesture. And I hope the president, which I do believe he gets it and realizes it. So let's move forward as two, because there are strength in numbers, and those numbers are needed now more than ever before. All right, Ray Goss, page 2. Look, I didn't know Ray Goss well, like many of my colleagues, but I knew him well enough to have him on this radio station with me. And I've been a fan of the Duquesne Dukes forever, okay? And we have had coaches on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show on a regular basis for years. But I can kind of identify a little bit with what the Dukes fan base is going through right now. Listen, we've all had our favorites growing up. I remember when Bob Prince finally called it a day, it was tough. People like Lanny Fratteri, and I was thinking about Mike Lang today after listening to a replay of some action from last night's game. People that I did know and do know and understand, guys like, well, Bill Hillgrove and others, whether it be Pitt or the Steelers, they become the fabric. They become a part of the community. And in my own small way, for 20-plus years, was the voice of a high school sports program in East Liverpool, Ohio. And for 8 months out of the year, they were family. And I was there for so long that I saw many of the players from my youth grow up to become husband and wife and have children of their own who would eventually be wearing the blue and white, the school's colors of East Liverpool. And I, too, became a part of that family and their journey through athletics. But what Ray Goss did was almost impossible to wrap your brain around. He did it forever. There has never been anybody else. And whenever I think about anything as far as Duquesne athletics, his name always comes to mind. He was a broadcast icon, a legend in this part of the world. Yeah, they may not know him in Los Angeles, Chicago, or New York, but we know him in the Steel City as being as solid as the steel we have been making for generations. The Bluff, yeah, up there on the hill, Rooney Field and more. It will always be known as the place that was the home turf of, the Duquesne Dukes, but also Ray Goss. And to be able to do thing that is play-by-play as well and as long and as seamless as he did, that's a thing of beauty. It just doesn't happen that often. But for that one brief moment in time that turned into forever, he did it perfectly, beautifully. It was like watching someone conduct a symphony. He will be missed, but his legacy and legend will live on, and I'm sure they will find a way to make sure that he is never forgotten at Duquesne University. But when you think of all of the players that have been a part of, well, his life and what he witnessed, whether on the hardwood or the football field or any athletics at Duquesne that he was involved with, these are going to be stories that are going to be told for generations to come. So rest well, Ray, and thank you for your friendship. Whenever I called upon you, you were there. And I'm sure just a little bit of me along the way took a little bit of your recipe to help me along the way for the 20-plus years that I did play-by-play, in which I did everything from volleyball to wrestling to baseball to football to basketball to softball and soccer, too. Ray Goss did a lot of good for a lot of people in broadcasting, including your Pratt Pack. He will be missed. Rest in peace. All right, listen, tonight on this broadcast, we have a lot to get to. And I was thinking about something earlier today because artificial intelligence is becoming such a big ticket item, and there is a lot of fear. People, even like Taylor Swift, is trying to basically brand the name so others can't use it. That was in the news earlier today, and I totally get it. Actors in Hollywood are fearful that they will be replaced. People in my business have the same fear. But, you know, as long as we have the human element, we're going to be okay. And I'm going to do the deep dive on this tonight for all of you fear mongers out there. And we're going to try to get Audrey Russo from the Pittsburgh Technology Council on with us sometime next week so we can even spend more time talking about this because of these data centers and all the news that's coming from these data centers and what exactly they are for and why so much energy and power needed for artificial intelligence. What's behind it? Listen, if we let AI take over in my children or grandchildren's lifetime, we have nobody to blame but ourselves. We have to start getting back to, well, putting the phone down, actually going to see someone, having visualizations, sit down, break bread, have that family meal every night, and do more than just how was your day. Dive into it. Tell a joke or two. Make each other smile. Have that group conversation. And yeah, let's meet for lunch or let's get together for dinner. And emails are now antiquated, right? It's text messaging, Snapchat, or FaceTiming. But people who even have the ability to do the FaceTime, they still want to shoot off a text because they don't want to connect. We need to connect more now than ever. And I think it's one of the reasons we're having so many problems in this country because we just don't communicate. So that's all coming up along with all of the headlines of the day. And some, well, good guests, too, that you're going to want to stick around for. So please stay with us until 10. But don't forget, as always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDK, or on that Odyssey app, AUDACY. You can also watch us online with the KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com and click on KDK Radio Livestream. Or now you can just go to our KDK Radio YouTube page and watch everything we are doing in the studio. And don't forget NASCO Roofing Instant Access to our shows just a click away. Email us at instantaccess@kdkradio.com. It's 6:15. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot Rensel.
All right, thanks, Rob. Continuing to look at an accident on Route 51 right around Edgebrook Avenue, and that's on that southbound lane, causing some delays in that area. The accident on the Parkway East outbound isn't causing any more, east inbound, I should say, is not causing any more delays, so it should be smooth sailing if you're heading inbound. However, the outbound side of the Parkway East is bumper to bumper starting from the bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-350-5858. That's 1-800-350-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-350-5858. That's 1-800-350-5858.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 19th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day plus paid training. For more info and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Timely. Colin McNichol at large. Bold. Colin McNichol at large. Spot on. Colin McNichol at large. Thought-provoking. Colin McNichol at large. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Colin McNichol tackles the breaking public policy news of the day in a concise and forthright fashion. Tired of commentaries that say everything but nothing at all? Weary of weasel-worded opinions? Here's your breath of fresh air. Colin McNichol at large. And only at AlleghenyInstitute.org.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
With the advent of devices, i.e. your cell phone, I wonder if 10, 20, 30 years from now, small talk's even going to be a thing. We have become so procedural. we have become so robotic, so inward, that talking to a stranger, in a good way, seems like it's kind of a lost art.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
All right, from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's Paul Alexander. Paul?
Rob, thank you. There's been a surge in a voice of the past. Why and who? Details coming up. Bottom of the hour. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Bloomberg Money Minute time, Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Starbucks winning back a lot of coffee drinkers. Sales last quarter rose 5% thanks in part to cushier seating, more appetizing pastry displays, and speedier service. Now, it's raising its full-year outlook. Well, Wall Street got a wake-up call today about all that spending on artificial intelligence after OpenAI, that's the maker of ChatGPT, reported that it missed several sales and new user targets last year as it faced a lot of competition from Anthropic's Claude chatbot. That sent a lot of tech shares a little lower today. At the closing bell, the Dow was down 26 points, but the tech-heavy Nasdaq got hammered, down 223, a nearly 1% decline. The S&P down 35, and oil topping $100 a barrel again as the Strait of Hormuz in Iran remains effectively closed. And the K-pop band BTS launching a line of Western Korean fusion noodles, energy drinks, and healthier sodas available at Walmart and on its website. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, listen, I don't plan on spending the entire night talking about this. Jimmy Kimmel is kind of, doing an end round right now, and that doesn't matter, and I'm not going to single him out. But look, we need to laugh in America. We need to have some fun. We need some of that sketch humor. We just have to embrace, after a long day, late at night, just to kind of, brain-numbing stuff to where you don't think about anything other than, getting a laugh or two. Why do you think so many of these little clips from The Tonight Show that are just all over the place, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, X, everywhere, why they do so well? And, the Carson estate is, believe me, I'm almost positive, is profiting from it, and good for them. Johnny left a lot to that University of Nebraska that he went to college at, and they have like a big, entertainment section, theater, his namesake. But it's because people just want to laugh. And look, it's so bad that I've gotten to a point after doing all of the heavy lifting throughout the day and all the things that I have to do before I just get here to hopefully reap the harvest. I get home at night, I'm exhausted. I am literally spent to where I take 15 minutes before I say lights out, and I just click on anything that's Jonathan Winters, Johnny Carson, and I just laugh. David Letterman, just laugh. Done. Some of the comics that I remember as a kid growing up, like Buddy Hackett, to this day, belly laughs. Richard Pryor, hysterical. George Carlin, Joan Rivers, Toady Fields, Phyllis Diller. It's because we need to laugh in America. And, the whole idea about these Disney station and the FCC, the president and whatever. Look, we don't need to talk politics on a late night talk show. And do you understand that Donald Trump has been the lead story in the news every day since returning to the White House, as he was every day for the first 4 years he was in the White House? I have never seen any public figure. He'd give the Kardashians a run for their money. This guy is the headline every day. I mean, even King Charles today talking about how his mother had a crush on him. I've seen that thing going viral all day long. I try to lean into things that are happening, even the NFL draft. And people want to talk about Donald Trump because he's doing things every day. And isn't it ironic, talking heads all weekend long on all those shows that Face the Nation, Meet the Press, ABC, CBS, NBC, they're always leading with somebody connected to President Trump. Saturday Night Live, that great brand, had a huge resurgence when Alec Baldwin was doing his Donald Trump impression. Donald Trump moves the meter. We get it. Colbert, that's all he has ever done. Fallon, not so much. Kimmel, that's it. One trick pony, with all due respect. That is all you get. You don't get anything else from the guy. And he's been doing that for 20 plus years. Nobody lasted that long on ABC. I don't even think Nightline went that long with Ted Koppel, which was a great show. And I'm not saying Kimmel's show isn't good, but enough with the politics. Give me 60 minutes out of the day, two people walked into a bar, something to make me laugh a little bit, some sketch humor. And, that's what made Johnny so great. And if somebody really had the courage, even one of the off-brands, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but like a Fox or a CNN or somebody, TBS, would launch something. Conan O'Brien is needed now more than ever in late-night television. I mean, the guy's hysterical, and he is killing it on HBO Max. He's got his own podcast, Conan O'Brien Needs Friends. The guy's hysterical. Started his career right out of Ivy League, writing for Saturday Night Live. I mean, Lorne Michaels, come on. Do something. And you gotta juice up the Tonight Show a little bit, too. But at least Fallon does some skits and this and that, and he brings entertainers on that actually sing, and they do stupid games. And he's also the guy who brought Password back. So I give him, of all the people, A for effort. And, what they're going to do at CBS with this Allen show about comedians, it's pre-recorded back-to-back, they're going to save money, I get it. But with all due respect, that's kind of boring. I mean, that's not really what I want. And where is, as I said last night, Larry King when you need him? But my goodness gracious, do you realize that all of these people that I mentioned, the reason why they've been bringing Donald Trump's name up day in and day out is because people want to get more and more and more. I mean, think about it. This guy left his first term in shambles. We were dealing with the pandemic shortly after January 6th, all of that baggage. He gets indicted after indictment, after an indictment, after an indictment. His legal team gets him off time and time again. And does he say, I'm going to take my billions and play golf? No. He decides to simply jump back into the race. And here's a guy that has done so many things in his life. Many of you may not even realize, but he owns so many things, including Doral, right, in Miami, known as the Blue Monster. Well, that Cadillac Championship's going to be there this weekend, so I'm sure he'll make an appearance there as well, too. But all I'm saying, let's just get out some, comics. Get some singers out there and let them do what they do. People need to be entertained. Just some give and take. And you need a good sidekick. All of them need a good sidekick, somebody to play off like Ed McMahon. I mean, my goodness gracious. I watch some of these YouTube videos now of some of the people that I just mentioned. Buddy Hackett, my goodness gracious. Will we ever have another Buddy Hackett? These storytellers. Danny Thomas was one of the greatest of all time, Marlo Thomas's dad. I'm telling you right now, America is fueled with nothing but anger. And a lot of it has to do, even if you get home at the end of the day and you've done everything you had to do and you put your head on the pillow and you're like, okay, give me the remote. And then something triggers something that ticked you off earlier in the day because it had to do with politics. Or maybe your job's not going the way you want it to. Or maybe your funds are low, as we used to say growing up, right? I think we need more entertainment. Look, you got to inform, you got to talk about the headlines, you got to do all of that stuff. But enough already. Enough already. And I'm telling you, we need to actually start talking. A talk show that people actually talk. And one of the other reasons why so many people are going to social media and scrolling at night, why they're not watching these shows and how the ratings are down, the numbers are down, is because they're not doing anything to bring us in. There's a guy, Graham Norton, at the BBC. His programs are off the chart. He brings them all out, keeps them on the panel, lets them interact like Johnny used to do. And he has people performing and great legendary movie stars and singers, performers of all kind doing shtick and acts and really having a goofy good time and drinking a glass of wine and enjoying themselves. Because I think that's what they want to do in that part of the world. And it's why it's such a hit in this country and everybody's plugging in and subscribing to the BBC. Ask King Charles III about Graham Norton. He'll tell you the guy's a legend in the UK. We need more humor. Enough of the political rhetoric at night. We get enough of it throughout the day. Leave it to us in talk radio. We'll handle it. You do the humor. All right, Paul's coming up next, and we'll be back. Stay with us.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Think your health insurance isn't changing? Think again. Premiums are rising, subsidies may go away, and expensive surprises loom. Have Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman from One Health Benefits be your health insurance advocates. From Medicare changes to ACA plans, the One Health Benefits experts navigate the insurance maze at no cost to you. Before you renew or enroll, call One Health Benefits. They work for you, not the insurance company. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 72 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Paul Alexander. King Charles's address to joint session of Congress marking America's 250th anniversary. CBS's Linda Kenyon has the story.
The king traveled from a red carpet ceremony at the White House to the halls of Congress, where he acknowledged what he described as a time of great uncertainty, but also solidarity.
We stand united in our commitment to uphold democracy.
While praising the enduring friendship between the U.S. and the U.K., the king drew applause over his comments about Ukraine.
That same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people.
The king and queen will cap off their trip to Washington with an official state dinner at the White House tonight. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Today in Pittsburgh, workers and union leaders marked Workers' Memorial Day, urging stronger protections for those on the job. Bo Waddle of USW Local 1557 shared a personal account, recalling being at the Clairton Coke Works during the deadly 2025 accident.
Just seeing everything put together, it hits home a lot for me. Being there that day and losing two of my brothers. Timothy Quinn, Steve Menifee. I want you to remember those names, along with my other brothers and sisters that might have been falling. There was somebody's son, somebody's father, my brother.
The ceremony honors workers lost over the past year, with the reading of names underscoring the risks many still face while on the job. City Council today gave a final approval to a number of measures, including agreeing to move $400,000 that had been meant for recreational facilities improvements in Bloomfield to removing condemned buildings across the city. The reallocation came because a federal grant would otherwise expire. But Councilmember Deb Gross, who cast the 1 no vote, says she plans to revisit the issue.
But it's our goal as a neighborhood to find and restore the $400,000 from other parts of the city budget. So I will be talking more about this with the administration and my colleagues here at council.
Gross said it's very heartbreaking to see money moved out of Bloomfield and going into other districts. The legendary voice of the Duquesne Dukes has died. Ray Goss passed while he was still recovering from a car accident he was in on April the 2nd. He started his career at WDAD in Indiana in the 1950s. He had been the voice of the Dukes for the last 58 seasons. Goss has been inducted into the Pennsylvania Association of Broadcasters Hall of Fame in 2023. Ray Goss was 89. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 25 points, the Nasdaq down 223, the S&P 500 down 35 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates getting set to take on the St. Louis Cardinals, Game 2 of their 4-game set at PNC Park. First pitch in about 8 minutes from now. KDK Radio News Time is 6:32. Time to call Metropolitan Windows. Save 20% off their exclusive Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows. 412-655-8411. Our next update right at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Ethos.
Snap is enlisting Qualcomm to revive Snap's Specs smart glasses. Snap's last generation of Specs debuted in 2019, but the Snapchat parent announced a partnership with Qualcomm to power the augmented reality glasses with the chipmaker's Snapdragon processors. Specs are described as see-through glasses that enable users to see, hear, and interact with digital content just like it's in the physical space. I'm Jason Brooks.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
KDKA traffic on the 5.
All right, 6:35 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot Rensel. Margot.
Alrighty, thanks, Rob. Taking a look at the major roadways. Looking at some congestion on the Parkway West on your inbound side. That starts around the bottom of Green Tree Hill. And the northbound side of the Liberty Tunnel is also giving you some brake lights as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a partly to mostly cloudy sky, tonight will drop down to 54 for an overnight low. Could be some fog around late and then some rain at times throughout tomorrow, high 62. Some sun returns Thursday, but a high only 53. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, a couple of things as we move along in our first hour. Next hour, talk about building a bright future. It is the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters. Our buddy Alex Fulton will be back in studio for the full hour. We're going to kind of get you set for the big open house that's happening this Saturday. And just like last year, my entire Saturday show from 5 a.m. all the way until the end will be broadcasting live, and you'll meet some of the great people that are training the future as far as carpenters and the labor industry, the building trades from the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters. We'll tell you about the big event. It's free. It's open to the public. It's happening this week. We'll tell you about some of the things that carpenters are doing and what they're getting involved in. And if you've got a young child in high school, a young man or woman who is wondering what they're going to do, and they like to put hammer to nail, boy, we have got a show for you. That's coming up shortly. So I hope you will stick around for that. Now, ex-FBI Director James Comey indicted again in a probe over an online post officials call a Trump threat. Okay, listen, I'm just going to say this because for all of you, I speak what I believe to be the truth. And one of the things that I said after he was elected, which I never thought he would get reelected again, but he did, I hope that he will stay the course, executive orders, legislation, try to be presidential as possible whenever he can, and to help right the ship of a sinking ship, the United States of America. I haven't agreed with all of it, but some of it I have, as I would any president, right? As I did with Joe Biden, Barack Obama, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, Jimmy Carter. I mean, all of them. I hope, and I said this and I'm going to say it again, don't get out there on that path that is a witch hunt. Don't try to reprimand or to have payback, okay? Don't let people in your administration say you've got to handle this or go after that person or don't take that. Don't stand for this. Look, we have a lot of problems right now in our country, and financial problems is one. We've got to find a way to get working class people working again. And he knows that, and he's done a pretty good job dealing with things like Nippon and U.S. Steel, which is going to help a lot of members of the building trades, a lot of members of the USW, the Teamsters Union. I mean, it's going to help a lot of people, right? The natural gas industry, these data centers, all of that stuff is good. But if you get so wrapped up in payback, you not only lose sight of what's going on in the here and now, but what could be going on down the road. Look, I don't know, innocent or not, I don't know what the situation is, but I have a feeling this Comey thing is more of a payback than anything else. And I'll be honest with you, let sleeping dogs lie, as my grandmother used to say. Let it go. Let it go. Just let it go. We've got so many issues in this country. Look, I said the exact same thing about some of the other things that have been trending as far as this administration is concerned. And I still have people talking about how he bankrupted companies when he was basically in the business world. He did that. He did this. Honestly, I don't care about any of that. But what I do care is about a future, creating some sort of workforce that's going to be able to uplift this country of ours and find a way to drill down on this $30 trillion plus debt. That's trillion with a T. You know, when you wake up one morning and you look in the mirror and you say to yourself, the country will never have a balanced budget in my lifetime. Many people would say, well, you know what? It was pretty good while you were living, so why are you worried? Because I don't want to leave it the way it is now. I want young people to have an opportunity to get the most out of life like I did. And sadly, at the rate we're going now, it's going to be really a very steep challenge. And with all of the news of late, assassination attempts and mass murders and this and that and drug issues, what worries me about this country that we have lost our way, that even if there is opportunities to get out and work, do we actually know what work ethic is? Look, don't tell me for 1 second that if these jobs were being filled by the young people of America, that all of these signs from every fast food, convenient grocery store, you name it, even the upcoming pool season and lifeguard jobs would be filled if we didn't have a problem. We have a problem. You need to get your kids up and get them moving again. Because what has happened, we've gone through generations of lost work ethic. Look, there are some who work very hard, extremely hard. I know that. But it's not the numbers we should need. It's not the numbers we should need. You know, I joke all the time about, my dad always made me hold the flashlight whenever he was working on a car or the washer and dryer or doing something in the house that extra light was needed. One day I said to him, you never let me pick up a hammer. You never let me do this. You never let me do that. All I did was hold that flashlight till where my arm would start to cramp up. And he said, you know why? Because that's why you can do this stuff or some of it on your own now. It's why he gave me that toolbox when he passed away. But he also said, save it for your sons, because true mechanical talent skips a generation. But I was learning as I go. But we have so many people in our society today, whether it's people cutting our grass, we take our laundry out, we even get Uber Eats and DoorDash on a regular basis. And we'll pay $20 extra just to have somebody bring a meal to our front door as opposed to getting out some pots and pans. I mean, we have air fryers, we have microwaves, and people are still ordering it. Look, it's okay once in a while. But, you got to run the sweeper. You got to do your laundry. You got to cut your grass. You got to learn certain things. Look, my dad had 6 kids, and all of us had a job to do. And one of the things, we never left home in the morning without our bed being made. Don't you understand what I'm trying to say to you? Our country is trillions in debt, but more importantly, we are in debt and not indebted to anybody anymore for teaching us the rules of the road. It's frightening to think about where we are going to end up unless we start showing young people what they can do. Build it and they will come. That's why this open house that the carpenters have every year, I love it. The building trades is the only way that you can pretty much guarantee yourself a life that your parents and grandparents had. Sustainability, where you get up, There is a job, and for an honest day's work, you get an honest day's pay. And wearing that carpenter's tool belt, it's a thing of pride. It's a badge of honor. That hard hat, your work boots, you enjoy that second sandwich at lunch because you've worked hard for it. And do you realize right now the young people who are going to be headed to the Carpenters Union for training or are currently there have an opportunity because of all of these things, and Alex will talk about it next hour, that are happening right now? 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 years, guaranteed work, good paycheck, health benefits, and a pension. And when it's all said and done and you're driving around with your children and grandchildren, you'll be able to point to various places in and around Western Pennsylvania that you helped build. Listen, we have to be building a better future. We have to be dreaming, doing things that we thought that were impossible. So what do we need to do? We got to get a work ethic again. We got to get up and we got to be hungry to go to work. America has lost their way. So, Mr. President, I get that you have certain things you have to do, but don't get involved in a witch hunt. If there is a fire, so be it. But if it's smoke, take a look first before you scream fire, okay? Because America needs you to be working every day as you do, tirelessly, more times than not. I even say you need to take a rest. But talk about job creation and what you can do when it comes to the building trades. And talk to people in the legislature in Harrisburg, our governor. Tell them how important it is. To the state senators in Pennsylvania, to the U.S. Senate, to Congress. Jobs first, jobs last. We've got to reunite as one workforce in America. You know, everything that has gone wrong with America in the last 30, 35, 40 years is because we've lost our middle class. And if it wasn't for the building trades, we'd have no so-called middle class at all. They have been paying the way for all of us, literally carrying the load. So let's spread the wealth. Let's get a work ethic and understand hard work never hurt anyone. Something to think about. 6:45. Fitzpatrick Goldblum Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Once again, here's Margot Rensel.
Alrighty, thanks, Rob. Just looking at a few brake lights on the southbound side of the Liberty Tunnel and on the Parkway West outbound, right around the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Other than that, should be smooth sailing on your commute home. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble? Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay, calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry, I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
Every family vacation looks different. Maybe this year it's ocean waves in Myrtle Beach. Maybe it's lake mornings in Deep Creek. Maybe it's palm trees and turquoise water in St. Thomas. Wherever your next memory takes you, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the space, comfort, and experiences that bring everybody together. And when you book direct, you get the best homes at the best price without the extra fees. Start planning your next trip at SWAC, SWACK vacations.com. That's SWACvacations.com.
Make Cinco de Mayo delicious with Easy Cater, the easiest way to order food from favorite restaurants for all your celebrations. From April 27th through May 5th, every order placed earns you 1,000 bonus rewards points. Whether you're looking for traditional favorites like tacos and tortas, festive options like a build your own nacho bar, or hosting a breakfast fiesta with huevos rancheros and breakfast burritos, Easy Cater makes food for Cinco de Mayo a cinch. Order now at easycater.com with promo code Cinco de Mayo 26. Restrictions apply. See offer details.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For all station contest rules, go to kdkaradio.com/rules.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
All right, coming up on 10 before the top of the hour from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's KDK Radio News anchor Paul Alexander. Paul?
Rob, some restaurants didn't do nearly as well as they had hoped during the draft, but it actually turned out to be a good thing for some others. Details coming up. Top of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. New research by the U.S. Geological Survey finds the Appalachian Mountains region of the U.S. East Coast, from North Carolina up to Maine, holds enough lithium essential for EV batteries and industrial manufacturing to curb America's reliance on imports for centuries. Oil, meantime, today topping $100 a barrel, even as President Trump says Iran has asked the U.S. to lift its naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz while the two countries negotiate a peace deal. OpenAI says it's, quote, firing on all cylinders, despite the ChatGPT maker reporting it missed internal targets on new users and revenues last year. That spooked investors today, sending a lot of AI-related stocks lower. At the close, the Dow was down 26 points. The NASDAQ lost 223. The S&P down 35. And the fast food value meal wars are heating up. The Subway sandwich chain now offering 15 menu items under $5, including a few 6-inch subs for just $4. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, I'm glad Paul was talking about the draft, because that reminded me I wanted to bring something up before we get to the top of the hour. I saw this in the PG earlier today, and the big success story is PRT. That's right, Pittsburgh Regional Transit. You know, everybody kept saying over and over about there was no traffic. It was easy access in and out. That's because PRT did a great job, and people bought into it. You know, we've been talking a lot about building off the draft, and we're going to try to get some folks in here next week to talk about how we can actually turn the page and move forward because of what we saw happen with the draft. And I know there are some shops and eateries that didn't do the business that they expected, but there were those who did, and maybe some that didn't expect it who did get the business, right? Look, when you have that many people roll into a centrally located area like the North Shore and the Golden Triangle, somebody's going to make a little cha-ching. There's no doubt about it. But really, what was so beautiful about this is the PRT can actually build off of this. You know, one of the concerns has been funding in recent years. Another concern has been, you know, people actually paying or, you know, getting passes to ride PRT. And I got to believe some of the people coming in from parts unknown that come to Pittsburgh on a regular basis are probably saying, boy, that was easy. I just parked my car, jumped on that PRT bus, rolled into town, could actually read a newspaper, kick back a little bit, don't have to really, you know, worry about bumper-to-bumper traffic. We'll go as the bus goes, right? And we got a much more experienced driver behind the wheel because they do it on a day-to-day basis. But the thing that PRT does that nobody really appreciates, but I think they saw it now, traffic. it takes away, and it keeps all of those fumes off the road in the dead of the summer when the heat is rising from the concrete. Those cars are back home, or they're in a parking lot at some shopping center somewhere else, or a park and ride. I'm going to tell you right now, the big story, other than the amount of people and certain places that made a lot of money, I'm sure, and that's good, these hotels and bars and restaurants, PRT hit a home run. So I got to tell you, maybe they'll get some more ridership. Maybe funding won't be as a tough situation as it has been in recent years. But more importantly, get the cars off the road. Look, when I started here back in the mid-'80s, I always had to give myself at least an hour and a half to get from Beaver County or wherever I was coming from, more times than not, to get into Pittsburgh. And I knew once I got to the top of Green Tree Hill in the morning or evening, I wasn't going to have a free-flowing highway through the tunnels. It was taillights on, taillights off. And I just would take my good old time in that bumper-to-bumper traffic until finally the congestion would break and I would see that window of the world, the Golden Triangle. I mean, no matter Ohio River Boulevard, 279, it was always that bottleneck. And being caught on the Fort Duquesne Bridge, are you kidding me? Trying to get from one lane to the next, it's tough. But I notice it's nowhere near as bad. I mean, I come into town every single night throughout the week, right in the middle of rush hour. And once I get up on 376 headed up towards Green Tree, I'm gold. It's not even that difficult getting to that place that is 376. But I can tell you right now, if more people decide because of what they experienced in the draft, if any of them actually come to Pittsburgh or parts close to Pittsburgh on a regular basis, have decided to get a pass or a membership or that ride pass that the PRT has available for everyone, it's going to be a paved highway of pure gold because it's going to make it so much easier. And, it's the old saying, like when you were a kid growing up, certain things your parents would like to eat, and they would try to tell you to take a taste, take a taste, take a taste, and you just didn't want to do it because you just were afraid of the unknown. And then once you did, you fell in love with it, right? And you became a connoisseur of that certain item on the menu. You wanted more of it. You couldn't get enough of it. I think people are going to feel the same way about the PRT. So to all the folks, and especially those who drive those beautiful pieces of machinery, job well done. And that was nice to see that in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette today. That's a nice local angle other than just the draft and people getting a steak, a hamburger, or a cold beer or some sort of, gear or memorabilia. And I see that the furniture that was used in the green room is going to be auctioned off for a charity. So, look, all in all, it was an amazing couple of days. And we need to just not forget what we are capable of doing when we put our mind, body, and soul into something. And that's what the O'Connor administration did. They were boots on the ground. They were all in. And, especially with that snowstorm that came, just a few weeks before this event, they found a way, the city workers, to get it done. And everything was spick and span, as they used to say back in the neighborhood. And I think we're going to be able to build off of it, not just with, maybe future business or maybe growing the numbers as far as the census in the city is concerned, but maybe people actually realizing we're really lucky to have the PRT. So if you're coming into Pittsburgh on a regular basis and you did it during the draft, you got a little sample of what your life could be with your hands off the wheel and not having to hit the brakes every couple of seconds. Plus, for those of us who can't get the PRT, it makes our lives a little bit easier, and that's what you call a win-win. All right, speaking of a win-win, one of my favorite events is just days away, the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters Open House, and my man Alex Fulton is about ready to enter Studio K to tell you all about it and all the great things that are happening with the carpenters. And if you have someone in your family who likes to, as I say, put hammer to nail, don't touch that dial. Grab your tool belt. We have lots of good information to get to with your Pratt Pack on KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Hey folks, it's Marty. Turning 65? Are you overwhelmed by Medicare options? With over 60 plans to choose from, it's easy to get confused. MediConnect is hosting free in-person workshops across Pittsburgh for answers you need. No obligation, just advice. Whether you have questions about coverage, prescriptions, retirement goals, MediConnect's team will assist in finding the right plan for you. Call 888-818-6334. 888-818-6334. Medicare made simple.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Take advantage of our Mother's Day sale, which starts now. It's our best deal of the year. Save up to 60% off. Visit legacybox.com/radio and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/radio for 60% off. Legacybox.com/radio.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Then he said.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 72 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. Trust PJ.com. We have more information about the murder-suicide that happened overnight. Pennsylvania State Police say 25-year-old Madeline Spatafor was found shot multiple times inside a home in Seven Fields. The shooter, 26-year-old Ryan Hasso, was found dead from a single gunshot wound in a nearby wooded area. Northern Regional Police initially received a call from the suspect's parents after Hasso told them he had killed his wife and was threatening to take his own. City Council has given final approval to a resolution to shift money away from improvements to Bloomfield's Recreation Center. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has more.
Councilmember Deb Gross was the one no vote, since money will be leaving her district and going to others for the remediation of condemned buildings. She said she understands the $400,000 needs to be spent soon.
These are federal funds, the Community Development Block Grant funds, that have a ticking timer on them that is coming to an end.
But with the Bloomfield pool, one of the most highly used in the city, Gross says at the neighborhood's heat, she plans to revisit the issue to find other sources in the budget to restore the $400,000. In other action, Council gave final approval to the necessary resolutions to accept the millions in donations from Pitt, the Pirates, and the Laborers Council to improve parks, ball fields, and public safety. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
One of the sidebar stories from last week's NFL draft was the success of 412 Food Rescue, a nonprofit that rescues the overabundance of food in the region and redistributes to the less fortunate. The organization's CEO, Alyssa Cholodowski, says despite the draft's record attendance, many local businesses had a surplus of food, which gave the nonprofit a great opportunity.
We have also been gearing up for a couple months, knowing that there would be a lot of food surplus left from the various events and gatherings, as well as the restaurants. And so far, we've rescued over 30,000 pounds of food to date.
She says the food goes right back to the community. If you're looking to volunteer or donate food, just visit their website at 412foodrescue.org, all one word. 3 Smoky Bones locations have closed as of today. Locations in Tarentum at Pittsburgh Mills, Cranberry, and Greensburg, Powerline Drive were all closed. According to multiple posts on social media, the locations closed abruptly and employees were given very little, if any, notice. The Robinson Township Smoky Bones location closed back in January. The owner of the chain, Twin Hospitality Group, also owns Twin Peaks. That one's located in Robinson next to that Smoky Bones. We have reached out for comment, have not heard back. The Smoky Bones in area also closed today as well. When it comes to amazing stories, one unfolded here over the last couple of days. Eli Heidenreich and Alex Teska are one heck of a ride. They ran the table at Mount Lebanon while in high school, winning WPIL and state football championships. They starred together at the Naval Academy. Then on Saturday, Eli was drafted in the 7th round by the Steelers, and Alex was signed by his hometown team as well as an undrafted free agent. Naval Academy head coach Brian Newberry says that both of these young men are very worthy and deserving.
You couldn't write a better script or a better story, and those two guys are more than deserving of that opportunity, and just two great young men that have done everything the right way here and stayed the course and developed over the years that they've been here, and excited for both of them the opportunity.
We, of course, will follow that story throughout training camp. KDKA Sports Cardinals have jumped out to a 1-0 lead over the Pirates. It's 1-0 St. Louis, bottom half of the second inning. Right now it is partly sunny and 72 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm Paul Alexander. Our next update at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be some clouds around for tonight, perhaps some patches of fog late, a low of 54. Then tomorrow, cooler with periods of rain, a high of 62. Back to some sunshine Thursday, but cool, a high only 53. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It is always an honor to promote the building trades, but especially my friends and family at the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters. Open house, days away, one of my favorite events on the calendar each and every year. And I'm proud to announce we'll be back for a command performance broadcasting the entire Saturday show, the entire lineup. From before the sun comes up, right after that CBS Radio News at 5 a.m., all the way throughout the entire day. All guests, everything on location during their open house, which is a free event. And Alex is going to fill you in with all of the information that you need to know. He, of course, Alex Fulton, who is joining me in studio tonight. And if you want to hear and see this interview stream live, go to KDKRadio.com and click on KDK Watch. He's in the Metropolitan Window video screen. Of course, the Odyssey app, AUDACY, a free app. Download it on your phone. And that YouTube page, if you haven't subscribed, you need to. And the traditional way, KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Alex, it's great to see you again, and it's so nice to have you back in studio.
Rob, it is great to be back. Thank you so much for having me this evening. Looking forward to talking with you about all the opportunities that we have with the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters.
All right, tell them before we do anything, and there's a lot of work, tell them about the open house a little bit.
Our open house, Saturday, May 2nd, so this weekend. Doors are open from 8 a.m. to 3. We have multiple competitions going on for general carpentry, interior systems, floor layers, and mill cabinet. We've got demonstrations by our heavy highway, pile driver, and millwright crafts. We'll talk more about those. There's food, prizes, a kids' corner, and I have to tell you, we have a special guest this year. who's coming to our open house. We have Mel Blunt, who is going to be in the building, and he just toured the building with his wife, Tionda. They were brought by the Southwest Corner, Arlene Nicoletta. They do great work kind of connecting the builders and the developers and all the different people that contribute to all the projects that go on in our region. And so he came down, toured the training center. Fantastic. I'll tell you what, you never know what it's like to meet a hero or to meet somebody you grew up watching play football or that you know from watching all those films. And he could not be a more genuine person. He was engaged. He asked great questions. And the work that they do with the Mel Blunt Youth Home is just second to none. So we're excited to partner with him this year. All of our proceeds from our raffles are going to go to the Mel Blunt Youth Home. And he has graciously donated some signed footballs and helmets and things like that that'll be part of our raffle. So if you come out to the open house, you'll not only get a chance to see the best builders, you'll get a chance to possibly meet and definitely raffle off some of the memorabilia from one of the greatest athletes our region's ever seen. So we're super excited about that.
I just saw him on social media working out the other day. He looks like he could still play.
I think his wife is even in better shape. I know. She is incredible. But, yeah, they are both very formidable people.
Listen, and that youth home connected to it many, many times throughout the year. One of the things that they did, horses, baling hay, and more, they work. So he was teaching them and still is a great work ethic, something I was just talking about last hour. And if you have a good work ethic and your future is putting hammer to nail and you are interested in maybe becoming a carpenter, young men and women everywhere, you need to get to the open house. Tell everybody where you are located.
We are at 652 Ridge Road, Pittsburgh, PA 15205. If you've been on the Parkway driving out to the airport, you've probably seen our building, the big red building up on the hill there, Carpenters Training Center, 652 Ridge Road, Pittsburgh, PA 15205.
When I get done with the weeknight show, this is the truth. Every night around 10:15, I look up at that building and I say, good night to all of my carpenters, because you guys do put hard work in every day. That center is second to none, and we're going to get into the names, the numbers, the statistics, who represents, what states are involved, all of that stuff as we roll through the hour. But do you ever think about how many people you have trained that has gone through those doors, who is now building or has built some of the most incredible pieces of building and architecture that this area has ever seen?
I do all the time, and my kids hate driving around with me in the city because all I do is point to different buildings. I worked there. I put that addition on. I worked up in that building. But it is truly incredible to be part of something. I mean, just in our commercial local, 432, we have 4,000 carpenters in the Pittsburgh area. We've got a local in Erie. We've got all the specialties. So you're talking about 6,000 or more men and women just in this region alone that are working and building and producing. It's just it's a great thing to be a part of.
Listen, I've had them all. We've had everyone from State Representative Jess Benham to State Senator Devlin Robinson, State Senator Jay Costa. I have had Jim Struzzi, State Representative. I have Beaver County Commissioner Jack Manning on tomorrow night. We've been talking a lot about all of the things that are going on, but let's focus on what we're going to be talking to Jack about tomorrow night. These data centers, one in Homer City and the other in Beaver County at the old Bruce Mansfield coal-fired power plant. You're going to have a lot of work for carpenters because of these data centers, correct?
It is absolutely incredible. And one of the things, you remember a few years back, we had the cracker plant, right? That was a mega project.
Yep.
That went on, and it was kind of one of the few mega projects going on in the country. It was the largest project in North America for a while. Now, these power plants and these data centers, they're going up everywhere. So where we used to rely to some degree on travelers when we'd have these big projects in our area, at this point, we may not have that. We need to get even more people from our area, which is great for our area, but we need people because we have just huge projects that are going to be coming up out of the ground, in addition to all of the other work that we're already doing at the schools and the hospitals, the high rises, all the different things that we are already doing. And now we have these mega projects, too.
Yeah, and the other one that I promoted and talked about for years, and it finally came to fruition, Nippon U.S. Steel, the Mon Valley, millions and billions across the country from here to Gary, Indiana, and everywhere in between. There's going to be a lot of work for the building trades because of that partnership, right?
Absolutely, yeah, huge. I just heard, I think BlackRock, which is a huge investment group, right?
Yep.
They understand, they've got investments into all these data centers, but they realize, you know what, we need people to build them. And so that group alone, I think, is investing $100 million into furthering the trades, just because they see what the demand is going to look like moving forward.
Well, I have said time and time again, as we lost the mills and manufacturing at an alarming rate, and so many members of the middle class, now working class, just trying to make it work, the one aspect of our economy that kept the economy afloat was always the building trades.
It's a fantastic career path. Not only are the wages good, they're family sustaining, but the benefits, the health care, the annuity, the pension. You can not only work and have a good middle class life, but then you retire with dignity. It is a career path that for a long time, I think they always say it was the best kept secret, and we don't want it to be a secret anymore. We want people to know just how rewarding and how beneficial this career can be.
All right, we're going to break down all the numbers and everybody involved as we move through the hour, but I want Alex to tell you as we go to break, for our first break, what the open house is, when it's going to take place, and how everyone listening or watching this thing stream, this interview tonight, Pittsburgh Works, is invited to the Carpenters Union location just a few miles from where I sit in Green Tree on Saturday. Tell them about it.
Saturday, May 2nd, doors open at 8 a.m. all the way to 3 p.m. Everyone is welcome. It's an open house, so come first, come at the end, whenever you want. The doors are open. We have contests going on between our best fourth-year apprentices. We have demonstrations, food, prizes, all kinds of activities. Kids Corner, bring your kids, bring your grandkids. Come check it out. That's at 652 Ridge Road, Pittsburgh, PA 15205, Big Red Building on the Parkway.
Website, too. Give them your website.
eascarpenterstech.edu.
All right, there you go. Alex Fulton, one segment down, but now we get into the good stuff. All of the names, the numbers, the states, and how these numbers are growing. 4,500 apprentices. Stay with us. Much more to come. Pittsburgh Works getting ready for the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters open house, in which we're going to be broadcasting the entire Saturday show this week right here on KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Stay with us.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, with an exciting opportunity.
Normally, Larry, we offer $500 off any complete roofing and siding replacements. For our spring promotion, we're offering an additional $500 off.
Joe, that's $1,000.
That's right, Larry.
You better call today. The roofing experts, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Hi, this is Father Tom Burke of the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education Plus as we listen to two teachers and how their story started in our Catholic school hallways and now they're side-by-side teaching. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30 on KDKA Radio.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we are back with Alex Fulton getting ready for the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters open house. Now let's start drilling down on some of these numbers. 4,500 apprentices, 6 states plus Washington, D.C., Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, West Virginia. So talk about the footprint and how large these numbers are, and they really incorporate all of those states. Go ahead.
Yeah, so across all 6 states and D.C., we have 4,500 apprentices across 17 training centers. We have a variety of crafts. Now, in the Pittsburgh area, I mentioned our 6: commercial carpenters, floor layers, heavy highway, pile drivers, mill cabinet, and millwrights. But they have other crafts in different areas. But in our area, that's what we have. Just in Pittsburgh, we have about 1,000 apprentices of those 4,500. So, and we're talking big cities: Philadelphia, different places, Atlantic City, New Jersey. And Pittsburgh has one of the largest apprenticeship programs in our whole footprint. So it truly is a town that is built on the building trades. As you said, Rob, that really carried a lot of people through the steel mill closures and things like that. As medicine and colleges and different things moved in, the things that replaced some of those jobs, the carpenters were here building the whole time. So it is a great program and a great foundation on which this city is built.
I've known you all long enough to where some of these dates have become a part of the brand since I have had this relationship. Why do you continue to grow like that? Explain to me.
Really, it comes down to a business decision. Everything a long time ago, the locals were small, the training funds were small, the councils were small. But, when you're running an organization, the carpenters have been around for over 140 years. We're the largest trade organization in North America, over 500,000 members. And when you're trying to move everybody in a single direction, when you've got tons of small pieces, it's a lot more difficult than when you have a few big ones. So it just makes those business decisions and those maneuvers. We talk about the data centers, right? So our international training center out in Las Vegas, they're developing different curricula for the different types of building and the different things that are going to be going into these data centers that our members need trained to do. So when you have to say, okay, we've got these projects going on, we need training, we need manpower to do these things, we're able to shift directions and change our mission or our goals a lot faster and more efficiently than we used to be able to.
What people don't realize, and it's very easy to not understand unless you're around it day after day after day, and I had friends growing up who were members of the Carpenters Union, obviously my longtime relationship with many of the people like Rick Okrashevsky, and Bill Watercott, Lou Gilberti, and of course Alex and Steve Mavs. It goes on and on and on, that not only do you build these things like nuclear power plants, like data centers, and places like Royal Dutch Shell and that petrochemical plant, but you're around to service these places too, to where you've got to go back in time and time again. So it's not one and done. You may build it from the ground up, but you're coming back on a regular basis to service it, right?
Absolutely. So we have service contracts at all of these large facilities. The cracker plant, we still have, at the height, we probably had 1,000 carpenters working down there. But now maybe there's 50 to 100 working down there full time, just doing maintenance. Our millwrights are industrial mechanics. This one surprises people. When you talk about carpenters, everybody thinks like building houses or buildings. The millwrights are installing gas and steam turbines and conveyor systems like we just had at the airport. So they're doing all the maintenance on these huge turbines that power our entire region. So, yeah, once the building is built, that doesn't stop there. They require constant maintenance, and we're there for that too.
Everybody thinks wood, hammer, nail. They think carpenters and saws. But these apprenticeship programs, 4 years, 5 to 6 weeks per year, 6 crafts, commercial, floor layers, heavy highway operators, pile drivers, mill cabinet. You talked about that, millwrights. So there's a whole lot more to being a carpenter than dealing with wood and lumber, right?
Absolutely. And the apprenticeship program, like you said, 5 to 6 weeks a year, depending on the craft. So that's when you're actually coming to the training center. The rest of the time, even as a first-year apprentice, you are out on the job working side by side with a journey person, earning wages and benefits right out of the gate. So you're not, and it's tuition free, the training. So you're not paying money to go to school for some period of time, racking up all kinds of debt, and then going to work. You're going to work right away. Our commercial carpenters are doing all the buildings that you see around all those commercial buildings, the schools, the hospitals, the high-rises. Floor layers are installing flooring, any kind of flooring you can think of, that's what they do. Heavy highway, all heavy concrete work, so bridges, tunnels, locks and dams. Pile drivers are doing the heavy foundation work for these buildings. Your house sits on a footer, Rob, but a building like this can't sit on a 3-foot deep footer. It would just collapse. So the pile drivers go down to bedrock with either caissons, which are huge concrete piers, or H-pile, different things like that. Mill cabinet doing high-end mill work that you might see in a lobby or nurses reception desk, things like that. And the mill rates, we talked about the industrial mechanics.
Listen, let's talk about, you said nurses, let's talk about healthcare, AHN, UPMC. You're involved in that too, and you do critical stuff as far as keeping places sanitary and safe so operations can proceed. You develop things that will prevent disease and infection from developing in a hospital setting, such as an operating room. So the footprint is large when it comes to the Carpenters Union.
You mentioned Ricky O. He was instrumental in developing the ICRA program. That's Infectious Control and Risk Assessment. So when we go into a hospital, it's not just the building. The building is different in many ways. The different mechanicals that go on in a hospital are often more involved. But the building itself isn't a whole lot different than a school, the way you'd build it. But the fact that you're in a hospital, the fact that you're working in a space that is adjacent to patient care areas where there might be immune-compromised patients there, the way that you have to build and make sure you're isolating yourself, your air, calculating those air changes per hour and maintaining negative air in your space, and not just the practical side of it, but how you interact with people in that facility and making sure that you're putting patient care first. That's a huge part of what we do and so critically important to the healthcare that has become so huge in our area.
Well, you know what I love about what you all do, and I'm sure anybody else that likes to do something different every day, this is the job for you. It's not boring. It's not the same routine. It's like broadcasting. I love it because there's always a breaking story. There's something else to talk about. There's another angle to look at it. And you guys are all about angles too, but you just happen to use the slide rule. So the bottom line is, if you like adventure, you like something to be challenging you every day, and you like to create, generate, and rejuvenate, carpentry is for you, is it not?
It was one of my favorite, probably my favorite thing about this career was the constant change. You're constantly going from different buildings, different areas, working with different people, doing different things. And that was my favorite part about it. It never got old. You were always working yourself out of one job and on to the next one. So, sometimes the jobs were bad, but those jobs ended. Sometimes the jobs were great. Those jobs ended too. But it was always that thrill of going to the next one, the next challenge, the next friend, the next project. Really, I loved it.
See, one of the things that, and I should talk to Ricky O, who I absolutely have such respect and love for. He's become such a close friend. And when he retired, I was a little sad, but we still stay in touch from time to time. But I always loved the fact that you were going to these different communities, these different neighborhoods, these different cities. You're getting a chance to see the landscape, meet the people that call that place home, what their favorite restaurants are, what the school district's like. So every day really is like the beginning of that next chapter of your life, right?
One of the greatest things is going back to a building that you worked in, and you're seeing the people using the space that you built. You saw it when it was nothing but bare walls, and you put up the studs, the drywall, you watched all the mechanicals go, and you installed the casework in the rooms, the doors and the hardware, the ceilings. And then you go into that occupied facility and you see people, because of the work that you did, they now have a space where they're able to work. They provide for their families. They're reinvesting that money back into the community. So it's extremely rewarding to see that.
And remember, he said tuition free, no debt. You start to learn and earn right away. Tell them about the open house, then we're going to go to break.
Once again, open house May 2nd, this coming Saturday. Open to the entire public. Bring your family, bring your friends, bring anybody that's interested in, even if you're not interested in being a carpenter, you want to see what carpenters do. We'll have demonstrations, we'll have food, prizes, raffles, and again, signed football and helmets by Mel Blount. And maybe some other Steelers, I'm told. So come on, come all. 652 Ridge Road in Pittsburgh, PA. Website again, eascarpenterstech.edu.
Yeah, don't miss it. We'll all be there, including your Saturday broadcast with your Pratt Pack, the entire show beginning before the sun comes up, right after that CBS Radio News at 5 a.m. So Alex is here for a couple of more segments. I want you to stick with us. We're going to get ready for the news just minutes away with Paul, and then we'll come right back and tell you more about the open house and also some of the other unique things that they're doing, because they're doing something unique every day at the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters. In the spotlight tonight with your Pratt Pack, Pittsburgh Works. Back with more after Paul checks the news at 7:30. That's 3 minutes away, right here on KDKA 100.1 FM AM 1020. Good evening.
Lowe's has the brands pros trust to get the job done. You can now shop new Catalyst fencing solutions and save big when you do. 10% off when you buy in bulk. Plus, save $180 on a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel sliding compound miter saw. Now just $449. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble?
Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay, calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry, I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SCHEV.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 70 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Bob Alexander. King Charles has addressed the joint session of Congress, marking America's 250th anniversary. CBS's Linda Kenyon has the story.
The king traveled from a red carpet ceremony at the White House to the halls of Congress, where he acknowledged what he described as a time of great uncertainty, but also solidarity.
We stand united in our commitment to uphold democracy.
While praising the enduring friendship between the U.S. and the U.K., the king drew applause over his comments about Ukraine.
That same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people.
The king and queen will cap off their trip to Washington with an official state dinner at the White House tonight. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Health officials are warning about a growing concern involving a common stomach infection that's becoming tougher to treat. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has those details.
The CDC says antibiotic resistance is driving that concern. A new report finds extensively drug-resistant Shigella made up about 9% of infections in 2023, up from 0 in 2011. While most cases still clear without medication, more severe infections can lead to hospitalization and may require IV antibiotics when standard drugs fail. Health experts say the trend reflects a broader rise in antibiotic resistance that could limit treatment options across a range of illnesses. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
City Council today gave final approval to a number of measures, including agreeing to move $400,000 that had been meant for recreational facility improvements in Bloomfield to removing condemned buildings across the city. The reallocation came because a federal grant would otherwise expire. Councilmember Deb Gross, who cast the 1 no vote, says she plans to revisit the issue.
But it's our goal as a neighborhood to find and restore the $400,000 from other parts of the city budget. So I will be talking more about this with the administration and my colleagues here at council.
Gross said it's very heartbreaking to see money moved out of Bloomfield and going into other districts. The legendary voice of the Duquesne Dukes has died. Ray Goss passed while he was still recovering from a car accident he was in on April 2nd. He started his career at WDAD in Indiana in the 1950s. He had been the voice of the Dukes for the last 58 seasons. Goss was inducted into the Pennsylvania Association of Broadcasters Hall of Fame in 2023. Ray Goss was 89. KDK Sports, it's now 3-0 Cardinals as the Cardinals are batting in the top half of the fourth inning. Again, Cards 3, Pirates nothing. Game 6 tomorrow in Philadelphia between the Penguins and the Flyers. Flyers lead that best of 7, 3-2. KDK Radio News Time, 7:32. Our next update is at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a partly to mostly cloudy sky, tonight will drop down to 54 for an overnight low. Could be some fog around late and then some rain at times throughout tomorrow, high 62. Some sun returns Thursday, but a high only 53. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
The following is paid for by the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Alex Fulton is here getting ready for that Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters open house this weekend. If you need more information, eascarpenterstech.edu. We were talking about Mel Blunt proceeds, certain things that will be auctioned off, and one of them is from my very first experience at this event years and years ago was this, and don't ask me why, but I think about it all the time, a pristine canoe. So what's the whole idea behind this beautiful canoe that anybody would love to have?
So the canoe project started, Wayne Babjack, who's our mill cabinet instructor, our longest serving instructor by far. I had him as an instructor when I was an apprentice. And this canoe was an idea of his to have a project that would be really fun to build, not cost a whole lot of money in raw materials,
right?
But building that canoe lets our mill cabinet apprentices touch just about every piece of equipment in that mill cabinet shop because it just comes in stock lumber, and then they mill it all down to make this cedar strip canoe. So that project is it's great training. You're not going to build a lot of boats as a mill cabinet carpenter. If you're coming here thinking you're going to build canoes for a living, that's not going to be the case. But it's a really fun project. We auction it off every year at the open house. And it's great experience for our mill cabinet apprentices building it.
All right, so let's talk about, right now you got a lot of young people, men and women, and the numbers are growing when it comes to young women, and that's a great thing. He can talk about that in just a little bit. But high school, getting ready to graduate, this is that very uneasy time. What do I do? Where do I go? I really don't want to have 4 years of a college degree that may not get me anywhere, and I'll be in debt $100,000+ and paying on a student loan for 10 years. Look, there's ways to do it, and there's certain people that need to do it. But if you like to build things and create and generate and rejuvenate, as I like to say, you're a high school senior, you come, you bring your family, and if you want to get signed up for the fall, you can actually do that, right?
When I told my parents I wanted to be a carpenter, they told me no. I have to go to college, so that's what I did. 4 years later, I graduated. They were so proud of me, and they said, "What are you going to do now?" I said, "Well, I'm still going to join the Carpenters Union." They were not thrilled with this, but that's what I did. Now, they came around to that decision. But if you don't have parents like mine, if you have parents that are willing to entertain maybe your interest in the carpenters or the building trades in general, then our open house is a great place to start. We have information sessions at 9 a.m. and noon that day. So the information session is going to tell you all about the program, the apprenticeship, the work, the contractors, the different things that you're going to be doing, the good and the bad, so that you can make an informed decision about what you want to do. Because picking one of those 6 crafts is kind of like picking your major in college. That's going to determine what you're doing in the apprenticeship. So those information sessions are at 9 a.m. and noon. You'll get a link to apply to the program, and then you'll schedule an interview for later in the month of May. So if you are a graduating senior or even a junior, sophomore, you're interested in learning more about it, this is a great place to start. Do that information session, and then you will be able to apply to the program. So you are in the perfect position if you're a graduating senior to attend that information session at the open house and then apply to the program.
Now, here's the other thing. Somebody may be driving home, tie loosened, fed up with their job. They went to college. They're doing exactly what their degree said. Some young man or woman in their 20s or late 20s, and they're going home to work on a project to take their mind off of work, a little plumbing, electrical work, or building something in the backyard. Hey, it's never too late to think about being a carpenter.
We have interviews going on this week from our information session last month. We run these information sessions every month. Usually they're virtual, but this month, because of our open house, we do them there. And we interview a lot of people that are in the exact situation you just described. They went to college, they got their degree, and now they're struggling to find a job. The jobs that they're getting aren't paying what they thought they would, or that office job really isn't giving them the meaning or, that they thought it would. And so exactly what you said, they take on projects at their house, they help a buddy do something, and they think, you know what? We started with nothing. We worked all day, and at the end of it, we have something to look at. We have something that we accomplished that we can see, that we can take pictures of, and that's how they come to us. And so I interviewed a couple just today in that exact same situation.
What a lot of people don't realize, this is a calling, I think. I think a lot of people know when they're young that they have this tendency to want to build things and do things. And, I visited a friend the other day, and I was in the driveway, and I was looking at this house, and it took me back to the original owner, who was friends with my parents. He was a carpenter. He was in the union. And the house that they used to go enjoy a Saturday night together, or my friend is living in now, he built this house by himself. And to me, that's mind-boggling. But this is the type of talent. It's a whole nother aspect. Believe me, you're going to get a livable wage. You're going to have that working-class income to give you an affordable life, to afford a house, a car, a little bit of money, put in the bank, all the things that you need to do, buy groceries. But if you need to make a little extra, you can take that skill set when you're not on the clock and do some other things to make a little bit of that, what we call extra money in your pocket, right?
A lot of people talk about side hustles now. Somebody's doing a normal job during the day, then they're driving Uber at night or DoorDash or something like that. The best thing about being a carpenter or really knowing any trade is that you don't need anybody to go make money. I was a history major, and if I went and knocked on your door, Rob, and I said, if you give me $100, I'll tell you everything you want to know about the Great Schism of 1054. I didn't get a lot of takers.
No, I can understand.
But when I
that.
say, hey, I can give you a new bathroom, all of a sudden the checkbooks open up. So it is great. If you want a side hustle, you need a little extra money because you want to do some work at your own house, or you want to go on vacation, or you want to do something like that, it's there. You have a trade. You, with your hands and your head, you can make a lot of money.
Yeah, disposable income. And once you put your time in and you retire with that healthy pension, if you need to make a little extra for the grandkids, you can go out and do something. This really is a skill set that never leaves you. Even though you're now kind of out front, PR, speaking, talking, you can still swing a hammer if you need to.
One of my greatest joys now is I have 3 boys, 12, 11, and 8, and they all enjoy helping me, but my middle one, Levi, he loves to get into projects.
Got
so we just replaced some posts on my front porch, and we do all kinds of things, but he really, really enjoys helping out, and I love teaching him. And so it's great to have somebody you can do projects with. I look forward to my retirement and working at all their houses and for helping out with them and their families. And it's just great.
Listen, some of my fondest memories was when I would come home from work and my dad would be at my house hanging curtains or doing something, and that drill in his hand that's been handed down. Tools are such a big part of someone's life, their journey, that toolbox. And all of it really, in many cases, starts with that visit to an open house at the Carpenters Union this Saturday. He's going to tell you all about it, Alex. Then we'll come back. One more segment tonight. But don't forget the entire Saturday show beginning at 5 a.m. right to the end, going to be broadcasted live at the open house this Saturday, Eastern Atlantic State's Regional Council of Carpenters. Tell them about it, Alex.
Open house Saturday, May the 2nd. That's this coming Saturday. Doors open at 8 a.m. Come anytime, all day, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Information sessions at 9 a.m. and noon. That is the first step of the application process. We have food, we have prizes, we have competitions, demonstrations, and again, a chance to win some autographed Steeler memorabilia, and of course, the canoe. We'll see you on Saturday, 652 Ridge Road, Pittsburgh, PA. A website, eascarpenterstech.edu.
And let me just say this building is nothing like you've ever seen in your life. It is one of the most beautifully, best kept, just magical moments. When you enter that building, there's nothing. It takes your breath away.
I am honored every day that I get to work and serve this organization at that building. When we started out, the apprenticeship training center was down on Neville Island. It was an old, I think, an elementary school. And then my 3rd year of apprenticeship, they finished building that building, and we moved up there and have been there ever since about 2011. And it just is an incredible facility.
It is. Listen, I hope to see you there Saturday. We'll come back. One more segment with Alex Fulton, ESA carpenterstech.edu to find out more. Back with more of Pittsburgh Works in the spotlight tonight. The Eastern Atlantic State's Regional Council of Carpenters countdown to the open house this Saturday on the campus. You don't want to miss it.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Pittsburgh Power and Fitness Festival returns May 16th and 17th at the DLCC. Witness elite bodybuilding, strength sports, and martial arts. Shop the massive expo and meet fitness celebrities. Get tickets now at PittsPowerFit.com.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back with Alex Fulton. We're going to tell you about the open house one more time. But before we do, let's just drill down on why, if there is someone out there who knows someone, or it's you that has ever thought about being a part of this, or you have a family member or a child, a sibling, doesn't matter, husband, wife, aunt, uncle, you want to be a part of this, but tell everybody exactly who the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters are and how big this incredible footprint is. Go ahead.
Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters is our council that covers 6 states plus Washington, D.C. So that's Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, and West Virginia. 4,500 apprentices, somewhere between 50 and 60,000 members across that footprint. And if you are somebody that is interested in the building trades, the carpenters are a great place to be. I recommend any of the building trades in Pittsburgh, though. If that is something that you're interested in, if it's the electricians, if it's the brickies, if it's the tin knockers, whatever it is, look into all those options for yourself. But once again, we have not only all the work that we've always had in Pittsburgh, but we have huge projects coming up, power plants, data centers. We are going to need more tradespeople than ever before. So if this is something that you have been thinking about doing, now is the time. And there's no better place to start than our open house this Saturday, May the 2nd, information sessions at 9 a.m. and noon. First step in the application process.
Listen, I could get off the Monaca exit, but more times than not, I'll get off the Beaver exit at night because I just want to see the cracker plant up close and personal. And I don't know how long it's been since you've been there. It's a world within a world. They have their own rail yard. I mean, it's one of the it's a modern marvel. It was the largest construction project of its kind anywhere in the world during its time. It's absolutely amazing to think that members of the carpenters and other building trades actually built that thing from the ground up. It's staggering.
It's incredible. I'll tell you another project that's going on right now that many of you in this city have probably driven by is the Beaver Bridge. Have you seen this bridge going up? That's exactly what our the men and women in the heavy highway carpenters do. That kind of project. That bridge is enormous, and the way that they're pouring the piers and then the bridge decks going out from those piers, slip forms and that concrete going. It is. I drove past it the other day, and I just am amazed. I'm a commercial carpenter, so I never worked on a project like that, and I am so impressed with what these men and women do. It's incredible to see.
Listen, I love a good slab of concrete, and for people who've been listening to me for a long time, concrete's one of my favorite topics, but nobody does concrete like the Carpenters Union.
And I'll tell you what, nobody does concrete like the carpenters, and no carpenter does concrete like our heavy highway carpenters. They are just incredible, the stuff that they do. But the projects, I mean, just the size and scope of what they do is incredible.
This is stuff that will be there long after all of us. I mean, we're talking a century from now. That project, in one form or another, will be a part of who we are in Western Pennsylvania. But talk about the various aspects of being a carpenter and some of the different vocations that you can participate in if you become a member of the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters.
So again, we have 6 crafts, and the commercial carpenters working in buildings, schools, hospitals, the airport. We just had a big addition going on at the airport. Rob, have you been through the airport?
Yeah, it's incredible.
Absolutely incredible. That ceiling in there and just the way it flows, it's so much better. But that was an incredible project to see. I didn't work there, but I got to take a couple tours while it was being built. What an incredible thing to see. Now, the floor layers, doing all kind of flooring. I tell people all the time, if I had to pick a different craft than what I did, it would be the floor covers. I love math. And I love layout. And they get to do a lot of things like that. And the other great thing is everything they do, you see. It's on the floor. It's finished. You know, it doesn't get buried behind a wall. I can't tell you how many amazing things I've built that got buried and no one ever saw again. But the floor cover is not like that. Heavy highway, we talked about them. Pile drivers doing heavy foundation work. Mill cabinet, building high-end millwork, and the millwrights, the industrial mechanics. So these crafts, and this is what you're going to learn at the information session, everybody hears carpenters and they think home building. That's all. That's what everybody thinks of when they think about carpenters. And we really don't. We don't build houses, commercial carpenters, and we don't even really work with wood that much. It's all metal studs and drywall and concrete and things like that. So if you come to those information sessions, I promise you will be surprised by the size and scope of the Carpenters Union and what we do.
How about you as a carpenter? Any job that you look back on that still makes you smile to this day as one of the best experiences you ever had?
I worked it was the first company I did working for Birchick. We were doing a Meta reality, the Oculus, so Meta, which is Facebook, bought the Oculus, the VR headsets. And I worked on a job in the Strip District doing their reality lab. So this is where they developed the hardware and software for these VR headsets. And so we had these soundproof rooms and these isolated floors that were on springs and all these cool wall decals and different trim pieces. And it, from start to finish, that was just a really, really cool job to be a part of.
And listen, Mr. Zuckerberg, I am a fan of Facebook and Meta. They have signed a 20-year deal. Toby Rice, EQT, going to supply the natural gas. These data centers, I know it's early and it's kind of like the Starship Enterprise, but it's the future. I mean, we just have to embrace it. This is the future. And I'd much rather have them building them here because we're going to employ a lot of carpenters, a lot of building trades, and the permanent jobs are going to be there too. So, hey, let's build it here. Why not, right?
Absolutely. And it's one of the great things about being in the trades. One of the scary things with all these data centers and with AI is what's that going to mean for white-collar jobs and especially entry-level ones. So, again, these people that are just coming out of college, they're finding it harder and harder. The trades are not affected by this in the same way. We're building these data centers. AI is great for a lot of things, but one thing it can't do is build a building. Now, someday the robots will catch up and we'll all be out of work. But until then, we can at least keep building the data centers because for right now, you still need people with their hands and their minds to build these buildings.
Listen, someday the carpenters will be building and repairing those robots. So we're definitely in a good place.
Our millwrights already do, which is actually incredible.
Yeah.
Not so much in our area, but if you go out in Indiana or different places where they have these automobile manufacturing plants, the mechatronics, the robots that build the vehicles, millwrights service those in those areas too.
Listen, I've been hearing a lot since Ricky O was out there. He is now retired, Mr. Okreshevsky. Think about him often. But the training center in Las Vegas, I heard, is incredible.
It's amazing. So if you come to the open house on Saturday, you'll see our training center, which is we have over 200 training centers across the U.S. and Canada. I would put that one in probably the top 5, our training center here in Pittsburgh. And it is about 90,000 square feet of space. Correct. The training center in Las Vegas, 1.3 million square feet under roof. It is one of the most incredible facilities you'll ever see. They do training. So across those 200 training centers, we probably have about 4,500 instructors across the whole UBC. So they go to the International Training Center to get certified to teach all the classes that we teach back at our home training centers. They also do curriculum development, and then you do member training. So if you come into the apprenticeship, as a third-year apprentice, you'll have an opportunity to go out to Las Vegas to the International Training Center, all expenses paid, and you do professional development and leadership training out there. Because one of the things we need in this industry is leaders. My generation, I mentioned how my parents were not thrilled with me going into the carpenters, and a lot of people from my generation were discouraged from going into the trades. So the 40, 45-year-olds that should be stepping into these roles, these leadership positions, there's just not enough of us there. So these opportunities are going to be available to young men and women far sooner than at any point in our history.
Don't forget, tuition-free, no debt, college credit, earn while you learn. Wages, benefits, and the very important thing that is a pension and great health care. It's all waiting for you, and you can get a good idea of what it's all about. The open house this weekend. Please tell them all the details one more time.
Saturday, May the 2nd, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Doors are open. Food, prizes, kids' corner. Bring your kids, bring your grandkids. The first 200 members, too, so if you're already in the Carpenters Union, if you come to the open house, we've got a free gift for you as well. We have information sessions at 9 a.m. and noon. That is the first step in the application process. We have demonstrations by our heavy highway, pile drivers, and millwrights. We've got competitions in general carpentry, interior systems, floor layers, and mill cabinet, so you can see our apprentices there doing the work that we do every day. So, again, 652 Ridge Road, Pittsburgh, PA. Website eascarpenterstech.edu.
You think your mom and dad blame one another for not letting you do it, or they say, I told you he should have been a carpenter. Look, he just fixed this for us, and he fixed that for us, and he fixed this for us. But all's well that ends well. You've had some kind of journey, have you not?
It's been incredible. I have to say, I'm blessed every day with the opportunity. I do. I loved my work in the field. I love what I do now. I really do still miss what I did in the field. There is just something different about starting with something, building it, and at the end of the day, you see the progress that you're making. You watch that building come out of the ground. You watch the walls go up and the mechanicals go in and the doors swing, and you start with a field and you walk off the job handing the keys to the end user. It is an incredible experience.
I will see you Saturday.
I'll see you there, Rob.
All right, Alex Fulton, looking forward to it. We'll be broadcasting the entire Saturday show at the open house of the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters. News is coming up next.
The proceeding was paid for by the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly clear at 69 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. More information about the murder-suicide that happened overnight. Pennsylvania State Police say 25-year-old Madeline Spatafor was found shot multiple times inside a home in Seven Fields. The shooter, 26-year-old Ryan Hasso, was found dead from a single gunshot wound in a nearby wooded area. Northern Regional Police initially received a call from the suspect's parents after Hasso told them he had killed his wife and was threatening to take his own. Local bar owners are joining forces after a deadly shooting, announcing a unified effort to improve safety. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has the details.
Following the April 18th shooting outside Club Elegance in Braddock that left one woman dead and 2 others critically injured, bar owners say they're taking action. Effective immediately, they formed a unified coalition meeting monthly to coordinate safety strategies and keep their businesses operating responsibly. 15 bars are already participating, with more expected to join. Under the agreement, anyone who causes a disturbance or engages in violent or disruptive behavior at one location will be banned across all participating bars. Owners say the goal is to protect their community while supporting each other, calling the effort One Band, One Sound, and inviting others to join as they work to prevent future violence. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
City Council has given final approval to a resolution to shift money away from improvements to Bloomfield's Recreation Center. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has more.
Councilmember Deb Gross was the one no vote, since money will be leaving her district and going to others for the remediation of condemned buildings. She said she understands the $400,000 needs to be spent soon.
These are federal funds, the Community Development Block Grant funds, that have a ticking timer on them that is coming to an end.
But with the Bloomfield pool, one of the most highly used in the city, Gross says at the neighborhood's heat, she plans to revisit the issue to find other sources in the budget to restore the $400,000. In other action, Council gave final approval to the necessary resolutions to accept the millions in donations from Pitt, the Pirates, and the Laborers Council to improve parks, ball fields, and public safety. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
The legendary voice of the Duquesne Dukes has died. Ray Goss passed while he was still recovering from a car accident he was in on April 2nd. He started his career at WDAD in Indiana in the 1950s. He had been the voice of the Dukes for the last 58 seasons. Goss was inducted into the Pennsylvania Association of Broadcasters Hall of Fame in 2023. Ray Goss was 89. KDK Sports not looking good for the Bucks over at PNC Park. Bottom half of the 5th inning. It's 6-0 St. Louis. Penguins in action tomorrow night, Game 6 of their first-round series against the Philadelphia Flyers. Flyers can wrap things up with a win tomorrow night. The Penguins would love it back here for Game 7. Puck drop at 7 o'clock tomorrow night in Philadelphia. Right now in Pittsburgh, it is mostly clear and 69 degrees. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDKA.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, Supervisor and Funeral Director. To keep the costs down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and DeLisandroLTD.com.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be some clouds around for tonight, perhaps some patches of fog late, a low of 54. Then tomorrow, cooler with periods of rain, a high of 62. Back to some sunshine Thursday, but cool, a high only 53. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Frax on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, time once again to welcome to the broadcast a world-known columnist who resides here in the city, and you can see his stuff in the Trib, in the Post-Gazette. We need a little more light in that room, Oliver. No, there he is. All right, turn them lights on so the world can see you.
Go.
There you go.
Out of the darkness,
That's
yes.
okay, man. Oh, I get it. Keep them coming, buddy. One of those one-liners. Stick to the script. All right, he joins me now in the Metropolitan Window video screen where you can click on KDKRadio.com, KDK Watch. This is a two-segment for you tonight because we have a lot to get caught up on, including shots rang out, correspondence dinner. Look, back in the day, that would have been a major headline that everybody would want to talk about for days. But we live in such a violent society, it's almost business as usual, especially for this guy where there's been 3 assassination attempts on his life. When is this madness going to end? Go ahead, Oliver.
I just filed a column for Unheard, the publication I write for in the United Kingdom, 2 days ago. Maybe it was a day ago. It feels like you just said, Rob. It feels like I just filed it ages ago, and this already cycled through. But what I said in there is I expect that, A, this is going to continue, and B, I think that some of the causes of all this, there's so many of these factors, right? Like there's a security question that has to be addressed. There's just the fact that we really don't have a way, and I don't think constitutionally there should be a way. We've got a lot of guns in circulation in the U.S., 300 million, 400 million, so be it. There's not much we can do about that. A lot of them are here legally, so be it. We've got a lot of people that, like this particular shooter who went to, and the guy that shot the CEO for United Healthcare ages ago, it feels like ages ago, went to elite schools. The careers weren't going the way they wanted. They're angry. They're trying to take their anger out on something. A lot of folks like that, and they're going to see stuff like this, and they're going to see it, and they're going to do more of it. And I think, with all the turmoil and all the tension, we're probably headed for a period where there'll be one of these every couple weeks. I don't think it's great to think about that. And it won't just be Trump. It won't just be things like that. But I think we're heading into some troubles like some of those European countries had, with the Red Brigades and the far right brigades in the 1970s.
Let me tell you what I think is going to happen. Everybody worries about artificial intelligence. Listen, if that ends up taking over society, I alluded to this earlier, we have nobody to blame but ourselves. But what's going to happen, maybe not in my lifetime, but I think in your lifetime, that these politicians and people who are in positions of power, they're going to be null and void. You're not going to see them other than a Zoom call or a multi-layer of security in which they're in another building doing an interview that's sequestered and nobody is there but the person who's asking the questions. There won't be these impromptu press conferences. There won't be a chance for a pool of reporters to be in a room to talk to a president. And I think this ballroom is going to get built now, as some members of the, Congress are saying it should, because you need to do these type of affairs like this correspondence dinner where you have that extra layer of security. So you want to have that visibility? We got to find a way to stop the violence, or sooner or later, these politicians, you're not going to see any of them in real time and in the real world.
Rob, I think that's a great point. I haven't seen people saying that yet, but I think you're going to be proven correct. I do think that the ballroom's going to get built now. I think it will offer that extra layer of security. It's going to be costly, but so be it. But I think as a lesson in going forward for other things, we're going to see more and more politicians who they might use AI to make a video of themselves talking where they're not even in the video. You can even ask it questions and it can respond. They'll be doing other things, but anything but appearing in public. Sounds like sci-fi. Sounds like the kind of thing that, you do in a sci-fi novel where society is broken. But if there's a lot of these little assassination attempts and these little things that elites become worried about security, and I think they will be, not just Trump. I mean, he's been very fortunate and he's been very lucky in these situations, although they've been kind of unlucky security-wise for people to get through. I think that we're going to see this. I think you're right. 10 years, maybe 5 years. I think that listeners who haven't thought about this, that's a great point. I think that we're going to see less of our elected officials because they're afraid of what could happen if they go out. What does that say? That's not great. You should be able to meet the press and meet the people.
Absolutely. Here's the other thing. Because of all of the hate speak, we are about ready to lose something that has been a brand of this country since the mid-'50s, and that's late-night television. There may be only one or two that survive, if that at all. And I'm not just singling out Jimmy Kimmel. It's been going on a long time, and no matter what anyone says, I understand money's the bottom line, but I also think a lot of these major networks, they don't want to keep getting sued or, God forbid, something happening to a politician like another attempt on his or her life. So it's changing history, and it's also changing things that have been tradition in this country. We're living in times that I never thought I'd ever experience, Oliver. Never.
Yeah, I mean, it's really amazing, Rob. You know, the age of Johnny Carson and then David Letterman and all that, that's long behind us. Or even the age of somebody being able to go up and, like a George Carlin, and do some pretty provocative jokes, but not, trigger anybody to do anything, and, pretty incisive jokes too. I think we're moving away from that. We are seeing, direct confrontation. And then we've got people who are shrewd, like Trump is very smart with a lawsuit. Like if you say something or you mess up a broadcast, as some companies did, they end up having to pay out to him. Why would you want that risk? He's already scooped up a lot of money from errors that, CBS and other groups made. This is probably just going to continue. I think free speech as we knew it, as you knew it, you've been on the radio for ages. Free speech as you knew it over these airwaves, it's changing.
It is. It is. And there is an anger, but I think talk radio and your columns and things of that nature are needed now more than ever. Real speak, real time, real journalism. But here's the thing that really boggles my mind. You have this shooter trying to go into a building to get to members of the administration and would be willing to do whatever, meaning shoot at anyone just to accomplish. And this was the correspondence dinner, something that's been going on forever. And it really is like a roast. But in that place were a lot of members of the media who may lean a little bit more to the left and don't have all the flattering things to say about this president anyway. And this person is still that bent and full of hate, willing to kill anybody, even if they may be, at times, obviously not as rational as they are. He is irrational, but the same thought process of not being happy with the administration. What does that say or speak as far as our society is concerned?
Yeah, I mean, people are, he was willing to lay it on the line for that. It's crazy that this is the same hotel where Reagan was shot, right outside the hotel, which tells you just that, Washington is reusing a lot of these central venues. And maybe there is an argument for the ballroom. Like if you are having to use this particular Hilton that much, or it's so central, maybe we need a more secure place. But yeah, I mean, like you said, it would give me pause. If I were a congressman and I were on the edge of, if I were in a district where I supported a move, right, to close down a plant or something like that, I certainly wouldn't want to be seen in public as much as possible, because I know that even if I thought I made the right move, there are going to be repercussions to some of this. And I'd be pushing for these extra layers of get me on video, let me work from home, let me get off. I don't want to go on any of these things. I don't want to leave the house. I don't want that. I wouldn't even call it being accountable, because these are dangerous, irrational people. So I'd have a reason to not. And that's the worst of all possible worlds. You can't go out there and meet the press and meet the people, but at the same time, you have a good reason to, because these folks they're rough. I mean, they're rough. They're disturbed, or they've had a lot of time to plan out what they're going to do, and they don't care who gets hurt.
So what's your thought process on how they get so close? I think it's just because there's so many moving parts that anything is possible, and what just happened is another indication of just that. Oliver.
I remember I was at a couple rallies in 2008 and then in 2012. For the various candidates, I was even one where I was pulled behind the risers to stand behind one of the candidates, and you got checked, but it's not like that. It's not like the whole place. Like this was in Central North Carolina and Raleigh, North Carolina, where I went to these events, and it's not like they were really locked down. And these were major candidates, Obama, Clinton, these people that were running, and yeah, you can get close. I think you can get closer than people think. Like it's not like we have perfect security. I mean, what would that even mean? And we've seen that stuff with Iran. The planes get shot down. Right. Like nobody's invulnerable. We weren't invulnerable in the 60s when Kennedy gets shot. There was an attempt on Ford in the 70s. They can get, and Ford had just walked right up to him. Like these are really, it's pretty nuts, and it's pretty crazy that it hasn't happened more. In fact, I think that there is, you definitely have more security now at the airport, it seems, than you do getting into one of these functions.
Good stuff. Now, perfect timing. Guy who is read in the UK, King Charles III, speaks to Congress today. That's a lead story. The war in Iran, plus the aftermath of the draft. And what an amazing couple of days in the city of Pittsburgh. Oliver Bateman, columnist. You can see him from time to time and read his byline in the PG and the Trib. Always a pleasure. We appreciate him on this broadcast. It's your Pratt Pack. Back with more in a moment.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. 24 months, no payments or interest. $500 off. Restrictions do apply, but call 412-543-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
The Carpenters Training Center is holding its annual open house on Saturday, May 2nd. Doors open from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Bring the whole family and enjoy food prizes and Kids Corner. Their 4-year apprenticeship program is tuition-free, and you will earn competitive wages and benefits while you learn. Information sessions begin at 9 a.m. and noon. Learn about a career in the union building trades, as well as the pre-apprenticeship program. Join them Saturday, May 2nd, as 4th-year apprentices from their 6 crafts participate in competitions and demonstrations. Find out more at eascarpenterstech.edu.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, King Charles III earlier today, Congress, I pray with all my heart that our alliance will continue to define our shared values with our partners in Europe and the Commonwealth and across the world, King Charles III said as he addressed Congress today, as he urged the UK and the U.S. to ignore the clarion calls to become ever more inward-looking. America's words carry weight and meaning as they have since independence. The action of this great nation matter even more, the king said. Let our two countries rededicate ourselves to each other in the selfless service of our peoples and of all the peoples of the world. You're read in the UK. He still carries a lot of weight. And look, you can say what you want about the guy, but he knows when he is needed to speak. And I thought he did a great job today. And I think seeing him and the Queen here in the United States, especially with relations a little stretched thin at times between our country, the Parliament, and their Prime Minister, I think it was a welcome sight seeing him in the nation's capital.
Yeah, I mean, we've only ever had one royal ever address Congress before, and that was the prior queen, his mom, after the Gulf War. And I think in this case, he did do a great job giving a non-political speech that stressed the importance of the alliance, which you and I both believe, Rob. I mean, I see it just because a lot of my writing business is over there, but those ties are strong, and no matter what, they should be. I know we can talk tariffs and we can talk all these other things, and there was back and forth over aircraft carriers and the Iran war and all of that, but we should not lose sight of the importance of that really, really strong bond. I think, and there's something that tells me, as hard as it is to read Trump, I think it's important to him, and he seems to have some kind of relationship with the king. He does.
He kind of joked, said that his mother had a crush on him, and I thought that was kind of cool. But, I mean, just for a moment, I mean, think about, we were talking about late night talk, right? Graham Norton, who's been on the BBC forever, is incredibly talented. They do talk topical things. They do bring the king and queen up, but they do it in a respectful way, and I think we could learn something. You know, when I was growing up, my mom loved Benny Hill. We used to watch all of this stuff, Monty Python, and how their humor was a little different. Peter Sellers, obviously the Pink Panther. You know what? Maybe we could learn a few things from the United Kingdom as far as how to entertain and make people laugh and don't take life too serious. I mean, in their parliament, they scream at each other, but they find a way to come to a common ground. I think that his coming to this country today, and here's a guy dealing with Andrew, obviously Diana when she died. This guy's been through a lot, but he still pushes on, and he got this throne very late in life. I mean, this guy's had ill health. He's not a young man anymore, but he still understands royalty and what it means, not just to the UK, but around the world. And for that, we have to respect him.
Yeah, I think despite his age, I mean, he's been a pretty vigorous politician for a long time in terms of diplomacy, in terms of going around, in terms of pushing for what's important to him. And this is another great plank in that. And I do agree with you, Rob. I think there's something to be said for the UK speech culture where Parliament is anything goes, and they really do go at each other, and they have a strong debate tradition. But they do have a lot of rules, and it's very easy to get sued. And I think sometimes it's a little bit extreme, and some British people have said it's very extreme too. I mean, you can end up, in trouble with the local police for certain types of speech on public broadcasting or in the airways and stuff. And I think that's a bit extreme. I think some other people like Rowan Atkinson, Mr. Bean have spoken out against that to the extent that it is. But I do think there has to be a balance because like on the one hand, like it's great to be able to say this sort of stuff anywhere, but there are also consequences, and maybe there should be time and place. Like I think our Congress should be a place for really vigorous, rough debate, not Twitter.
Absolutely, and they need to debate the way debates were meant to be. All right, let's talk about the war in Iran. President, once again, standing tall and being very strict, saying we're not coming over there anymore. Why do we keep letting this regime off the mat? Your thought process about the war in Iran, Oliver Bateman.
I find it hard to read. Usually Trump is pretty easy to read, but he's never been in a conflict this long. He's usually in and out. He had a clear... For his foreign policy up until now, it seemed like he's had a clear objective. The only difference was the tariffs, and he was using those to negotiate back and forth. We weren't at war with anybody. Yeah, it was affecting prices, but he was working on this stuff. But here, I think that maybe he misjudged, or what I have read in some other columns that, from some very good observers of the scene is it might have been bad to kill so many people who were part of the negotiating teams. And prior governments, because we've never really done that in any prior conflict. A whole chunk of this government that you could have negotiated with is
50,
dead now.
Right, like 50 of them. It is incredible when you think about it.
Never in history. Like we didn't do this in Vietnam. We didn't blow up, Ho Chi Minh and everybody else, like in hope to get out of that. And I think we had the intel to do that to some, this just hasn't been done.
How do we get out of this with our pride? Is it even possible?
I think they're just trying to see how long everybody can take it. I mean, fuel's running out in parts of Asia. Their prices are going up around the world. We're a little bit insulated from it, but everybody has said fuel's going to go up, even more here. I think he's going to get pressured by his own party. The elections are, 6 months out, 5 months out since November.
Midterm.
So they're coming up. So I think he's going to have a resolution or have to have a unless he doesn't care. Like I think he cares. He's going to want to get save as much face as he can. The question is just going to be what's the final deal going to be? I don't know.
All right, let me ask you about the gubernatorial race because it's kind of a big ticket item. Quickly on that, then we'll get to the draft. Josh Shapiro's to lose. Do you see Stacey Garrity gaining any ground? Obviously, she's got support of the president, but what does that mean right now as far as the country, let alone the state of Pennsylvania and the pulse on the president? Go ahead.
Well, something I've been puzzled by, Rob, and I think you've probably seen it too. I think it's still going on, but there's a write-in campaign that's building for Doug Mastriano.
I've seen that.
He announced in April. Now, he's not going to pull much, if anything, but any percentage in a race like this, even if he pulls 10,000 votes or 15,000 votes, well, no matter, and I've talked to Stacey Garrity, and I think she's competent. I think she's a competent candidate. I don't think she stands a chance. The lieutenant governor candidate, competent to the hilt. Doesn't matter. This is not the race for them. This is a bad season. It's really unfortunate. And then the Doug Mastriano stuff is even stranger. It's all very weird. That's going to be a rough race for the PA Republicans. I think the PA Dems are going to have a strong showing overall. And again, I think that the Republicans, you can't even judge their performance by anything because they're up against some issues. I think on statewide issues, like if you talk to people, they probably had a lot of winning issues they could have played. But I think now with all these federal issues and concerns over tariffs and war and gas, that stuff's out of their hands.
All right, the NFL draft. Were you as pleased as everyone? The good, the bad, the ugly. Go ahead.
I thought it was a really interesting draft for the Steelers. I mean, you got Eli Heidenreich there in that 7th round, man, like physical testing off the charts. And I knew he had been great at Navy, but I didn't realize that like he ran a 4.40 and like 35-inch vertical, and people were comparing the overall stats to Christian McCaffrey. That and Jennings Dunker that huge tackle who's going to play guard with the mullet. Those two guys might be the steal of the draft. And then they got that returner from Iowa who also ran a 4.40. All the cornerbacks and safeties they drafted ran 4.3s. I think it's a sneaky good. The tackle they got in the first round ran a 4.9, Rob.
I know, incredible.
Like, I think if you're looking at physical ability, I think they did a cool job with the draft. So I'm excited about the talents they got. I'm just wondering, like, who will be the quarterback and, but I mean, it's changed. This will be the first time we've had an offensive-minded coach in a long time. And it was a really cool, picked a lot of guys for fundamentals, and we'll definitely see a lot of Jennings Dunker on commercials.
No doubt.
Good
Listen,
for him.
What about the city, from the city standpoint? I got less than a minute. Go ahead.
I think it came off without a hitch. I mean, there weren't even, parking was handled, driving was handled. If anything, it was so well organized that places that thought they were going to get spillover traffic didn't get it. I thought if you came in here for it, the shuttles worked, everything worked. And the overhead shots, Rob, it was on ABC nights in a row, right? And every time it would cut to commercial, you get the bridges, you get the north side, you get all of that. I mean, should be a great ad at least.
For the future, lots to build off of that for sure. All right, less than 30. What are you writing about next? When can we see it quickly?
A very interesting one, Rob. So, the Post-Gazette, we're not sure. It's been sold, but we're not sure what the publication schedule is going to be like going forward. But my last column in there Thursday, until we know what is going to be happening, is about my grandfather, Bateman, who was on the USS Sea Lion II. And he wrote a diary, and it was about the sinking of the only battleship that a submarine sunk. He was on it. He was in the torpedo room when they sunk. The only Japanese battleship sunk by a U.S. sub. And so I said, you know what? I asked the editors, I was like, give him a column. Let's put him in there.
I love it. Oliver Bateman, good night.
Always a pleasure, Rob.
When you invite a contractor into your home, you got to trust they know what they're doing. You want to feel good. That's why CertaPro Painters and me have gotten along for more than a decade. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Take advantage of getting the most professional job you can and know that each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your pre-estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market Team when they discuss beef recipes with lean, budget-friendly cuts It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
CBS News. James Comey is indicted on charges of threatening the president. It involved a 2025 post on Instagram of shells on a beach forming the numbers 8647. Comey responds,
This is not how the Department of Justice is supposed to be. And the good news is we get closer every day to restoring those values. Keep the faith.
Elon Musk takes the stand in his lawsuit against OpenAI, which he co-founded in 2015. Musk alleges he was lied to about keeping the company a nonprofit. CBS's Jolene Kent.
Many analysts are looking at this trial not just as a battle between two billionaires, but also a discussion and perhaps a decision of who controls the future of AI.
At the White House right now, Britain's King Charles and Queen Camilla attend a state dinner after the King's rare address to Congress, during which he referred to the relationship between the U.S. and UK as truly unique. CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for name brand furniture. Stop in and compare their quality and pricing and save. 380 Auction has name brand furniture for less. Before you buy, shop 380 and save on your next furniture purchase. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132 or log on to shop380.com and save.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a partly to mostly cloudy sky tonight, will drop down to 54 for an overnight low. Could be some fog around late and then some rain at times throughout tomorrow, high 62. Some sun returns Thursday, but a high only 53. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, don't forget, if you know someone in your community who has done something extraordinary in the past year, nominate them now, KDKRadio.com, to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. All right, we've taken care of that. Now you and I, for the next 90 minutes, let's throw some fastballs here and get going. 866-391-1020. So let me ask you something. Do you think we're still the greatest, most powerful free nation in the world? Do you still think that we lead by example? Okay? Do you think that there are people in China and Russia and other parts unknown who are saying, I got to get to America. It's the land of opportunity. Do we have the best scientists? Do we have the best health care? Do we have the best politicians? Do we have the best structures? Do we have the best communities, the best schools? Are we educating people of higher learning, these great institutions that we talk about all the time? How do you rate America on a scale of 1 to 10? Rate America for me now. And let me make it even more local if I can. Pittsburgh. Boy, we looked great on the national stage. I mean, every shot, every moment, middle of the day or late at night, the sparkle, did it not? Is Pittsburgh still the most livable city? Is Pittsburgh still someplace special? And if you're scratching your head right now and you're afraid to answer that, you must have second thoughts. How did we end up where we are today? A city that has to get fiscally sound, a nation that obviously needs to get physically and fiscally sound. We need to. We've got to get stronger. We've got to build our muscle memory of what made America great the first time. So I want you to tell me, how do we get $38 trillion of debt and get rid of it? How do we start stockpiling money in the city of Pittsburgh and have all of the resources that everybody deserves who lives in the city and neighborhood supplied to them? How do we get these family-owned businesses to go from one generation to the next? And now that we have this investment in Clairton and that Mon Valley works in the Mon Valley and people in West Mifflin and elsewhere are going to benefit, how do we continue to help the workforce move forward and to keep that business a part of who we are right now? How do we do it? Do we even have the workforce? Do we have the people that can actually do the job? And I'll tell you what else is starting to worry me. Every day this war in Iran goes on, I'm starting to question our military supremacy. Do we have a military as capable as some of them that have been in the news of late? The Israeli Defense Forces, the Ukrainian military. I mean, China's military might, Russia's military might. If we had to go to war on a world stage, could we win? And if we cannot win in that part of the world, then what does that tell you? If we cannot get an unprecedented, unconditional surrender from this regime in Iran, what does that tell you about America? You tell me. Do we have the entrepreneurial spirit? Are there more people other than Elon Musk doing things? And please, somebody tell me, who took their eye off the checkbook? How in the world did we end up $38 trillion in debt? I mean, that's just like unfathomable. I can't believe it. It's like one giant sucking machine that's just taking the life out of so many people. I mean, if you're looking at that bottom line, how do you even recover? 38 trillion. I mean, that's like Jack and the Beanstalk. That's through the clouds and beyond. I don't even know what we can do. I mean, we have certain things that would help, but I don't know if we have the workforce. So is our country headed for a collision course? I mean, how did Pittsburgh, this incredible city, end up the way we did? I mean, you get the COVID money and then it's not there, but still, we should have never had to rely on that. I'm going to tell you, and then we're going to go to your calls. We took away the working class jobs. People that worked in those mills and built things. And look, we all love beautiful parks. We love scenery. We love clean air. We love fresh water. We want to hear the birds chirp. I get all of that. But what about the pounding of that mill late at night? The sky being illuminated at midnight like it was 12 noon. No, we don't want the pollution. But why, when I look at Royal Dutch Shell along the banks of the Ohio, I see that as a thing of beauty, just as I would seeing the first robin of the springtime? Because you have to have both. It balances things out. It built communities like Clairton and Bloomfield and the Hill District, the South Side, the North Side. Think of all of these river communities that have struggled to stay afloat, how they're on life support, how they were thriving metropolises, and then all of a sudden, they started to lose the manufacturing. Honestly, I don't know how some of these cities, large or small, Mon Valley, Ohio Valley, Beaver Valley, I don't know how they keep the lights on. I don't. Shouldn't we demand more? Shouldn't we want more? And whatever happened to, well, doing business with a name that you know? A family that's been in business for 2 and 3 generations, that's where you go. You should always support local, but do people? And why is it that everybody sits in the comfortable confines of their home with that little mouse, click, click, click? Doesn't anybody want to go out and talk to anybody? I mean, think of the crisis right now in retail. I'm witnessing it right where I live. It's heartbreaking. I actually drive around it so I don't have to look at it. Because I worked there as a kid, I remember what it was like. Do you realize every shopping plaza, every mall is like a city within a city? Do you realize that some of those malls during their peak, like Century 3 and others, employed thousands of people that basically sold shoes for 30 years? How do you replace stuff like that? What has happened to America? Everybody's worried about AI. Guess what? If we don't start talking to one another in real time, like on this show that we do every day, it's going to be AI, and we have nobody to blame but ourselves. Stop complaining and start generating. 866-391-1020. Here's Ralph in Bloomfield. Ralph, you're on KDK. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you? You derailed me there with the comment you just made on something else I was going to say, but I've got this question. When you were talking about retail, and I was over in Youngstown 2 weeks ago, and stopped at the mall there, the Southern Park Mall, at lunchtime just to pick something up real quick. I walked in Macy's. It was a ghost town. It was so sad to walk around. I talked to one of the cashiers that was checking me out. I had to pick up something real quick. But if you're doing ordering, I'm trying to figure this out. If you're ordering from Amazon and all these other retailers and getting stuff delivered, you're getting your groceries delivered, like, you need to leave the house at some point. I like to go to the grocery store, and on your point that you made about local, I try to buy local as much, or American-made at bare minimum, as much as possible. But I don't get it. If you're doing all this online ordering and having all this stuff delivered to you, why do you ever need to leave the house to begin with? If you're ordering shirts and pants and shoes, you're not leaving the house to begin with. And the grocery stuff, I mean, I like to touch my produce, take a look at it, you know? So I don't get some of that. Like, people are so caught up with just staying at home. It's just really strange.
It's like the pandemic came and went, but people haven't gone back out. Listen, I'm not just singling the place that I live, because I love where I live, but it's not the same. Like, if I would leave here at night and want to go basically have a beer or get a cup of coffee, it's impossible. It's impossible.
Try to do that on a Tuesday night. Almost all the bars and restaurants, well, not almost all of them, many of them, they're not even open. They're closed Tuesday for whatever reason. It must be a thing in the restaurant and bar business. A lot of places are just closed down still, and that's post-COVID. But just real quick to shift, and I will let you go.
Go ahead.
You were saying, hey, basically, is America what it was before, or, whatever way you were trying to frame it? I would just say this. I want to know how many migrants are trying to go to Russia or China, and I bet you it's a very small number.
Yeah,
people want to come here.
We still have gifts like freedom of speech and the opportunity that everybody has every day that they wake up. You don't have those in other places, but guess what? They don't have some of the ridiculous stuff that we have going on in this country, like somebody once again trying to assassinate our president because they don't like his political views. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's wild. If you did that, I agree. If you did that in China or Russia, there would be no trial.
Nope.
You'd be done.
Done.
Yes, sir. So America is still, I think, the land of opportunity. This is one place that you can make things happen. And with diligence, hard work, connections with other folks, which means you have to leave the house, by the way, to do that. There's nothing like personal interactions with other people. In the younger generation, they're super afraid to talk to you, to interact, to look you in the eye. I would say a vast majority of them that I've had to deal with in business situations, you have a conversation with their eyes wander elsewhere. So
yeah, here's the bottom line. It's parents that need to push them to make them communicate, make them get a job at 15 or 16, working a cash register, learn to count change, interact, make eye contact with people. Ralph, you're absolutely right. We're going to take a break. Hey, look, parents, you got to push them. You got to educate them, because if you don't, it's going to be a ghost town with tumbleweeds going across Main Street. Business won't survive. Humanity won't survive. Work ethic is needed now more than ever. 866-391-1020, your Pratt Pack.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals install most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
Hi, this is Father Tom Burke of the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education Plus as we listen to 2 teachers and how their story started in our Catholic school hallways and now they're side-by-side teaching. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30 on KDKA Radio.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, I must tell you, we grew up in a very liberating time, we baby boomers. We had the greatest generation as mom and dad. They didn't count calories, and yeah, they drank and they smoked and they lived their life to the fullest because they understood what they went through during World War II and before that, the Great Depression. So what I'm about to say may shock you, but I think it needs to be said because I think we have gotten soft in America, and it's one of the reasons why we have $38 trillion worth of debt. And DOGE and tariffs and everything that the president can do, sadly, is not going to change it. The next president, whoever he or she is not going to change it. The only way that we can actually make a giant dent is we need to form some sort of commodity that is going to be wanted by other people that they can't get around the world. And the one thing that we have is natural gas, but for some reason, we are just pushing back and pushing back and pushing back. Look, back in the day when the steel mills dotted the landscape and there was soot on front porches and at night the sky looked as though it was at noon when it was midnight. Yeah, it wasn't perfect. The sights, the sounds, the smells, I get all of that. But the snow was removed, the trash was picked up, everybody had reading, writing, and arithmetic and all the tools that they needed. No one ever stayed up late wondering if they were going to be able to pay for a hospital bill or a prescription at the local pharmacy that was owned by a pharmacist who went to Pitt or Duquesne and came back home and took over the family business. Bigger, better? Look at the pharmacy situation right now. Overnight, we lost thousands of those Rite Aid stores that are now being filled up by other companies such as Dollar Tree and Giant Eagle putting a pharmacy, a beautiful pharmacy, in Sewickley. Bottom line is, we are losing our way, America. We are losing our way. Work ethic, second to none. Talk to any employer. The thing that they say, the very first thing out of their mouth, I can't get enough workers. I need more workers. Look, a summer of the 15th, 16th, 17th year of any young adult should not be spent playing video games all day, on the computer, on their phone, all day and night. Listen, we all wanted to sleep in as teenagers, but guess what? Sometimes when you get to be of a certain age, you got to lay the law down. Go get a job. I knew a friend once whose dad actually came in and said, "You're coming with me." And he took that person to a grocery store to fill out an application. And that's how the journey started. I mean, he just said, "Come on, you come with me." Yeah, just like that. And then I never stopped working. At the age of 15, still working to this day in education. My father telling me, "Look, you got to do something. You're done with broadcasting school. And until you find a job in that, go get a job." So I started to bus tables, became a waiter, eventually a maitre d', but then I had to make the choice to give up a really good-paying job with big money in my pocket at 19 and 20 to go get a job in radio that basically paid just enough to put gas in my car. And I was working like 50 hours a week, and it did pay off eventually. But certain times in your life, you have to sacrifice, you have to go out. But what is happening now, not just young people, we've got older people that need income because the pension that they were supposed to get never really amounted to anything because all of those good-paying working class, middle class jobs disappeared. So this is what I'm about to say. And I don't want it to happen. Dear God, please don't ever let it happen. But a war is what really made the greatest generation work twice as hard when they came back. And they wanted to give their children everything. They wanted their American dream. They wanted to build a home. They wanted to have money for groceries and vacation and that car every few years. And they wanted to make their kids not work as hard as they did. Steel mills, the farming community, work, work, work. If you talk to anybody who is left from the greatest generation, and there aren't many, they'll tell you the only thing that all of them had in common was hard work. That's all they ever did was work. But they made it easy on us and didn't push us as much and let us have those endless summers of sleeping late and hanging out with our friends. And yeah, mom and dad reaching into their pockets saying, "Okay, you want to go to the lake for a couple of weeks with your friends? Go ahead." 1976, I'm barely out of high school. I spent my entire Thanksgiving in Florida that my parents footed the entire bill. And they were raising 6 kids. To this day, I don't know how they did it or even why they did it. But they wanted me, as my mother said, to have an opportunity that they didn't have. Little things that I never will forget about my parents. I was just thinking about them now, walking down to get a cup of coffee. And they've been gone forever. I can't hear their voices, and I can't see them anymore, 25 and 20 years later, but they're in my heart. But that work ethic, I think about what they did every single day, and I pray that I hope that my children, who I did my best, will do the exact same thing with their kids. But I'm telling you, America, I don't want a war to wake us up, but we haven't struggled enough in this country. We haven't had to go out and earn it and do backbreaking work, stuff that actually makes you physically exhausted at the end of the day, and that's something I know a lot about. So do me a favor. Do you think that we really are America as we know it? Are we the greatest, most powerful free nation in the world? And if you're not calling, you're afraid. Because you know what the truth is. You know what has to be done. And you understand now more than ever that most of us dropped the ball. Because we have so many jobs that are vacant now because young people aren't working the way they used to. And it's not their fault because there are plenty that still do. But they should all be wanting to achieve and overcome and create. But not all of them do because why? That silver spoon has been passed from one generation to the next. That's why we don't have as many skilled laborers as we once did. That's why this Carpenter's Open House is so important. So, America, are we still the most powerful free nation in the world? And the Steel City, do we have the right to be known as the Steel City? Do you have the courage to answer either of those questions? Let me see. Let me hear it. 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Want to hear a shocking statistic? Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. Don't believe it? Google it. And that doesn't count serious injuries like birth injuries to perfectly healthy children. All doctors wear white jackets, but it doesn't make them all the same. Most medical errors are committed by the same quacks over and over again. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Many hospitals looking for more profits are forcing doctors and their groups to be employees of the hospital or be forced out of their system. It's a troubling trend in medicine. People make mistakes, but medical mistakes are huge and often forever. If you believe your child suffered a birth injury or a misdiagnosis or mistake led to a loved one's death or injury, let our team of medical malpractice lawyers examine your case for free. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting. I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. Elon Musk took the stand today on his first day of a civil trial. He's suing an artificial intelligence company, OpenAI, for allegedly lying about keeping the company a nonprofit. CBS's Jolene Kent is covering.
On the stand, Elon Musk said, fundamentally, I think they're going to try to make this lawsuit very complicated, but it's actually very simple, which is that it's not okay to steal a charity. And we expect to see many more fireworks in court coming up over the next 3 weeks. We expect to also hear from the OpenAI CEO, Sam Altman, as well as the Microsoft CEO, Satya Nadella. That company also has a major stake in OpenAI.
Former FBI Director James Comey has been indicted again. More from CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
This all stems from former FBI Director last year posting, then deleting an Instagram photo of seashells arranged to say 8647. 86 can be used as slang, meaning to get rid of something. The Justice Department alleges it was code for eliminating the 47th president, Donald Trump.
In a video response, Comey said, "I'm still innocent, I'm still not afraid, and I still believe in the independent federal judiciary. So let's go." President Trump's pick as chairman of the FCC is launching an early review of ABC's licenses to broadcast, the day after the president and first lady called on ABC owner Disney to fire talk show host Jimmy Kimmel. Here's CBS's Carter Evans.
The FCC accelerating the review of the broadcast licenses for 8 of Disney's ABC stations. They weren't up for renewal for at least 2 years. The agency says it's investigating possible violations related to unlawful discrimination. There is no mention of Kimmel.
Britain's King Charles and Queen Camilla have arrived at the White House for a state dinner. They were greeted by President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump. The president apparently watched the king's speech to a joint meeting of Congress earlier. He complimented Charles as they were being photographed at the White House.
He made a great speech. I was very jealous.
The royal couple will continue their tour with stops in New York City and in Virginia. Army Master Sergeant Gannon Van Dyke appeared in federal court in New York this morning. He's accused of placing bets on Venezuelan President Maduro's capture in January before news of the raid was made public. He collected more than $400,000 in winnings. Attorney Mark Garagos.
Mr. Van Dyke is an American hero, is somebody who is charged, unfortunately, with something that is not a crime. We look forward to vindicating his rights.
This is CBS News.
What is going on?
What's going on here?
How is this possible? Great storytelling starts here.
Oh, come on.
Why? It's time for 60 Minutes.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Big pop star has revealed the inspiration for one of her biggest songs.
Taylor Swift tells the New York Times Magazine.
I wrote the song Love Story when I was 17, sitting in my bedroom, mad at my parents because they wouldn't let me go on a date with a guy who was too old, so I shouldn't have been on a date with him anyway.
She says it's a lesson for moms and dads.
This is why you need to discipline your kids, because they might write songs that go number one.
The Times names Swift one of the 30 greatest living American songwriters. Others include Nile Rodgers, Stevie Wonder, Carole King, Jay-Z, Paul Simon, Lionel Richie, and Dolly Parton. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
A federal judge has questioned the decision to close the Kennedy Center for renovations. During a hearing, he asked why the center needs to close and whether the Trump administration has researched the impact of the closure. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
There will be some clouds around for tonight, perhaps some patches of fog late, a low of 54. Then tomorrow, cooler with periods of rain, a high of 62. Back to some sunshine Thursday, but cool, a high only 53. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
All right, before we get to these phones about whether or not America is still the most powerful free nation in the world, and do we have the right to call ourselves the Steel City, I got to bring this up. It's entertainment news. This biopic in which it's his nephew portraying him, Michael, is making big money at the box office. So let me just ask you this. Now, look, I grew up listening to the Jackson 5 and obviously was there throughout the entire reign of the King of Pop, right? So much so, Frank DeLeo, his longtime manager, my good friend, with me many times on the air. One night got me Jermaine Jackson on the air. Love Janet Jackson. But what I don't understand, with all due respect, this guy's been gone since 2009. It was a tragic ending. It was a tragic story. It's horrific to think if any of that stuff that he was accused of is even closely being a part of the truth of who he was. It's sickening, right? But how is it that this guy who has been gone a long time, this biopic outdid the Bruce Springsteen biopic, is going to outdo the Bob Dylan biopic? I mean, what is the world? Why are they still plugged in to Michael Jackson? I mean, Michael Jackson actually is making his estate about $1 billion a year. Michael Jackson owned the naming and all sorts of rights to so many different things, including publishing the music, like some of the Beatles stuff that even Paul McCartney couldn't convince him to basically sell them back to him. The guy was a very good business person, but the horror of his life, his late father and the abuse, and I mean, how is it that people are still flocking to see this guy? I mean, and his legacy, what is it about him? I'll be honest with you. I haven't thought about Michael Jackson in years. I haven't even listened to any of his music, and I grew up right smack dab in the middle of it. And when I think of Motown, I do think of the Jackson 5, but I think of Smokey and the Temptations and Martha Reeves and the Four Tops. I don't necessarily think of the Jacksons, but right now, their family is going to make a windfall, and good for them. I mean, they're saying the nephew with money on the other side, meaning once this thing delivers even more, it could actually go over $1 billion globally. We're talking like Tom Cruise box office, right? This young man could end up with like $30 million. More power to him, and he's incredible from what I hear in it. But it's not the happiest story, and I know they leave a lot of the horror out of it, those stories as far as molestation in children, which is sickening, and it just destroyed me as far as being a fan of this guy. But why are so many people into Michael Jackson? Can somebody explain that to me? And was he one of your favorites? And I got to tell you what else I was thinking today. I can't remember if they actually ever appeared in Pittsburgh. And then I started thinking, you may remember when he had all that success with Thriller and he sold millions and was the biggest thing on the planet, the family just drug him back in and they said, look, we're going to go on a world tour. We're going to be the Jacksons and you're coming with us. When he didn't need to do that, but he felt obligated to his brothers and he did it. And you're hoping that these allegations and accusations are not true, My friend, the late Frank DeLeo, who knew him better than anyone, said absolutely not. But that is a story for another day. But what I can't figure out, when you think of all of the biopics that have come out, they even have a new one that's going to be coming out about Dionne Warwick, which, what a talent, Dionne Warwick. Burt Bacharach, Hal David, all those great songs. That's one I definitely want to see. But I eventually will see this movie, but I'm just stunned on all the bad press and all the seriousness and how he died and just was disfigured from plastic surgery, sadly. Obviously, you have to think of the abuse of when he was a kid. Why are so many people running to see Michael Jackson? And it's, teenagers and college students who weren't even alive, or if they were just a few years old when he was at his height, and definitely weren't around when he was a part of the Jackson 5 and appearing on the Ed Sullivan Show. Has anybody in the audience thought about Michael Jackson up until now? I don't know many people that have, but all of a sudden, it's like he's the biggest thing on the planet again, and he's been gone since 2009. And did anybody out there actually see them in Pittsburgh? Did they come to Pittsburgh? I think that Jackson World Tour did. But the brothers are still out there doing it, and they're older than me. So, I don't know. It's kind of amazing. Janet's still doing big things. Sadly, Tito no longer here. But Jermaine and Jackie and others, Randy, they're out there. But this guy, when you're growing up and you're enjoying someone's talent, okay, you just live it, right? Like my parents did with the big bands, like my sisters did with the Beatles. You just live it, right? Well, I was dancing to all that music. Motown is still my favorite label, favorite type of music, rhythm and blues, soul. Listen to it every day, grew up listening to it. That's the soundtrack of my life. First album I ever got was James Brown and the Famous Flames. I like rhythm and blues, soul music. Love it, love it, love it. But I can't believe this biopic. And, this young man is very talented. It's in the family. He's a nephew. But I never thought it would do this kind of money at the box office. I never thought it would. All right, Greg, Pittsburgh, explain to me why people are still loving Michael Jackson. Go ahead.
All the girls loved him. All the women loved him. Everybody loved him. He was a great singer, a great dancer, a great entertainer, man. He was all out of bag of chips and a can of Pepsi, man. He was a bad dude, man. Just like the record said, I'm bad. Michael Jackson was phenomenal. He was a great entertainer, and he was bad.
I'll tell you, he definitely had talent. And how about this? 10 years ago, we lost Prince, who was kind of like the heir apparent, but he played a guitar like Jimi Hendrix. Prince, think about that talent. And both of these guys get addicted to drugs. Michael gets his hair caught on fire when he's making the commercial, ends up getting addicted to opioids. Prince basically died because of a prescription overdose. You just think, all that talent, is it too much for one brain to handle? I don't know. But, Michael's case, I'm just saying, I'm not defending, but he did not have a good childhood. And from what I understand, they show a lot of that. I just saw an interview with Brooke Shields. She was on a podcast. And her and Michael, had a brief relationship, spent time together. She adored him, still talks very highly of him. But she could not stand his father. She talked about how he was evil. You could see it in his eyes. And at the funeral of Michael Jackson, she said she had a couple of drinks, and she went right over and laid him out. So, the mother, God bless her, she's still alive, had to put up with all of that. And, this is a family, Gary, Indiana, steel mill background like all of us in Pittsburgh, and their father was relentless, and he pushed them, and they ended up, because of people like Berry Gordy and Smokey and Motown, they did incredible things. But the thing about Michael, even when he was getting ready for this world tour that nobody thought he'd be able to accomplish because of his health, if you look at some of the footage of him rehearsing in L.A., he's my age, okay? So he wasn't a young man back in 2009, but he just had stamina. He could do the things that he was doing in the 60s. So, I don't know. I'm just curious. Why do you think this picture is doing so well? We got our call waiting in the wings. We'll get to that person in a moment. Love to hear from you about anything that we're talking about tonight. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack for a Tuesday night. Back with more in just a couple of moments.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
If you want to know how good it feels to get professional paint work inside your home, go with CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard, and a big opportunity right now. Take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And remember, each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Went outside, looked around. We needed a window, a bay window. Guess what? Universal Windows Direct. Right now. Buy two, get two free. No payments. No interest. 24 months. Come on. And $500 off of your project. 412-545-6003. This deal is amazing. Their sales, their service, their installation, the best there is. And now's the time, folks. Universal Windows Direct. Do it.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for all your spring needs. Great prices on vegetable and flower flats. The fresh produce comes in weekly. 380 Auction has name brand furniture, tools, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132. Or log on to shop380.com and save.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know how you have those things that go through your brain for no reason other than they go through your brain? You know what I was just thinking about? You know what I could go for? You ever have those nights where you just crave something? I'm craving like sardines and mustard. How many of you like sardines? I love sardines. I haven't had sardines in, 10, 15 years maybe. Sardines. I don't know why. I just thinking about my friend Joe Dentisi who loved sardines. And we would talk about sardines. I need to get to Coons Market and get some sardines. How many of you like sardines? I love sardines. I don't know. Ritz crackers, sardines, little Coca-Cola. That's a good night. You know, it's the little things that make the big difference in your life. And I used to see my parents do stuff like they'd have like a little cheese plate and a couple of adult beverages. My dad would have a Manhattan. My mom would have like a dry martini, little candlelight. They'd be happy, joyful. I don't know, man. It's been a long time since I've done that. But, you know, a little pepperoni, a little, provolone, a little Swiss. Nothing like it. 866-391-1020. Here he is. Bishop in Denora. How are you, sir? Good evening.
Let me make these 2 points, and I'll tell you about Michael Jackson real quick. One, I think that as far as the world standing, as far as the United States, I think the playing field has even. There's an even playing field per se. The educational part, I think we're right there. I think they need to get rid of the PSSA, but I think the kids, students, I think we still got some of the best. So I'm not giving that up. And with the debt and everything, now you see what this means in war. I'm going to try to convince you, Mr. Pratt. $1 billion a day is being spent on, look at all them ships we got on. We got a third of the U.S. Navy.
Hey, Bishop, do me a favor. Back off that receiver a little bit because you're so muffled I can hardly understand what you're saying. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better.
Third of the U.S. Navy, over $1 billion a day, they're just sitting there idling. For what? Now, but I think the playing field is even. I'll still give us a little notch because we still live in somewhat of a free society. It's dwindling, but because this regime is just something else. Now, let me just tell you about Michael Jackson. I wasn't a real huge fan of Michael Jackson growing up. Now, he's around my age. He's just a little younger than you, just a little bit. And I was in the sports. But I will tell you this one thing. Like you just said, they came from nothing from the steel mill country of Gary to making it to where they are now. Was the father tough on them? Was he abused? Yeah, all of that. And that still goes back to when he grew up. Now, let me just tell you, that man, Joe Jackson, made them who they are today, and their family is living wonderfully because of what Joe Jackson pushed those boys. Now, was it all totally right? No. But he did it. But I will tell you this. Michael Jackson, the iconicness of him is because of, he was huge as far as the Thriller part, no doubt. But here's what made him, and this is why people still flock to see him. You know that song, We Are the World?
Yes.
Know that song?
Yep.
Hello?
I do. Bishop.
You know that song, We Are the World?
Yes. I can hear you. Go.
All right. That song is still popular. Michael Jackson, Quincy Jones, heard of that. Plus, that song, The Man in the Mirror, by Michael Jackson, that was all humanitarian. Michael Jackson was a tremendous humanitarian, and that's why people, young folks who wasn't, like you said, wasn't even born, still flock to hear this iconic, once-of-a-lifetime figure. That's what it is. Now, I haven't seen the movie yet, but people are convincing me to go, and I plan on trying to go this weekend. So that's what I believe that it is as far as why people are still wanting to see the documentary on Michael Jackson. He was somebody to, hey, just like Babe Ruth. How about that?
All right, Bishop, appreciate it. So anybody else want to jump in on this Michael Jackson biopic? Look, the recent biopic about Elvis did extremely well. Elvis and Michael kind of cut from the same cloth. Both had addiction issues. Both were massive performers. But I'll be honest with you, I don't really appreciate Michael Jackson anymore like I did. I don't, because whether those stories are fact or fiction, it broke my heart. Especially, when you're a parent, you just think of for all the reasons. And look, Joe Jackson was flat out ugly and mean. And I don't care if they want to give him credit or not. The guy was abusive. And, my dad put the belt on me when I was growing up and the open hand to the face. And it's probably one of the reasons why I've never, ever disciplined my children that way. Never. I raised my voice when I had to, but I never put hands on any of my children. I just couldn't do it. 866-391-1020. Anthony, let's talk Michael Jackson. Give me some thoughts.
These people who are calling you, I just happened to tune in. You folks, Rob Pratt used to talk to Michael Jackson's manager at least twice a year. If anybody knows anything about Michael Jackson, it's Rob Pratt, who talked to, what was his name, Frank DeLeo for Penn Hills, right?
Yep, Frank DeLeo, Point Breeze.
Point Breeze. You talk to the man at least twice a year.
I know.
You guys would hang out together. And you get all the stories about Michael Jackson. And so, if anybody, when I'm sick of listening, while you're hearing these people tell you about it, you're too humble to bring it up. I'll bring it up. And that's how far back we go listening to you. And those were the most interesting shows. On a Saturday morning, you'd be talking to Michael Jackson's manager in the height of when he was working with Michael Jackson.
So, Anthony, let me ask you something. What do you think? Why do you think people still love this guy? He's been gone since 2009, and this movie is breaking box office numbers. They're saying it's going to make over $1 billion. How's that possible?
Well, people are still fascinated with Michael Jackson, and rightly so. He was our Frank Sinatra or our Elvis Presley, especially for the young black folks. I was 14 years old when they came on the scene, and we were very proud as a black community to have representation like the Jackson and the Jackson family, and they were immense stars. I remember seeing them in 1971 at the Civic Arena with the Commodores, with the opening act, and so the cartoon they had on. But like I said, the intimate conversations you would have with Mr. Frank DeLeo were very interesting and very insightful. And matter of fact, Rob, you should. I'm sure you have them in your archive. You should replay them now, since
this is a hot topic, I'm sure people will find that very interesting.
Well, you know what's sad, Anthony, and my mother used to tell me about it all the time. This is long before files and downloading and what have you. I have none of that. And it's I know, and it's so sad. Interviews that I had with people like Mrs. Carter, Ronald Reagan, Ted Kennedy, all of that stuff. I don't have any of it. And, it's a sad, sad thing because I should have had it, and I should have had it under lock and key and passed it on to my children. But let me just tell you one story about Frankie DeLeo. Frankie married a young woman from Wellsville, Ohio. I was doing sports down there for years. That's how we kind of met. We became really good friends. He was with them at the height, that massive tour during Thriller and Bad and everything. And then he kind of went his separate way, and then he was brought back in when those allegations and trials started to happen in the mid-'90s. Right. And let me tell you the kind of friend that Frankie DeLeo was to Michael Jackson. He basically went back in right into the thick of things at the worst time in this man's career. And I remember the metal detector and the scene and CNN and CBS and everybody showing everybody coming into the courtroom and Michael out in the parking lot with the umbrella, dancing on top of the car. And who was at his side the entire time was Frank DeLeo. And he was doing it gratis because Michael Jackson was a good guy as far as entertaining, but he was tight when it came to the buck, and he didn't really pay Frankie the way he should have. But Frankie, in my opinion, if he stays with Michael Jackson, all this stuff that really I think eventually brought him down, whatever happened, whatever's fact or fiction, would have never happened. That's just my thought process.
See, I never pay attention to accusations. I'm a fact-based person. So I only believe people when they're under oath. I don't believe people who just make up, concoct stories 10, 20 years later, or it's about money. When you're under oath and it can be fact-checked, I'll believe you. Until then, I just don't. And all I know is when people are acquitted in a court of law, that's what I go with. I don't go with speculation or what I think or how I feel. No, I'm a fact-based person. And anytime you've been talking to me for a very long time, and when we discuss things, it's always fact-based. That's been my agenda. And that's probably why you and I have gotten along all these years.
Well, listen, I just know one thing. It's a shame how his life ended. He should still be performing today. He should still be with us. Prince should still be with us. And sadly, they're not. I mean, I even think about Marvin Gaye, who I absolutely love, how he died. It's tragic. Yeah. It's tragic, man.
Well, drugs are bad, man. Drugs are, for whatever reason, they and a lot of these record companies, these executives they're not about the act. They're about the money, and they surround people who take advantage of those folks. And a lot of those folks weren't highly educated, and then they use scandal to their advantage also. Michael knew he had a target on him once he started buying the masters of other artists,
right?
Especially the Beatles,
right?
That Sony wasn't going to allow that, and then it became ugly. And unfortunately, what do they always? What was the rumor we always heard about entertainers when they die young? They did a deal with the devil. I'm sure you've heard that before. And because remember, they used to just die off at 27.
Wow, crazy. Yeah, Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix, Jim Morrison, crazy. Anthony, always good stuff. Thank you. All right, let's keep it rolling with this. Obviously, some folks want to talk about it, and I think it's definitely topical, right? And there are some connections to the city of Pittsburgh. He kind of grew up in Gary, Indiana, which is a mirror image of Pittsburgh. I mean, it is. But it's so sad. And a big fan of the Jacksons, grew up loving them, but I got to tell you, the way it ended really hurt a lot of people, including a fan like me. We'll be back. More amazing specials for the month of April at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, choice flat iron steaks are $8.99 a pound. In the produce department, large Dole mangoes are 4 for $5. In the deli, Coons 8-piece fried chicken is $6.99 each. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of wishbone salad dressing, 15-ounce bottles, 2 for $5.
It's all happening now at Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Life is a way of throwing out curveballs that can make it feel impossible to get ahead. But at Peoples, we know that sometimes a helping hand can make all the difference. If you're struggling to make ends meet or just need a little support with your natural gas bills, we're here to help. Because let's face it, you have enough on your plate. Learn more about our customer assistance programs at peoples-gas.com/help.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
With the advent of devices, i.e. your cell phone, I wonder if 10, 20, 30 years from now, small talk's even going to be a thing. We have become so procedural. We have become so robotic, so inward, that talking to a stranger, in a good way, seems like it's kind of a lost art.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Elon Musk testified on the opening day of his lawsuit against OpenAI. Here's CBS's Jolene Kent.
He is alleging in his lawsuit that Sam Altman, Greg Brockman, and the company itself misled him intentionally when they turned OpenAI into a for-profit enterprise.
Former FBI Director James Comey is reacting to his indictment for posting a picture of seashells that said 8647, which the DOJ says was a threat to assassinate the president.
Nothing has changed with me. I'm still innocent. I'm still not afraid. And I still believe in the independent federal judiciary, so let's go.
The FCC is launching an early review of ABC's television stations after President Trump and the First Lady demanded the company fire talk show host Jimmy Kimmel. CBS's Carter Evans.
The First Lady posted Kimmel shouldn't have the opportunity to enter our homes each evening to spread hate. Then the president went a step further. Jimmy Kimmel should be immediately fired by Disney and ABC.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher.
The Carpenters Training Center is holding its annual open house on Saturday, May 2nd. Doors open from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Bring the whole family and enjoy food, prizes, and Kids Corner. Their 4-year apprenticeship program is tuition-free, and you will earn competitive wages and benefits while you learn. Information sessions begin at 9 a.m. and noon. Learn about a career in the union building trades, as well as the pre-apprenticeship program. Join them Saturday, May 2nd, as 4th-year apprentices from their 6 crafts participate in competitions and demonstrations. Find out more at eascarpenterstech.edu.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Head to PNC Park on Sunday, May 3rd for the first family fun day of the season when the Bucks take on the Cincinnati Reds at 1:35 p.m. Arrive at PNC Park early to enjoy the Family Fun Zone on Federal Street, presented by C&M Play Studio, with fun for the entire family. Plus, all kids 14 and under take home a Pirates-themed comic book in honor of Superhero Day. And be sure to stay after the game for Kids Run the Bases, presented by Chicken of the Sea. Get more info at pirates.com/familyfundays.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a partly to mostly cloudy sky tonight, will drop down to 54 for an overnight low. Could be some fog around late and then some rain at times throughout tomorrow, high 62. Some sun returns Thursday, but a high only 53. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, guys, the Pirates lost again 11-7. That's enough of that, guys. Let's get the next two against the Cardinals at PNC Park. But enough of the losing, okay? I want this team to live up to the expectations. 866-391-1020. Craig in West Virginia. Good evening, Craig.
How you doing tonight, Rob?
I am good, sir. What's on your mind tonight?
First, I'm going to poke a little, give you a little jab, then I'll tell you my story about the Jackson 5.
Okay, cool.
You know, you said that you don't look at Michael the same way because of the stories, but yet every day you open up your show with an orange guy that gets the same stories wrapped around him. So let's call balls and strikes here.
Touche.
Yeah, exactly. So same concert as Anthony. We used to go to the Ohio State Fair every year, 5, 6, 7 days. And in 1971, the Jackson 5 were there. Now, in those 10 years, and every night at the Ohio State Fair, at the fairgrounds, there's a concert. Every single night. I am telling you, hands down, when the Jackson 5 were there in 71, I was probably, I'm going to say I was 50, 60 yards from the stage. We had to stack 6 chairs on top of each other to climb up on them to see the stage at that point. There isn't even a close second to where we had to stack chairs to see a band in the 10 years at 5, 6, 7 nights at the Ohio State Fair to see another band. We saw headliners. I mean, we saw big bands at the Ohio State Fair. There wasn't nothing even close. I kid you not. I was 5 or 6 chairs stacked on top of each other just to see the stage for the Jackson 5. It was that unbelievable.
Well, they definitely could put on a show, and their choreography was second to none. What a lot of people don't realize, even going back to 71, but if you go back even further, when they were live on the Ed Sullivan Show, you didn't have multi-tracking. You didn't have the ability to dub stuff in or even lip sync. They had to sing live with that band backing them up. Everything had to be perfect, and the mics were nowhere near as good as they are today. And they actually did systematically seamless choreography. Everybody knew exactly what they had to do, and Michael, a 12, 13, 14-year-old young man, had to kind of lead out front. And the thing that also I will always remember about Michael Jackson is this: he was loyal to his family, maybe to a fault, but even when he became the biggest star on the planet, he always helped his family when they needed him. And to me, pretty noble. But isn't it hard to believe he's been gone since 2009, Greg?
It really is. That is pretty bizarre. And here's the thing, and I swear to God, I'm not making this political. And here's why people like Michael Jackson, Led Zeppelin, Taylor Swift, they don't do interviews every 14 hours. You don't, he didn't do that. You don't see Led Zeppelin would do, 10 concerts a year, and every time they talk about who the greatest rock band is, it's Led Zeppelin. And that's why the person in office right now today is so looked at the way he is, because you don't get 4 hours without seeing another speech. And once again, I'm not making this political, but when in the early 80s, when Thriller came out, I kid you not, I don't care what disco bar, whatever you were at, whether it was Aquanaut or the Dancer Club in Weirton or down Wheeling, Tin Pan Alley, it was just unbelievable.
You're right.
Every single person, they were dancing to that album. It was just that simple. And the dance moved themselves, They say he has it, and what is it? You can't define what it is, but he did have it, and it was spectacular. It really is. And once again, like Anthony, I'm a fact-driven person. Give me some facts. Let's run it through the court system, and let's see what happens. But,
Could you compare him to Taylor Swift? Was he that big, do you think?
Oh, without a doubt. Hands down, yeah. You know, there's only a handful. You know, you got Elvis, you got Led Zeppelin, you got Taylor Swift, you got Michael Jackson. You know, there's a whole crapload of people right below that level, but there's only a handful of that mega power that, you know, when they – and listen, Donald Trump has it too. You know, he can say something, and he has a grip of millions of people.
Well, let me tell you what I just saw that you'll appreciate coming out of my mouth. I just saw pictures of the state dinner. If we're $38 trillion in debt, they need to back off the pedal a little bit. I mean, a lot of people there eating a lot of good food that is costing the taxpayers a lot of money. I think I'd get takeout, maybe have 2 or 3 people along with the king and queen. Some of this just exuberant spending has to stop. It has to.
Well, I want you to look up one thing when you get home tonight. If you're sitting around doing nothing, look at the expense at the Department of Defense from Pete Hegseth, and your mind will explode.
Well, I just found out. Listen, I just heard today $1 billion a day in Iran. So we're cutting checks like we have the money, and we don't. We need to figure it out, and we need to get our act together. All right, Greg, good hearing from you. Good stuff. Talking about Michael Jackson. Let's go to Andy in Butler. Hey, Andy, how are you?
I'm good. Look, what Craig said, what Anthony said about Michael Jackson, I'll agree with. He's one of the greatest performers of our age. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And Craig put him up there with, you know, with a few greats. I'll put him up there with some others. Okay?
Okay.
I'll put him up there with a Mozart. Okay? I'll put him up there with a Benny Goodman. All right. In every age, there are some greats, and he was one of them. Talent, not to be questioned. Okay. Now, is it possible that he could be as great a talent as he was, and be guilty of the things that he was charged with? Yes. Okay. Because he was human, which means he had faults like everybody else did. And you talked about Anthony talked about how you did interviews with his manager, all right? You talked about how his father was less than perfect, okay?
Right.
So it's very possible that Michael had, more serious issues than any of us were aware of at the time.
Yeah, I mean, I heard stories about Joe Jackson that I wouldn't repeat on the radio for the fear of some young child. And I mean, somebody under the age of 18 in the car with their parents or whatever. I mean, horror stories. This guy was, I'm sorry, he was over the top. And I guess one of the more poignant scenes in the movie is when finally Michael, who turned out to be a great businessman, and you talk to any of the performers that had a chance to meet him that are still out today or maybe doing incredible things. Listen to Brooke Shields. She'll tell you this guy was brilliant, and he had some of that toughness because of his dad, what he did to him. But he basically cut bait with the guy and wanted nothing to do with him. But he kept peace with the family because he loved his mother, he loved his brothers, he loved his sisters. But Joe Jackson was a bad, bad individual.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask you to tell stories. I don't want to hear them.
No, you don't. I wouldn't do it because I respect my audience too much. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say. So it's possible Michael could be as brilliant as he was, as a business person, as a singer, as a songwriter, and I loved. I mean, back in the day, the Thriller album, I liked every track on it. Okay, everybody I knew did, and we're all white farm boys up in Butler, and we listened to him because he was good. All right. But it's possible that, especially given his father and other things, that he could be that good and still have some serious problems that led him to the things that were, to the accusations that were raised about him. Okay? The accusations didn't come out of thin air. I'm not saying that there was more there than people want to make, but there was something there. Okay?
Yep.
And he was as good as he was because of probably the way his father drove all them to perform, but it also left a bad mark. And that's all I'm going to talk about tonight. I'm not going to talk about the other stories in the news because they're still a little bit too fresh. And a lot of your audience tonight didn't seem to want to talk about them. And if I was a Democrat, I'd be ashamed of what your party's become, and I'll just leave it at that.
All right, Andy.
Night.
Thanks, man. Be good. 866-391-1020. And it will always be my party because that's who I am and that's what I believe in. But I also believe in America, and I believe in speaking what I believe to be the truth. And we have a president who is standing up for America, but there are times he needs to reel it in. But all of us need to understand this hate that is happening in the world right now from one side of the country to the next has to stop. And if it doesn't, this great country that means everything to me and it should you won't exist as we now know it in just 20 years, if not even sooner. So embrace 250. A lot of hard work has gone into getting here. Let's not forget about those who have made the sacrifice. Okay, we're going to continue on this Michael Jackson theme and anything else on your mind. But look, I'll be honest, I listened to his music today, and it has nothing to do with the headlines and all the other stuff. But I don't know, man. There's some artists out there today, like a Taylor Swift, who is doing incredible stuff. And I see this acoustic stuff and this love of country and what is now considered top 40 or pop music. I love it all. But I'm also still appreciating people like Sinatra and Edie Gourmet. I mean, names that many of you may not even know, the Carpenters. So my music taste has evolved. And it's not that I don't appreciate him as I did then because I was dancing, I was young, I was growing up. But I'll be quite honest with you, I like some of the stuff that he did after Thriller as much as I love some of the stuff that he did early on at Motown and why that label, that whole Hitsville, USA, Detroit, Motor City thing still matters today more than ever. Just a thought, but what makes him so relevant today? Why is this movie doing so well? 866, especially against, with people that are young who are out there downloading. The downloads of his song of his music has quadrupled. 866-391-1020. Back with more in a moment. It's your Pat Pack.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, just about time to say goodnight, but we've got one more segment. We're back with you tomorrow night, same time, same station, headlines of the day, and much more. So I hope that you will come back for a return engagement, if you will, with your Pratt Pack. 866-391-1020. Joanne, Point Breeze, I'm sure you have a lot to say, and you were listening like the rest of us to Michael Jackson as we grew up. Is that not a fact or not?
Oh, absolutely. And the movie I hear is my sister seen it while I was going today, but my nephew called me. I had to take him to the hospital. He's doing okay. But anyway, she said it was wonderful. It was long. The other thing about Michael Jackson, the thing that bothered me about some of the things I heard about him is you had a lot of mothers or fathers or parents that were money grabbers. Because if I hear, I don't care who he is, what he looks like, that my children are going up to where they are, and there's some things that's not right, there is no way that if I knew that this was happening,
you're right.
I would let my children
You're
go
right.
there.
Listen,
And
first off, I wouldn't let my son or daughter stay overnight in an adult person's home without me being in that home. So that's just
exactly
bottom line. Wouldn't happen.
Yeah. The other thing, and you said Joe, the father, was a good businessman.
No, not him. Michael was a good businessman. Joe was a shyster.
Oh, I thought. Oh,
no. Michael, not Joe. Joe was bad all the way around.
Oh, absolutely. And as I said, I went up to the museum and seen that glove, and all you could think of him dancing with that glove, that white glove. It was in a glass.
You know, the
case.
other thing, too, is, and I didn't realize this, but I talked to, and by the way, if Frank DeLeo were alive today with podcasting and storytelling, he'd be one of the most popular people on the planet. I remember talking to him live on the radio. He was at Eddie Griffin's house, and Eddie was a real close confidant of the Jackson family. I mean, Frankie did more for me, gave me more airtime, more exclusives, spoke to me on Michael's death the day he died before CNN, in which they used that audio from KDKA as part of their national coverage. But what blew me away about Michael Jackson, he was only like 5'9", like 120 pounds.
Exactly.
I always thought he was like larger than life, and that I'm sure everybody in the audience remembers the Motown 25 special when Richard Pryor introduced the Jacksons, and then he debuted Billie Jean. I mean, that was one of the greatest things in the history of music, as big as the Beatles, if not bigger, when they made the Ed Sullivan Show for the first time.
Exactly. And we'll go with Swift. I like her, but who in the world could afford? You talk about people. There's no money here. The money that her tickets were costing, and there were the average people, families, mothers, that was paying that kind of money to see anybody. I mean, I just couldn't believe it. I mean, I understand she was good with the money and she did good things, but how could the average person pay the kind of money that was being asked to go see somebody? Nobody's worth that kind of money to me.
Well,
and
listen, not the only one. I mean, Bruce Springsteen tickets are $400 or $500, and that's for, nosebleed seats. It's just a part of the world today. It's one of the reasons why they've tried to get legislation to bring some of the prices of those tickets down. But it's expensive for sure. Anyway, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yeah, well, when so don't tell me there's no money out there, because if somebody wants to see something, they don't care what the price is, and I don't know. I don't have that kind of money. The other thing with the guy on the TV who they went after twice.
Comey.
No, not him. The one they're going after right now.
James Comey.
No, I'm talking about on the radio, on the TV.
Who?
The latest one on the TV that they said he said something about Trump.
Oh, Jimmy Kimmel.
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 Kimmel, yeah.
Not Kimmel, Kimmel. Go ahead.
Okay, the only thing that bothers me is when you have the leader that says anything anytime he wants to, how are you going to condemn somebody when you've talked about everybody? I don't care who it is. You've degraded people. You've degraded the country.
All right. See, Joanne, now that coming from you, because people know that you don't like the president, they're not going to appreciate it. But you cannot talk about anything that has to do with somebody passing away. You just can't. And his thought process, whether it's fact or fiction, who knows? But look, get away from it. We need to be entertained. Listen, it's kind of refreshing that we've been talking about Michael Jackson last couple of segments of the show tonight, as opposed to talking politics. Listen, I've talked about everything, city finances, to the war in Iran, to the president, King Charles. We've done it all today in the last couple of weeks and months. Everything that has made news or is making news, we've discussed it, but it's kind of refreshing to be talking about this. And, here's the amazing thing. I'm seeing pictures on social media of people at like Cinemark theaters on a date night going to see Michael Jackson with the big box of popcorn. Do you understand? We were talking earlier tonight about how retail has changed and how things are changing in front of our very eyes and how we need to be a little concerned about all of that. And one of the things that really is very scary is what's happening to the movie theater business. I saw a thing earlier on page 6, which is the publication from New York, that George Clooney, now 64, is at peace and he's not chasing his career anymore. Well, you know why? Because being a movie star is tough today. I mean, think about it. This Michael movie, other than Tom Cruise's second Top Gun, Maverick, there hasn't been, maybe F1 with Brad Pitt, but there's not too many movies that are getting this kind of box office appeal where people are actually going to the movie theaters and seeing them. And if I'm Cinemark, AMC, I'm excited about this because this could kind of carry it into the Memorial Day weekend, the kickoff of the summer box office. I mean, you realize now, if you have these streaming services, which are popular, Netflix and Peacock and Paramount and Amazon and Apple TV, they're paying big money to people like Brad Pitt, people like Eddie Murphy, people like Angelina Jolie to be in these movies that are being basically screened and shown for the first time in the comfort of people's home. So this movie, Michael, is making a lot of noise. Maybe Brad Pitt's F1, but the most noise since that second movie that was about Maverick and Top Gun with Tom Cruise. So sadly, even though he's not here, it wouldn't have been nice if they would have done this with his nephew if he were alive. What this would have done for him. Maybe it would have given him another chance to really kind of work through some things and to talk about it, right? Because I'm sure the entire family was a part of this. You know, they basically helped bankroll this thing. And they're all going to profit in a big way, and good for them. Kind of another gift from their brother. You know, Jackie brought to tears. I mean, literally after a screening in California was crying because it said it was like I was watching my brother again. I mean, imagine what they went through to see the torment and the disfiguring of his face and what he did to his skin and all the trouble that he went through and taking drugs to fall asleep at night that eventually took his life, and his own Dr. Feelgood, who was just a phone call away, that kept giving him drugs. I mean, it's the same thing with Elvis Presley. And Colonel Parker might not have physically abused Elvis, but he did the exact same thing that Joe Jackson did to his own son. I mean, think of the Beatles. They actually had to sue their management because they made like $400 to $500 million, some astronomical amount of money back in the day from the early 60s to when they broke up in the late 60s, early 70s, and it was gone. And thank goodness all of them were able to go out and find solo careers and do well, and had publishing rights that only Michael ended up, you know, doing the end round and taking them away, something that Paul McCartney was not happy about, especially after they collaborated and had a top #1 hit. All I know is sometimes being as big as the universe in your particular profession is not such a good idea after all. I mean, the richest man on the planet spent his day in a courtroom testifying in a lawsuit that he is trying to force the hand because he thinks people are trying to take money from him. And it's all about ego, and I totally get it, but sometimes you just have to be thankful for what you have. And in my opinion, if you got a roof over your head and some food in the refrigerator and the wolves are not knocking on the door, you got a pretty good life. All right, that's it. Great show tonight, as always. We will do it again real soon, tomorrow night at 6. It's your Pratt Pack. Good night.
While you sleep, there are people